I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and a warm welcome to day one of the BW Festival of Marketing 2024. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be your host for today. Today, we kick off a two-day celebration of innovation, of creativity, and also of marketing excellence. This is the second edition of the festival. In the first edition, we discussed the industry in transition courtesy of several tech advancements. And this year, much like everything else, we are taking a look back at the A, B, and C. A for authenticity, B, of course, is for basics, and C for the collective. The festival's theme this year argues that in the bright, shining light of technology, the importance of fundamentals of basics is even more. And also, we believe that nobody can survive in silos anymore. Change resides in the collaborative effort to grow together, and all must play well in the marketing sandbox. Our sessions over the 2 days will explore how marketers can navigate this evolving landscape, fundamentals with innovations that drive the future. And on day one, which is today, we will focus on the basics, and the sessions tomorrow will navigate conversations on the collective. Well, as for the authentic bit, in the sense itself, इससे पहले कि हम शुरुआत करें, I would also like to remind you that tonight marks the third edition of the BW Top Marketeers. In all your lives, in all our lives, every day, we see your great work. We see the creativity that you have solved problems, and everywhere you are about making a difference. So we thought that this initiative today, it shall celebrate the leaders and visionaries like yourselves who are obsessed with consumers and also bring all the magic to life. And tomorrow evening, we will continue the spirit of celebration with the BW Marketing 40 under 40, honoring the young trailblazers who are shaping the future of this very industry. But abhi ke liye, as for now, let's focus on the knowledge and experiences that today has in store for us. So what exactly today has in store for us? What I'll do is I'll try and use a language of yourselves, of the creative minds like yourselves, and I'll try and show you something that this dynamic team is put together. And of course, I have to add this very young dynamic team is put together. Can we please show the Festival of Marketing showreel? Okay, that was just to give you a glimpse. But I believe we played the magazine. We will also play the other one. Yes, Noor, am I right? It's okay. It's okay. But before we move ahead with the other presentation, before we move ahead with our opening address, I also have to introduce BW Business World to you. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group, is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And with changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all the developments, I would request you and also urge you to please subscribe to BW Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your quest for knowledge and insights. Also, for all our attendees today, a lot of offers. You can get to know more about them from the registration desk. The upcoming issue of BW Business World looks at the exciting space of quick commerce as it transforms in India. And before we move ahead with the opening address, before I move ahead with thanking our partners, may I please request our team to show us what do we have in store for today and tomorrow with this Festival of Marketing. Please.
Can we try again? What is marketing? Is it ads? Is it telling stories? Or is it conveying a message? Or maybe it's all of the above. More importantly, why does marketing matter? Father of advertising once said that what decides the consumers to buy or not to buy is the content of your advertising, not its form. Fast forward to present times, and these words could not have been truer.
One needs to keep a finger on the consumer's pulse, think and modify the strategy as per the new age challenges.
Anything spoken about the business is marketing, because market is business and business is marketing.
India is home to some of the biggest brands in the world and some of the biggest marketers as well. In last year's Festival of Marketing, we honored and celebrated these marketers?
Well, there's never a dull moment in marketing. Keep learning, keep unlearning, and keep having consumer sensitivity at the core.
What's important for every marketer, as senior or as junior for that matter, is to be able to have the humility to unlearn and learn.
Let's follow data, but remember that there is our gut that works a lot.
As marketers, we also have a great responsibility for shaping consumer behavior for good.
Keep doing cool work, keep making the consumer smile.
I think a brand today is not what you want to say. It's what consumer tells about you.
It's always a joy to be with people who, you've grown up with, who've been colleagues and today friends.
Well, it's been 1 year. 1 year since we had the country's top marketing luminaries under one roof. It's a new world out there. This new world order needs new solutions. Visionaries who are not just adapting to the market, but are setting the path for others to follow. The Festival of Marketing is back, and so is the top 100 marketers. Who do you think will make the list this year?
This deserves a big round of applause, and I'll tell you why after this. Because just like you creative minds, this video has been made. Also, the voiceover, etc., has been done by the members of the video team of BW Business World. So thank you, whoever's made this, who's put the voice behind it. Well done. Okay, moving ahead. Today's digital broadcast, it's being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on www.bwmarketingworld.com. Well, as we flag off the discussions for today, I encourage you, also request you to please join in the conversations and also share your learnings from the day by using the hashtag BW Festival of Marketing. And of course, I also take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our digital transformation partner, HCL Software, our education partner, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad, our data science partner, Chi-Square Analytics, our growth partner, Mob Avenue Media, also Global Media, our news partner, Bharat Express, our strategic partner, Cashier Drive Marketing, and also Info Profile, our agency partner, Net Value Media, our media barter partner, One Up Trade, India's most trusted barter company, and our event partners, Joy Travels, Fandrum, Beanley Coffee, The Thick Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact.com, and Pitch. With that, may I please request our team to now play the partners, AV?
Solution for all your digital marketing needs. One of the leading mobile and web advertising platforms in the country dedicated to helping advertisers and agencies with user acquisitions and engagement by ensuring 100% direct traffic over web, mobile, and OEMIS. With 1 billion plus monthly user interactions, 100 million monthly active users, 300 million plus email user base, 1,000 plus live campaigns, 500 plus direct publishers, 120 countries, 20 plus verticals we help brands with. Reach, awareness, engagement, traffic, affinity, and recall. We work across sectors including FMCG, auto, consumer durables, BFSI, retail, travel, fashion, fintech, and e-commerce. Our diverse inventory includes display, video, native ads, connected TVS, and more, strategically placed for targeted campaigns. With AI-driven algorithms, we ensure ads reach the right users at the right time, maximizing ROI and engagement for advertisers. After carving a niche in the ad tech industry, Global Media is rising among the top ad tech companies in Middle East, Southeast, and Russia. Our presence in Singapore, Jakarta, Ho Chi Minh, Dubai, Moscow provides us with excellent opportunity to work closely with our MENA, Russia, and LATAM. Global Media has earned significant recognition at prestigious platforms such as the Great Indian Marketing Awards, Agile, and others, with multiple media outlets listing us among the top 10 ad tech startups. Founded by industry veteran and technophile Bhavesh Talreja, Global Media is driven by a team of visionaries, including Raj Swaminathan, Senior Director of Revenues and New Initiatives, Kritika Arora, Director of Performance and Acquisitions, Haya Mansoor, Head of Technology, and Priyank Shah, Chief Financial Officer, among others. So, come and elevate your brand with us because success is synonymous with Global Media.
Sub-network broadcasting bouquet boasts of the undisputed, unchallenged Masti, India's #1 music and youth channel.
हाय मैं हूँ अक्षय कुमार हाय मैं हूँ सलमान खान
और आप देख रहे हैं
देश का #1 म्यूजिक और यूथ चैनल
मस्ती
मस्ती मस्ती मस्ती
Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, the land that offers peace of mind. Sub-network explored and offered. Dabang, Bhojpuri Entertainment Channel. My Boli, Marathi Entertainment Channel.
चमायला सगळंच लय भारी.
नमस्कार मी सुबोध भावे.
नमस्कार मी अमृता खानविलकर.
नमस्कार मी उपेंद्र लिमया आणि तुम्ही पाहताय
महाराष्ट्राचं #1
चॅनल माय बोली.
माय बोली.
माय बोली.
Keeping up the integrity of journalism with its strong conviction, Bharat Express continues to elevate your news sense. We define the aspiration of New Bharat, perfectly in line with its motto, Satya, Sahas and Samarpan. Bharat Express News is a fast-paced news delivery platform that has been dedicatedly delivering excellence for the new age Hindi news viewers under the able leadership of Mr. Upendra Rai, CMD and Editor-in-Chief of Bharat Express News Network. Mr. Upendra Rai is a seasoned media personality who has many path-breaking stories related to politics, business and more to his credit during his 25-year-long career. Under his dignified leadership, Bharat Express has made a significant impact in just 1 year of its operations. With exceptional infrastructure spread over 45,000 square feet, comprising of highly equipped PCR, MCR, new age studios and newsroom, and an impeccable team of reporters, producers, and anchors. The channel has recorded an impressive line of coverage in the past 1 year, right from taking up causes of the common man. Our anchors do not form opinions and judgment, but deliver facts. First-stage media startup, Bharat Express is undoubtedly a name synonymous with delivering quality news, where every member of the group puts in great effort, contributing to our mission of informing, educating, and empowering our audience. We are a new age media startup that is spreading its wings every second, making every step count. Leading advertisers trust us with their brand image because we showcase conviction and truth. Many governments, including Uttar Pradesh's governing system, have praised Bharat Express's fact-based sting operations. Our reach is far-ranging as the channel is available across major DTH platforms and cable operators. In this digital age, Bharat Express too has an expansive reach and presence via its YouTube channels. The network's website is accessible to its reader base in Hindi, English, and Urdu languages. We at Bharat Express believe in hard work and perseverance, backed with strong vision, because consistent hard work always leads to success.
In 2008, we began as pioneers, leading the way in transit advertising. We stitched our vision into every campaign, from in-house creation to making advertising accessible for all. We grew by thinking big and acting bold. We evolved, embracing sustainability, introducing EV buses that double as moving buildings, and creating Charge Car, where charging convenience meets green advertising. Today, we stand at the intersection of environment, sustainability, and growth. Our mission to elevate your brand while lowering our carbon footprint.
A big thank you to all our partners. And also, before we begin, a humble request to everybody present in the hall. Now, please request you to turn your mobile phones to silent mode if you've not already. That means you have. Lovely. Thank you. And now to set the tone for today and also to formally welcome all of you, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World and founder of the Exchange for Media Group.
Morning, it's my honor and privilege to be at the BW Business World Festival of Marketing. This is the second edition. My gratitude to Mr. Sangman for delivering the keynote, and thank you, Rohit, for coming along with him. Welcome to all the speakers. We're starting a bit late because when it rains in Delhi, it does throw things out of gear. We started the Festival of Marketing in BW Marketing World last year. This is the second edition. We have a 2-day conference, and today we have the top 100 marketers in the evening. Tomorrow in the evening, we have the BW Marketing World 40 under 40 winners who have been selected through a jury process, and all the 40 are coming. So really, it's good to see you. It is a 2 days of marketing knowledge, of growth ideas, of collaborative ideas, of what's happening in the future. While I was preparing in the morning to come here, and I was talking to Noor yesterday evening, and she said, talk about your favorite theme. Business is marketing. I grew up reading A&M. All of us read A&M. And the tagline of A&M used to be business is marketing. I don't think much has changed. I keep saying CMOs are growth drivers. They're chief growth officers. Marketing happens to be one part of what they do. At the end of the day, the environment is changing, and CMOs and business leaders are responding or staying ahead of the environment to be able to create growth. However, I think there are 6 themes that are in the environment that I want to talk about. One is the fact that the consumer is getting younger and younger. And in India is not a homogeneous market. It's a very heterogeneous market. I'm not talking of Bharat and India and semi-urban. Even when you look at the demographics, we have an aging population, which is also growing. And we have a young population, which is, of course, growing at a super rate. So how do you create marketing for many markets? That's been the theme over the last 20 years with lots of brands. Second is marketing budgets are under pressure. There is a global survey that says that the marketing budgets shrunk from an average 9.1% to almost 7.7% in the last 12 months globally. In India, of course, India is in a growth overdrive. The numbers in India are huge. And this year was a watershed in marketing, communication, and advertising domain, because for the first time in the last 2 decades, the ADEX crossed $1 trillion. The ADEX crossed $1 trillion. That's a lot of money. Of course, India is a small market as compared to it is whatever number you take, it's a $12 to $15 billion market. It's not less than 12. It's not more than 15 billion out of the 1 trillion. And just to give you headlines, how much do you think is digital in 1 trillion? It should be easy. 15-20%. So the digital is $650 billion. And the mainstream media or the traditional media all put together is $350 billion. Out of the $650 billion, almost $430 billion is two companies. I don't have to name them. They're not sponsoring our event, so I won't name them. But it is Google and Meta. They are the two companies. Between them, they have $430 odd billion. So clearly, India is a small market, but it's a very impressive market. It's growing. The third thing that is happening is this tenure of CMOs. I keep talking about the tenure of CMOs. I'm not referring to any particular CMO in the room, but the tenure of CMOs 10 years back was 72 months. The tenure of CMOs 6 years back was almost 60 months. 3 years back, it was 48 months, and it is between 33 to 36 months, depending on which data you want to look at. So the tenure of CMOs in India is coming down. The fourth point I want to make is today, as I said, the CMOs are chief growth officers, but CMOs also are looking at a lot of data. They have to become CDOs. They're also looking at a lot of IT and technology integrating with marketing, and that's why MarkTech is growing and AdTech is growing. But the role of the CMO is to be able to look at consumer behavior. While a CMO needs to appreciate the role of a CDO, CIO, CTO, the role of CMO cannot be replaced by these people. So the CMO, he or she has to stay true to the creed of marketing, which is to understand consumers and be able to create channels, communication, and products that work for that particular TG. The last point, in marketing over the last 10 years, we've been talking about purpose, how purpose drives brands, purpose drives companies, purpose drives marketing campaigns, it drives the raison d'être for many brands. However, what should be the purpose of a brand beyond market share? And, there are very evolved brands in the room represented by very clever brand managers and experienced brand managers and very clever positioning, which has worked for the brand and the business. But if you just look at India, brands have to embrace multiple things that are happening in India. First is, can brands bring people together rather than divide? Second, I live in Delhi and it rained today. I prepared this before the rain. But while our disposable incomes are growing, is the quality of life growing in Indian cities? I am from Old Gurgaon, but I live in Delhi for the last 23 years. And can brands build communication, build narratives that can help change the quality of life? And, I'll leave that to your interpretation. Third is this issue of sustainability, ESG. And it is not a hoax. Donald Trump is wrong about a lot of things. He's wrong about climate change. The fact that in sub-Saharan Africa, summers are coming 4 months in advance. You look at, we are in August 10, but it feels it's winters. Honestly, I don't switch on the AC. At least the summer is subdued earlier than at least a month earlier. And the data bears me out. It's not just my view. It's not my feeling. It's switching on the air conditioning. So clearly, as marketing leaders, as business leaders, if environment is not most important, and we are in August 10th, come October, we'll be breathing in air, which will have some air coming from Punjab. We'll talk about the issue of air quality. But again, possibly that's an issue that should be very important for all marketeers. Last but not least is the issue of mental health. Whether you're an adult, you're a young adult, you're a professional, you're a housewife, you're a CMO, you're a CDO, all of us have too much pressure on us. Some of us handle it with aplomb. And there may be other things that you want to take up, inequality in income, taboos that you want to demystify. But I'm taking mental health because it's such a broad area. I think while FMCG brands, B2B brands, B2C brands, D2C brands, depending on what category you are in, you're being true to the credo that you set for yourself. and you're building on the brand promise and the brand purpose. But taking up issues that impact the consumers in a deep way is very important. And the mental health challenge is possibly the biggest epidemic India is facing. Can brands take up issues? And there are many brands that are taking up issues which are, I wouldn't say peripheral to the brand, but they make sure that the brand is all encompassing beyond the experience they are providing with their product and service. I want to end by talking of the three things that I keep talking about. One is quality of sleep. Second is kindness. And you have to be kind to yourself also. Sometimes I'm very harsh on myself. I set targets. As I said, we have too much pressure on ourselves. We have societal pressure. We have pressure from our parents. We have pressure from our children who want things. We have pressure from peers. We have pressure from the business environment. We have pressure from almost every sector in every segment of and the slice of life that we interact. That's how life has become. Can brands be that communication, that experience that can help you live a less pressured life? I'm not sure that's possible in today's world with social media, but clearly keeping away your phone, maybe doing a campaign to keep away your phone will work. And I'm all for D2C brands. They're doing great work. But the amount of packaging, if you order a D2C brand, whether in food or cosmetics or any other category, is the amount of packaging really is huge, and some of it has become sustainable in the last few months. Some of the D2C and delivery platforms and made sure that the materials they use are more sustainable. But the fact is the amount of solid waste we are creating in our homes because of ordering stuff. E-commerce is growing, and I'm all for it because it's, the rise of Q-commerce is the cover story in business world, this issue. But these are things that we need to think about. We are living in the era of generative AI, and of course there are AI tools, but we need to ask ourselves questions through our communication and the product services that we are providing. Are we enhancing the quality of life, or we are just filling in? That's a question brand marketers need to ask. And I will end by reiterating: sleep 8 hours, be kind to yourself, forgive yourself. Even if the time is tough, I stay an optimistic person. Even in times which may not pan out exactly as I want them to be, I stay focused. In fact, I'm more focused as an individual and more focused with my time, my efforts. And I always believe that tomorrow will be better than today. I live on hope. Marketing is a lot about creating hope for life. I think if we can create that, if marketers and brand owners can create that, we all will be in a happy place and achieve what we need to. So the next 2 days of deliberations hopefully will give you ideas, content, connections, and some inspiration to build bigger businesses, bigger brands, but also contribute to the environment, to the well-being of the consumers, and most importantly, to the growth of the country. India continues to grow in spite of its, there is a reported slowdown in the consumer markets in certain product categories. This summer has been the best for a lot of categories. Of course, air conditioning is one obvious. Summer products is another. Consumer durables has done well. But really, products that are made in India, brands that are made for India, and products that have a supply chain that is totally Indian will be preferred by individuals and consumers as we grow. I wish you luck in your endeavor to build businesses that are sustainable, that elevate the consumer experience, and most importantly, bring empathy to the whole consumer experience. I wish you luck, and I look forward to celebrating the good work that some of you have done in your businesses and brands. And we at the editorial platform of BW Business World, whether it's online or in print or through our face-to-face initiatives, we'll be able to take it to larger audiences beyond the room. Thank you. God bless you. And please give Mr. Sandeep Sangwan a big welcome. Aditya will introduce him formally, and my editorial colleagues, Ms. Noor Fatima Barsia, Mr. Ruhail Amin, Ms. Soumya Sehgal, Ms. Reema Bhandari, Reema Baduri. She is Bengali. I made her a Punjabi. Reema, forgive me for that. Some people would like to be Punjabis in their nightlife. I'm not sure you would like to be. A lot of my business colleagues are there. So all the best. You may engage with them, and I'll see you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for setting the context, setting the tone. He's spoken of marketing as a business in a larger sense, but exactly your business banta kaise hai? I believe it becomes better with a good strategy. So the keynote address, it is on the enduring significance of strategy. A differentiated strategy in lean times can help platforms outperform the market growth. Now, what are the key tenets? To discuss that, to share his opinions and also expert ideas on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Sandeep Sangwan, Managing Director, Castrol India.
Hi, good morning, everyone. First of all, a huge apologies because I'm one of the culprits who's late. Okay, I came from Gurgaon. I started at 9, thinking I'll be here by 10:30, but I don't know in range whether Mumbai is better or Delhi is better. Okay, I'm an optimist. That's why I'm saying better instead of using worse. So, yeah. But anyway, we are all here, and first of all, huge warm welcome to all of you at the second edition of Business World Festival of Marketing. And I'm grateful to Dr. Batra and the Business World team for this opportunity to discuss a topic that is both close to my heart and crucial for continued success, which is, as Amit said, the power of differentiated marketing in lean times. And I think if I look at the hall, there are possibly distinguished marketers in this hall and people with marketing pedigree and skills much beyond that what I have. But I'll draw upon my career and experience over 30 years in different markets, different geographies, different spaces, different brands to speak a bit about marketing. And that too, I will touch on the power of differentiated marketing in lean times. But I'd also like to touch upon a few fundamental beliefs I have, whether you call them marketing beliefs or business beliefs that I've picked up and that have really stood me in good stead, whether it was bad times or good times. And I think it'll be my fortune to share with many of the youngsters in this room who still have a long career ahead of them and a long journey to success ahead of them. So coming back to differentiated marketing in lean times, I think where I want to start is from a marketing perspective, differentiation matters. Okay, that's the simple truth. Whether it is lean times or stable times or good times, that is what drives choice for consumers and customers. And differentiation is why consumers would trust us and pay us a premium or something which is not differentiated, which is run of the mill, which is a commodity. And that's why in marketing, differentiation creates that value or value propositions that we give to our consumers and customers. I think that's the first basic thought I have. The second is whether it is lean times or euphoric times or exuberant times or good economic growth, prosperity, there can be no let up in a marketer's efforts to continue building their brands and continue driving equity metrics. And something that you should always remember, brands don't get built in a year. Brands get built over hundreds of years. It also means arriving at an optimized mix for our marketing goals all the time. Okay, whether good or bad, always focus on driving your mix, market mix, spend efficiencies, And there's never a bad time for doing that. And the third thing I would say is to thrive, we must know what are our targets or audience's needs and wants and keep working towards refining our value propositions. And that's where innovation comes in and plays a huge role in building brands. And I think that means insight generation and brand propositions built on true insights will stay core to marketing discipline. I had the fortune of working for about 5 years in Procter, P&G, and A.G. Lafley, the CEO, always espoused consumer is boss mindset. He used to say, I'm not the boss, you're not the boss, consumer is the boss. Okay, and that is who pays our bills. And the whole organization was focused around winning at what he called 2 moments of truth. The first moment of truth is when the consumer or customer buys your product. And the second moment of truth is when they use it and experience the product. And as marketers, we have to win both the moments of truth. And then a third moment of truth got added on, which is the 0 moment of truth, which is actually point of sale. So we have, as marketers, our brand also needs to win at point of sale when the first consumer interaction happens with the brand, or even before point of sale. In today's digital world, a lot of interaction with brand happens at the consideration stage or awareness to consideration part of the funnel. So I think these are some of the simple tenets that I always hold true in my head and when I talk to my teams and our teams. Let's move on to lean times. Okay. And I'm sure there are many business leaders in the room. And during lean times, our first instinctive reaction is cut spend. Okay. Anything happens, cut spending. However, there are enough case studies in the history of marketing which indicate the opposite actually. That brands that have doubled down on marketing spending during lean times actually win. And in 2008, Millward Brown shared evidence that 60% of the brands that went dark during an economic downturn, which means they did not spend on TV for 6 months or more, actually saw brand use decline 24% and brand image decreased by about 28%. Businesses that continue to maintain share of voice and share of market spend during a downturn have actually shown a longer-term improvement in profitability that outweighed the short-term savings. And I've been a marketer and I've been a business head. And I think one of the tenets, and Rohit, our CMO, is sitting here, and my last place to go to in terms of cost cutting is the marketing spend. I want to protect that at all costs because I believe that is important. Yeah. Just to quote a few examples that appeared in a Forbes story some time back about how recessions have been pivotal moments for brands to win market share. In the 20s, in US, Post was the category leader and significantly cut ad spending during the Great Depression. Kellogg's instead doubled down on spending and introduced Rice Krispies at the same time as an innovation, and their profits grew 30%. And Kellogg's actually went on to own the category for the next few decades. And I think the latest is, you've heard the Mars news. Mars has kind of taken over Calanova, or will be taking over Calanova, which is Mars's entry into cereal business. During the 1973 recession, Toyota increased its ad spend at a time when everyone else dropped their spending. And Toyota went on to become the biggest imported car maker in US by 1976. That's a classic, another classic case story. Similarly, in 91 recession, McDonald's dropped its advertising budget, which Pizza Hut and Taco Bell took advantage of. Pizza Hut sales grew 61%. And Taco Bell sales grew by 40% and McDonald's declined by 28%. And I think there are numerous examples, whether you look at technology, Amazon increased its spend, introduced Kindle in time of recession in 2009, went on to win. And I think closer home, I've experienced this myself. I took over the role as managing director of Castrol India in 2020, came here in Jan, and then COVID struck. Okay, and what did we do? We continued our marketing spend in the second half of 2020 and first half of 21. We never cut our advertising, although the country was under a shutdown, and that rewarded us with increased market shares as we came into 21, and actually bumper quarterly sales in the first quarter of 21, and then we saw the same phenomena in first quarter of 22. The question I would ask is, are we really going through lean times? And I think in my 3 decades of experience that stretches across companies like Gillette, Procter & Gamble, and now Castrol, which is a part of BP, if there is one thing that I've learned is treat every year as a lean year. Works wonders with discipline of marketing, because then you focus on strategy, you focus on how to manage your budgets, you focus on how to manage your costs. And I think it just means arriving at an optimized mix for our marketing goals. But one thing I would strongly advise is, in lean times, go back to consumers and customer interactions. Okay, because what happens is the mindset shifts slightly, and the value propositions that we bring to them may need to change slightly. In lean times, value becomes more important to consumers or customers, and therefore communicating value becomes a much better strategy or approach, because I think consumers' propensity to take risk goes down. And that is why they would always come back to the trusted brands, the brands that they trust, okay, because they seek reassurance that if I'm spending X amount of money, it's not going to be a waste. And that's why they lean back on their trusted brands and usage of trusted brands. The other thing I would say is, and Dr. Batra touched on that, is I think there's a lot of technology, data, science available now to continue sense checking how consumers and customers are behaving. Okay, so make use of that, leverage that, and that'll come in very handy. So my sincere advice to marketers and business leaders here in the room is, in lean times, double down on your investments and don't cut down on marketing spends, as it will pay rich dividends in times to come. That was my spiel on lean times and differentiated marketing. But let me also share a few fundamental beliefs that I built over the years. The first belief I have is brands matter. And brands supported with innovation matter even more. Because you have to keep our brands contemporary. Consumers expect that. As Dr. Batra was saying, the consumer has become a lot more younger. Their needs and wants are very different from the needs and wants of consumers 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And I think if I look at Castrol, we've been globally available for 125 years. Okay, and in 24, actually, we're celebrating 125 years of Castrol, and we've been in India for about 115 years. So there must be something right that we've done. Okay. But during this journey, we've refreshed our brands about 10 plus times. The last refresh was in 2023, and that keeps us contemporary, that keeps us relevant and engaged with consumers. And I think our board chairman is Mr. R. Gopalakrishnan, ex-Unilever He was on the board of various Tata companies and Tata and Sons, a prolific writer, management guru. And he tells me, and he made this statement to me. He said, Sandeep, you've just inherited this brand from your predecessors, and you're reaping the fruits of what they've done for the brand. Okay. So you're just a custodian of this brand to continue building this great brand so that it can be passed on to the next generation. And I think I found that very wise. And also that puts a huge responsibility on me and my team to make sure that we're doing the right things for the brand. The second thing I want to say is be clear on your brand equity and what it stands for. And what are your points of differentiation and what are the unique identities that are associated with your brand? Okay. And there'll be many examples. As Dr. Batra was saying, brand purpose, what are you delivering to the consumers should be the first question you ask. How are you delivering value? And if I look at Castrol from a uniqueness perspective, there are three things that we never give up. One is the Castrol roundel, and red, green, and the white color. Okay. Anytime a consumer sees a roundel with a green, red, and white color, the brand Castrol comes to their mind. Okay. And that's something that we've maintained all along. The third thing I would say is brands need to be authentic so that consumers can trust us. Okay. Be really, really very authentic in what we stand for, and don't try and fool consumers. It never pays out. And good storytelling never goes out of fashion as a marketer. Fine. So in all your communication, tell stories. Even if you're telling your benefit and reason to believe and the general way you build your communication, tell stories. Because people engage with stories, and that's what they remember. So from a comms perspective, a good storytelling, a good creative is always going to do wonders for your brand. And I think there are two other things I would touch upon, which are kind of, one more thing which I forgot to mention is be simple in your communication. Don't make it very complicated. Okay. You don't need a PhD to understand what the marketer is trying to communicate. And I think one of the best pieces of communication I've seen, at least personally, that's the way I see it over the last, in the last 6 months, is Sensodyne. Okay. You see the visual, you get it. You see the ad, you get it. And I think the credit must go to the marketing team at Helion, even in terms of their media mix and the media strategy. You cannot miss the ad. Okay. It just keeps popping up on digital platforms, on outdoors, on TV. And I think that's one of the best pieces of creative and comms that I've seen. And as a brand, as I hear, it's doing extremely well. Two things which will become far more important as we go into the future. One is technology and data-driven marketing. And at the outset, I would say marketing needs to make money. It's not for charity, okay? Because any business leader would ask you, what is your ROI? As simple as that, okay? So leverage data to generate insights, and more performance marketing is becoming far more crucial. How do you kind of get consumer actually to move through the funnel and buy your product? That's the ultimate aim. And MarTech is here to stay. So my advice to all the youngsters is skill up yourself in AI, skill up yourself. What does performance marketing mean, and how to use MarTech to drive efficiency? And I think AI will also have a huge impact on efficiency, especially around the processes of creative development. It gives you far more options. It gives you far more agility. So adopt it rather than kind of saying, no, that's not where we want to go. And the second thing is, which Dr. Batra said, is ESG. Okay. Brands need to be sustainable. I worked in Germany. I worked in Europe for a number of years. And consumers actually in India, it may be a small segment, but in Germany, if you're not sustainable, people will reject you. And the other thing that we've learned is people will not pay a premium for sustainable products. Okay, they expect it at the same price because it is the right thing to do. There are three other things that I want to leave you with, things that I believe in as marketers, as business leaders. The first thing is people matter. So treat your team members, treat your colleagues the way you want to be treated. Okay. Humility, trust, empathy never goes out of fashion. So please focus on people. Okay. When you leave organizations, people don't remember what you did. People remember you, how good a leader you were or how good you were with people. And promote diversity, equity, and inclusion. Because diversity will always lead to better outcomes and better decisions. The second thing, which is very close to my heart and which I keep pushing, is excellence in execution. If a strategy which is not well executed is not worth the paper it is written on. So focus on excellence in execution, because that can make a 70 look like 150. And I go back to many years, and I used to work in Gillette, and we used to have this thing called in-store theater. One mantra we had was that we have to win at point of sale. Okay. And any consumer walking into a retail store, and in modern times, walking in onto an e-commerce website, should not miss Gillette. Okay. We need to own all the checkouts in a modern trade environment. We needed to have displays in a traditional environment. And in fact, I remember I was in Jaipur, I used to be area sales manager for Gillette ages ago. Many of you may not have been born then. And I used to have a scooter, and while going with my wife, I used to keep looking at shops. And we just got married, and she said, "What are you looking at?" I said, "I'm looking at our displays. Is 7 o'clock visible or not?" So those are some of the basics. And the third thing I would say is a sense of urgency. Okay. Or something I call continuous dissatisfaction. There is always a better way to do things. So keep questioning, okay? And to conclude, as marketers, have aspirations. And I'll close with a quote from Leo Burnett, which said, "When you reach for the stars, you may not get quite one, but you won't come up with a handful of mud either." So thank you very much, and have a good session.
Thank you so much, Sandeep ji, for the address. Just to ask audience members, how many of you agree with whatever he said? By a show of hands. How many of you disagree? It's okay, it's good to be. He said, no, be diverse. He's just testing that. But no, good. Okay, that means you're attentive. Also, request to our friends at the back, especially because this is an old colonial type built hall. जिसकी roof बहुत ज़्यादा लंबी है और ऊंची है, and the floors all wooden. Even the slightest of whisper will be heard. I heard someone bargaining about something. That's a request. Keep it to yourself. Yeah. Thank you. And now, for a quick fireside chat with Sandeep ji, please join me in welcoming the group editor of PW Business World, Noor Fatima Warsi, everybody. Also, Sandeep sir, please. We are getting mics, yes. That's how we'll amplify good stories, as he mentioned. Also, Noor, a humble request before they play that buzzer, which I promised you I haven't told them about. टाइमर का ध्यान रखना.
I would love that. I was going to say that, can the timer be updated?
Yes, they will
Alright.
do that.
We apparently have 10 minutes, which I appreciate. My boss is not here. He was dying to do this. He pipped me in doing it. I was the original candidate. And then it's karmic, I have to say, reigned, and he cannot afford to be here right now. But it is, it's my pleasure to do this conversation with you. I had a set of questions, but you touched on a lot of that right now. I'm just going to try and build on what we already heard from you today. There are various, first of all, I think I'm going to thank you on behalf of every marketer that's the last department you go to when it comes crunch time, because otherwise it's not the case in many companies, and we are facing the brunt of that in the industry. When we talk about strategy, there are various pillars to it. One is prioritization. And we are talking of times of ruthless prioritization. I have to figure out whose phone that is. Whose ever phone that is, we're going to charge you here on. Every time we hear it, everybody here gets a rupee from you. So keep an eye out the next time the phone rings. Apologies about that. When we talk about prioritization, we are talking about ruthless prioritization. How have you, and you quoted the Lafferty example. I was a journalist in his first term with the company, which shows how old I am. But we are talking about more and more of that coming in the picture. So when you are making some of these decisions and guiding your company, how do you kind of prioritize? This is where I will have to tighten irrespective.
So I think first of all, you have to stay true to your strategy. Okay, whatever we've laid out. And I think the way we prioritize is which are the must-win areas. Yeah. Okay. And in organizations, you would always have people with their pet project, which they don't want to give up, where nahi boss iske bina to ye bilkul nahi hoega. So I think one is you have to stay focused on your battles that you want to win in the market. Okay. The second is what is giving you the maximum ROI or return. And I think you have to always keep balancing the short term versus the long term. Okay, because not everything will pay out in the year, but you also need to deliver the year. Okay, you have various stakeholders to manage. And the third thing I've noticed is involve your team. Okay, so I have my leadership team. We all sit together and then we say, okay, these are our must-win battles. This is the pot of money we have. Which are the key activities we're going to spend in? Okay, and you have to continuously keep reviewing it. Okay, whether it is strategy, like we possibly look at a 5-year frame or where the business is headed in 5 years. But every year we have a check-in on strategy with the board and we reprioritize which are the areas that we want to go after. And within the year delivery also, we keep balancing from a prioritization. And sometimes you have to take hard calls.
Right.
Okay. And as a business leader, I have to kind of come in and say, no, we will not do this. And people feel a bit unhappy about it, but so be it.
It's always tough. A lot of conversations, my brethren likes to write a lot about this domain every time. And many of our big highlights are around creativity, around innovation and people. You mentioned people yourself a few times. Very rarely do we find our headlines or our questions talk about strategy. Too much of a given. We are not discussing it enough. Do you think more attention can be paid?
Yeah, I think to me, strategy is never a given because the environment is very dynamic. Okay, for example, Dr. Batra touched on Q-commerce, okay, or quick commerce.
Yes.
5 years ago, it wasn't there. Okay, and suddenly now quick commerce is becoming so big, and as a brand, if you're not kind of participating in that, whether you call it a channel or play, then you're left behind. So I think strategy needs to be reviewed. And each organization should have its own framework of whether you do a 5-year strat build or a 3-year strat build, and then kind of you review it at a regular frequency. And I think at Castrol, we've done it time and again. I think a lot of people say oil is an oil. Okay, but Castrol for 125 years has always made it that it means much more than an oil. Okay, we were the first ones with monogrades to multigrades. We innovated on route to market with Bazaar channel. We were the first ones to come out with BS6. So I think, and that's all a function of making sure that you're reviewing your strategy at regular intervals. and making changes and shifts that need to be made.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. I'm just continuing with the same line of thought. You mentioned it, and I'm going to make you explain that a little bit more. Right now on the C-suite, including marketers, there is tremendous pressure. They need to deliver. Of course, the pressure is across the board, but this suite has to then adjust themselves. There is the long term and then there is the short term. How are you seeing or how are you ensuring that within Castrol, any advice that you give to your immediate team leaders that is beneficial to the C-suite on how do you adjust to the pressure of the short term without losing sight of the long term?
Yeah. Okay. I think when we look at our business in-year delivery and the next 5-year frame, fine. I think we would have already identified that there's some place which is going to be multi-year plays. Okay. It's not a 1-year fix, right? We've just started advertising our top of the line brand called Castrol Edge. Okay. Which is built on the performance platform. And that's something that we need to continue doing over the next few years to build that brand because it's right now small. So I think balancing of short term versus long term is, in my mind, just having a frame, being very clear about what you need to do to make in-year delivery. So, for example, pricing and cost is an in-year delivery mechanism. It's long term, but it's also an in-year mechanism because if you don't act on inflation or if you don't act on raw material input cost increases, then you'll hit your margins. Okay, so that is being very clear on which are the long-term plays, which are the short-term plays, which are the areas you're going to impact, and having that clarity is what helps us.
Excellent. I'm going to pull this conversation now to your personal experience. You were kind to share some, but specifically to strategy, any decision that you might have taken, at that time, it might have looked good, it might have looked bad, but in hindsight, that decision did work. Any strategic decision, or maybe some challenges that you might have faced that you'd like to share with us, like a learning.
Yeah, I think 2 examples come to my mind. I was working in Middle East and there was one specific brand without naming the brand. And that brand was doing very good in GCC countries, which is Gulf Cooperation Council. Yeah. But we kept struggling in Egypt. Okay. We were not able to make money. We were at it for about 2-3 years and it never worked. And I think ultimately we had to pull the plug and I had to say, okay, we will exit that market. Okay. So it's a commercial decision. And then we said, okay, this brand will have no play in Egypt. Let's exit from that market because there's no hope of making money in the next at least 10 years, given the competitive situation, given the regulatory environment. So that was one decision. On the other hand, Gillette used to own 2 brands, Gillette and Blades and Razors. And then we used to own a brand called Braun. Okay, Braun or Braun, whichever. It's a German brand. The ladies in the room may remember it because of silk appeal. Okay, epilators. And it used to do household products, but it's also a very big brand in electric shavers. Okay, electric shavers is not big here. In China, it's a huge category. And somebody in their own wisdom decided to say, okay, we will not call Braun, but we will call it Gillette powered by Braun. Okay, shavers. And they wanted to get volumes, but what they did was completely destroy the equity of the brand because it was a German design-led brand. Yeah. And then when I went in, I had the whole task of bringing the equity back, branding it Braun, and actually we repositioned it as a very premium brand sold in department stores on the basis of made in Germany, German equity. And I think that was another experience, how you can destroy the value of a brand and then it takes a number of years to bring it back.
But excellent. Of course, I'm familiar with the brand and I'm the generation that still understands GCC as Gulf and not what these data center guys have made it, global capacity, whatever.
global capability centers.
Yeah, thank you. See, it still doesn't register for me. They are all data centers, please. All right. Now, again, I'm just trying to now build on your leadership style. Again, it's a very, very dynamic company that you're leading. You have multi-market experience. Anything on, first, let's just stay on the topic. And how do you foster a strategic mindset within your team? How do you ensure all of those departments are starting from there?
So I think, first of all, you have to carry your team with you. Okay, so whatever strategy you come up with, they have to be part of that creation process. Okay, it's not like I decide on the strategy and then we go, because there's enough knowledge and wisdom in the team to help us build that strategy. That's one thing I would say. The second is communicate. Okay, communicate ruthlessly to the whole organization, because they need to know where you are headed. Okay, so one of the big shifts we've kind of made in Castrol is our category grows at about 4-5%. Yeah, and Castrol was it still is very margin focused, very bottom line driven, and a hugely profitable company. But somewhere we're struggling on top line growth. Okay, volume and top line growth, and I think to make that shift, we had to communicate to the organization that we are also going to focus on top line growth. Okay, because that is what our stakeholders want. Okay, stakeholders is not only the parent company, but stakeholders is also shareholders who've invested in the company. Okay, we made that shift. We communicated that to the organization, and that's kind of hugely important. Being clear what you want to do, but also the whole organization being very clear as to what needs to be done. So that's one side. The second thing I would say is, from a leadership perspective, things which are important to me is trust. Okay, I start with 200% trust in my team. Okay, unless until somebody breaks that trust, then then it's a different conversation.
They take time to build it back.
The second is create space for them. Okay, and create space for your teams to kind of test out their ideas. And in my eyes, failure is a good thing. Okay, because if you don't try new things, you will not succeed, and not everything you try will succeed.
Of course.
So be accepting of failure and learn from there and move on. I think those are a few thoughts that I just want to share.
Excellent. We're in the last 4 minutes. I'm going to be nice and ask if anybody in the audience has a question. You can think about it for a minute till I still ask him one more question. If you do, just raise your hands, because for the mic to come to you, it will take as much time it took for the mic to come to me, it takes time. So if anybody has a question, you have to identify yourself when you ask the question, and you can think through, and I will continue. This is also, possibly my last question to you. We discussed a lot of it today. We discussed people, we discussed strategy, we discussed different departments, C-suite, and we discussed the bigger picture. Parting thoughts, any big trends, ideas, anything that you think is going to define 2024 for us as an economy, as an industry?
I think the good thing is India is buzzing right now. Okay, so there's enough opportunity to create impact and to grow our businesses. So that's one big thing. The second is India is also going to draw a huge pull from a talent perspective. And I think, Fatima, you mentioned GCC or GCH, Global Capability Hubs. 40% of global capability hubs are actually in India. So that whole transition of back offices is actually converting into a talent conversation in the form of global capability hubs. So there'll be enough opportunities for our talent, young talent, to progress. And the third thing I would say is adopt technology. I may not be the right person to say that, okay, but adopt technology, because it is going. If you don't understand MarTech, AI, data science, you're going to be left behind. I think those are my parting thoughts.
Excellent, excellent. Anybody had any questions? We still have a couple of minutes. Is Aditya in the room? He likes to run away all the time. We'll find him. Yes. All right, we do have a couple of minutes. My MC, oh, sorry, there. Can we have the mic sent to the gentleman here? Do let us know who you are, and shall I? I think the gentleman here has a question. मैंने तो आपसे कहा था कि वक्त लगेगा.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
It was great listening to you, Mr. Sangman. And myself, I'm Harsharan Kohli, and I worked in the area of supply chain management with a global retailer called IKEA. And nowadays, I am generating leads for the supply chain management services. My question is, I think you touched a bit upon that. What do you think is the difference between the traditional marketing and the contemporary marketing? So where do you see is the difference, and how in during current times one can really, market their goods in a most efficient way so that you can have a wider market? Thank you, sir.
No, thank you, sir. So first of all, I have a huge respect for IKEA in terms of till the time you bring the thing home and you have to assemble it.
It doesn't work for some of us.
So I think the way I see it is some things stay relevant today. You have to communicate benefit. You have to communicate value. You have to tell a story to consumers in your communication. I think the media has shifted a lot. The mediums have shifted a lot. When I grew up in marketing, it was like TV, print, outdoor. Okay, that was the thing. I think today, if you look at a brand spend, possibly TV, print, outdoor, some brands actually don't even use TV, print, outdoor, and the two brands that Anurag was talking about. So the media mix has changed a lot. And the second is, I think there's a lot of data that can help you drive performance. Okay, because earlier we used to get that, what was it? The national readerships, NRS or whatever. Yeah, which used to come once a year, and then you'll say, okay, this.
He knows my age now. That's what he's talking about, NRS and IRS.
Okay. Whereas today you can read in terms of, okay, you served an ad and how many impressions you've got and what is the conversion cycle. So I think that shifted a lot. The third shift which is going to come is based on Gen AI is going to be about creative processes. Okay. That's the third thing. And the fourth thing I would say is, I should have mentioned it before, for marketers, data handling is going to be crucial because there's a huge regulation coming on data privacy, and how do you interact with personally identifiable information is something that we should all be very aware and conscious of.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the question. I have to thank Mr. Sangwan. Please, one loud round of applause. Never get it right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please, sir. Thank you, Noor, for Sandeep, sir. Picture. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
But thank you, Noor, for moderating that and doing it last minute. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, now that the fireside chat is done, it's time to move ahead with the first panel discussion of the day. While they're setting up the stage, I shall introduce the panelists to you. The topic is the consumers of today and also of tomorrow. We'll be discussing the present and also the coming future. Shweta, can we please have the panelists? Okay. The consumers of today and also of tomorrow. Now, everything changes, and yet nothing changes when it comes to connecting with, engaging with the consumers. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Ajay Dang, President and Head of Marketing, Ultratech Cement. Joining him is Rahul Talwar, Chief Marketing Officer, Max Life Insurance. Joining them is Zohair Kapuswala, Marketing Head for the Indian subcontinent, Tic Tac, Nutella, and also Ferrero Rocher, Ferrero India. Coming next is the man whose brands I've been doing last 10 shows with, Sai Narayan, Chief Marketing Officer, Policy Bazaar. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director, IMT Ghaziabad. Let's please welcome them collectively on the stage, everybody. Thank you. We practice this, we'll get better at this by the time we reach the awards. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. I think a slightly late start, but I'm sure we'll make up with a lot of the insight and the learning that exists and the experience that exists on this platform today. I've had a bit of a chat. We've been coming from different parts. The furthest is Gurgaon. Of course, some people have been coming from Mumbai as well, but so today has been a slightly different day. The people from Gurgaon have landed later than the people from Mumbai. So thanks so much for joining us. I think we're very thankful to Business World for inviting us today. A very, very important topic. And as soon as the topic was given to me, I suddenly reflected back on a Twitter conversation that happened between Mr. Anand Mahindra about 5 years back when they launched an electric vehicle, a sports electric vehicle called Batista. I think this was their launch of the acquisition design firm that they had. And obviously he launched it, and it was amazing in terms of the look and feel and sports car. And all of a sudden in the comments, somebody says, "Kitna deti hai?" Right? How much do you get for it? How much mileage or whatever else? Of course, Mr. Anand Mahindra's reply was also quite amusing and to the point. He says, "Electric hai, shock deti hai." But what I'm trying to highlight here is the fact that there's so much conversation around digital transformation. There's so much conversation around what's happening post-COVID. Some things we believe have changed and some things we believe fundamentally remain very similar. Now, how do organizations, how do brands, how do consumer-facing individuals, people, organizations, they manage this whole balance of the same as well as being different? We couldn't have asked for a better panel. Obviously, we have Sai, we have Ajay, we have Rahul, and we have Zohair with us. So maybe I'll start with the first question, and I'll maybe request Zohair a little bit to expand on this. Of course, there are tools and channels. There's so much there that is very different. There's so much digitization. We know that a lot of channels have moved towards the digital space. But do you really think that there's some aspects which have remained the same in terms of consumer engagement, in terms of consumer understanding, consumer behavior, that will always stand the test of time?
See, Indian consumers are evolving, and Indian consumers are evolving on a hyper activation mode, because now they are being more empowered, more aware, and they are with their mobile phones everywhere. So the information is on their tip. So first thing is, they are becoming more and more aware. Second thing is that the mindset still remains. So some amount of mindset is being carried over from, so the middle class values or the cost consciousness values still continues to remain. I want a quick commerce player to deliver in 10 minutes, but still I want it at a discount. It is still there in our DNA. So commanding a premium over service becomes more and more difficult in the Indian context. Also, see, basically, the aware consumer is making choices, and they are making choices in a very hyper competitive world. In this hyper competitive world, they are making choices to ensure that they buy the best, and it is a personal matter of pride that I am making a informed decision. That particular, I believe, is a matter of a pride which an Indian consumer takes, saying that yes, I'm making a more informed decision over earlier I was not making an informed decision. Now I'm empowered. I'm taking a more informed decision. So that particular, I believe, change is happening, but continues with the old DNA values of cost consciousness and impulsiveness still is being retained by the consumer.
Obviously change, but at the same time, the cost consciousness element remains largely the same. Your brand is very treasured, especially during gifting times, and I'm sure beyond that as well. So Rahul, would you agree with Zohair about what he said? Because your industry has obviously had let's say, in a sense, a positive run, a good run, post-COVID, a lot more awareness of insurance and the different products. What is your take?
So thanks for that. Good afternoon, everyone. I think fundamentally, I would agree with what we heard right now, but I would maybe draw attention to three things, and I think that's what we experience within the insurance space. We've got Sai on the panel. I'm sure he'll double it up when it comes to him. I think fundamentally what we've seen that this entire phenomena of wanting to be in control or wanting to have access to being in control. I think that's a phenomena that we're definitely seeing play out in a certain way. Information flow hence impacting wanting to be in control. I think that's one piece that we've definitely picked up. The other thing which we believe, at least in insurance, in many new models that have emerged for sure, but the role of the human factor, because fundamentally you're looking at insurance as a long-term relationship product for our consumers today or customers tomorrow, and we've seen that the role of the human factor, while this prospect or customer wants to be in control, but there's always that play of the human factor, because that's what, again, culturally out of the mental model that we heard, we see trust gets extracted from the presence of some human in conversation, and insurance definitely sees that for sure. While we have started seeing a lot more customers coming to manufacturers or through the aggregators directly, for sure. I think that's a new age phenomena. The third thing that I as a marketer, or all of us as, say, belonging to the marketing fraternity, would believe in, that the authenticity of message is far more out there to be seen now, with the audience being able to just unpeel. There is this entire litmus test of saying that, okay, there is an instant evaluation happening through the advent of social, through the advent of omni touch points that's happening around. So as marketeers, as brands, how would you deliver trust yet be authentic? How would you deliver trust yet be authentic and still be in a conversational discussion or engagement with the customer? So I think that's the pieces that we've seen insurance also, or Max Life Insurance also seeing through. But largely, yes, I think there is a sense of continuity, but there is that infusion of new elements that's coming along.
Thank you. So you spoke about the authenticity of message. Were we not being authentic earlier? Ajay, what do you think? Were we not being authentic?
Yeah, it's early morning, so if I'm allowed a little fun.
Absolutely.
I think we overplay this point of change, right? Yeah, Bill Bernbach said that. I think oftentimes we talk in terms of what would you base your business on? Would you base your business on stuff that is changing? Or would you base your business on stuff that is firm kind of stuff? If you reflect back, I think oftentimes we delve too much into our products. But from time immemorial, right? I think the needs haven't changed that drastically, right? We all love to be admired, right? We all love to celebrate stuff. We all have a sense of need for security. So at times, I think we far overdo this piece in terms of the change and the evolution. And the other piece that I think we forget oftentimes is that we are talking to human beings, right? At the end of the day, we are not talking. I dislike the term consumer, because it's, in my mind, it gives me a visual of a container into which your product is getting poured. We are not dealing with containers, right? We are dealing with human beings. And those things fundamentally haven't changed in 5,000 years. They will not change. The manifestation of some of that changes a little bit. Yeah, were we not communicating before phones? Were we not celebrating before phones? Was there not need for appreciation and standing out before I think the most. So I think we overplay some of this stuff. Also, we overplay at times the roles that our products and our categories play. Our salaries come out of that, but we overplay the roles that they play in consumers' life. It's far more focusing on the human being that you're talking to, the core need that you're talking to. As long as you do that, I think oftentimes it remains true to that. Also, I think sometimes some of our, let's say, maybe digital marketers or media players have developed this FOMO among us. They've done a fabulous B2B marketing with us. They've developed FOMO with us that the world is going to change tomorrow. Today it is the metaverse. Tomorrow it is AI. Day after, God knows something. And the world is entirely changing. Our consumers are not changing. They are human beings, same needs. Formats might change, but I think it's a far simpler way and far more grounded way, I think, of looking at things to sort.
Thank you. So, fear of missing out. I mean, you're a digital first organization, Sai, Policy Bazaar. What's your take on what Rajay says? I mean, what's your orientation to, the users or the consumers or the policy holders?
Sure. I think I pretty much agree with what the panelists have said. But just one point, the authenticity part was very interesting, and I just wanted to share 2 bits on that, and then I'll move to the other part. So I think you say you raised the point that is authenticity important now? Was it not earlier? I think my take on that is authenticity has always been important, but just that in today's age, it's become paramount because earlier, even with a little less authentic or communication, you can get away because the consumers did not have the information overload to check or find out about it. But in today's time, your consumers are themselves creators, so it is impossible for you not to be authentic. And the other point on authenticity is that, again, why it is paramount to be authentic with your communication, with your promise, with your product promise and everything is because if you are authentic, it will absolutely and definitely hit and reach the consumer, and the consumer will give a reaction. As a marketer, I've seen that, I've failed more than I've succeeded. Because, a lot of experiments that fail actually do not come out in the open. But the ones that succeed, which they come out in the open, and what happens that we become prisoners of those success because we try to replicate the same similar kind of things. But again, one authentic communication might not be as authentic the second time. So I think what it does is that you stop experimenting then once you succeed in a campaign. So the more we experiment with our communication, with our marketing goal, the more authentic and the more time you fail, you will get to know that what works, what does not work, and you become authentic. And coming to the back point of how the digital user earlier and now, I think one of the biggest change that digital has done, and thanks to when I have just a very small story. Before I joined Policy Bazaar, I used to work in a manufacturer company, and then at that point of time, what used to happen is that whenever we used to do marketing campaigns, once one of the sales head came and told me that looks like whatever campaign you do, it doesn't matter because insurance is a product which is actually sold, which is actually pushed. But after joining Policy Bazaar, what we could really do is that we could create change this push to a pull, wherein people, because of the platform, because of the marketplace platform, people could come and compare and buy. So there was a major shift that we saw in the consumer behavior of from a push to a pull, wherein today we get a lot of consumer queries automatically rather than we reaching out to our sales team reaching out to them. So what I'm trying to say is that obviously technology has brought about this change, but also the consumers are technology is as good as is as good as the uh, as a consumer. The moment a consumer is ready, the technology suddenly becomes more powerful. So yeah, that's
I think the very interesting point Sai makes, and Rahul, I think you must be reverberating with this point. We were talking about COVID and what happened thereafter. Earlier, you had to sell, different products, in your portfolio, and now people actually come along to you and say that, hey, I want to plan my future better. Tell us a little bit more about this phenomenon.
So I think if you were to just maybe look at a larger time horizon and then bring COVID into the discussion, what we had seen always was that, again, from a manufacturing frame, manufacturers like Sai, myself, and the other category players were always trying to grapple with this entire piece that how best to push life insurance. And you always had a role of an intermediary. You always had the age-old advisor coming in and playing a role over there. You had your bank relationship manager. In the timeline, you had the advent of the aggregators. Like Sai mentioned, you had a marketplace competitive where you had a sense of relative comparison control being given to the user. And with what was happening in the entire digital ecosystem, you started seeing signals that yes, there is a specific segment that wants to come direct, that wants to interact direct, yet have a human assisted conversation in the process. Cut to COVID, I think fundamentally what changed for all of us in the life insurance space or the larger insurance space was that what was left intangible, uncertainty, just suddenly came as a center table conversation for everyone because it was right out there. And when you convert or when you take this conversation forward, the uncertainty just by design made conversation for insurance a lot more prevalent and awareness went up. And then when you look at how the insurance ecosystem, manufacturer side, aggregator side just doubled up in trying to deliver a kind of a digital experience in parallel to what were the other models available. I think that just opened up the funnel a lot more. And also the second thing that we have seen across board, Vishal, is that life insurance versus the right life insurance. I think gates and mental models are opening towards that conversation that there is merit in looking at the right life insurance. Term insurance as a conversation is exactly that phenomena that's coming and talking to all of us. That yes, there could be a life insurance product that you may have taken thinking of some savings, thinking of some investments, but fundamentally uncertainty needs to be addressed by having a pure life insurance and hence term. And again, term as a concept or term insurance as a concept has also been made a lot more consumer friendly by talking in consumer language. Again, authenticity. The fact that manufacturers can talk about sum assured, but consumers or prospects or receivers understand cover. And you made that conversation a lot more absorbable and understandable by saying that, okay, just go back and look at, do you have a 50 lakh rupees cover? Do you have a 1 crore cover or not? That's the bare minimum. And then you unitize that entire conversation by saying that, okay, it's all about a 600, 500 rupee per month kind of a conversation. So I think that's the phenomena we saw. Evolution, yes, a lot of work to be done. And I think, again, the collective ecosystem of manufacturers, aggregators put together, I think we're on that journey. And experimentation, I'll borrow from Sai to say that this category has been, in our own ways, been at the forefront of driving experimentation in many ways possible.
Right. Okay. So, Zohair, is there, yours is a trusted, fast-moving consumer brand, chocolates and its derivatives. It must be all systems go, it must be business as usual, or has this whole digital age changed your approach to the market or how you relate to it?
See, FMCG has changed, and in terms of behaviors are the same, but in terms of two things have changed. One is day in the life of the consumer has changed. Second thing is the media consumption has changed. India skips revolutions because the delta is there. So other markets went from a single TV market to multiple TV markets to individual screens. We did not go to multi-screen at all in home. We just went from one screen to individual handheld devices. And hence the entire way of activating the brand changed a lot. earlier when I used to plan media plan, whether I was doing SEC A or I was doing SEC C, the top 10 programs, 80% of the top 10 programs used to be the same. Right now, it's a lot different because everybody, now NCCS is one particular cohort. You're going beyond that to persona-based cohort targeting. You're doing dynamic content optimization. So you're doing a lot more in terms of persona-based activation and more permissive content which is there. So the person is consuming content in that particular fashion what you want to. So that particular thing opens up from an activation point of view. So that is something what we try to build. In terms of consumer trust, what we narrate and what we try to live is to the highest expectations of quality, the way we source our products, and I believe as a company, what we do is not till the time we sell the product, but till the time consumer consumes the product. So because when you are selling premium products, you are not selling just products, but you are selling experiences. That evolution we are trying to maximize till the end point.
Thank you. So Ajay, interestingly, when we were speaking earlier, 70 odd % of cement sales for you is in the B2C segment, which is quite interesting. I mean, I would have thought that this is largely a B2B product. Intermediaries are there, and they kind of determine what brand gets sold. How did you manage this?
So I think India is very, very different. India is layers and layers. I don't sell to any one of the people sitting in the room, right? Because most of you stay in apartments. Somebody else does the purchase for you. But for most of India, they build their own homes kind of stuff. Homes are, you build typically about 8 million homes in this country. India is an open construction. Even on infrastructure side, India is an open construction side, right? You travel to Europe, I don't think you see as many under construction signs there per se versus India. So we talked about India being young. It's a country with ambition, aspiration, and there are bottlenecks to that aspiration. There is a limit that is put that if you're come from a rural village, you can aspire. You might have great ambition, you might have great vigor, but you can aspire only to so much. And the bottleneck, which in many parts of the world is not there, for us, I think it is infrastructure, and we are bridging that infrastructure. Now, coming back to your point in terms of how do we kind of talk to a lot of these people, this used to be a very supply side kind of industry. I remember childhood days when cement used to be rationed, right? From there, capacity came to now it's a fiercely competitive market, right? And I think we've taken the step back of keeping the product on a little step back. I think keeping the consumer at the forefront. And this is a slightly complicated purchase, unlike, let's say, FMCG, where you're directly talking to the consumer. Here, you're talking to a consumer with a network of influencers, right? You're talking to, and the reason is very clear. Homes used to be built as a retirement project earlier, right? Today, homes are being built by people, average age is about 30 to 35, right? And imagine a person 30 to 35 building the biggest project of his life. Unlike most of us, most people build just one home. It's a complicated project. Within that complicated project, you are actually clueless and you don't even know what you don't know. If you're buying a car, you broadly know the specs as to what to look for, the lay of the land. This is a project where you don't know what you don't know. And therefore, you ask around. Therefore, the biggest piece that is there, I think, in terms of supporting the jobs to be done from the consumer's point of view, is helping him in an irreversible process not to take expensive mistakes, right? I think we sell products, but we understand the bigger service is to make the consumer navigate this irreversible, very highly emotional, and very expensive. So, like you mentioned, I love the example that you gave, which is even if you buy a Maybach in India, you start with the question as to what's the mileage. I think we've framed versus being competitive. We've framed the category in India from a point of view of how to choose cement and why to spend effort and time in terms of and being particular about buying a brand of cement by asking you build your home only once, right? Ghar banta hai zindagi mein ek baar. That insight, that piece as to what it means as a piece of competence, as an identity, builds great empathy with consumers. It demonstrates to people that we understand that.
Yeah, so I think, thank you. I think what obviously is common, across some of the businesses, most of them, and in fact, insurance as well, and your business is about knowledge and information exchange, which then has a linkage with trust and confidence in the brand. And in the process, there's attachment and engagement with consumers. Yeah. So I think you want to say something?
Yeah, no. In fact, we treat our business or the decision making akin to getting married or possibly getting your father's heart operated, right? It's high stakes. It's irreversible. You don't have the knowledge. And therefore, I think there is huge leverage for or huge ask and consumer want for trust, expertise.
I mean, hearts do flutter when marriage happens as well. So I think that's a good example. Now, we are aware that we're living in the age of what is known as parody, criticism, connectedness, the network, 6 degrees of separation. We also know that there's this whole concept of the humanization of brands, wherein brands are nothing which on a pedestal. They all do good things. They all do not so great things either. How do you then, in that context, build or sustain brands? Any thoughts on that side?
I think it's a very critical question to which it needs to be answered and pondered on by everyone, because in today's time, I think maybe especially for our category and I think for everyone, the only product that in the insurance category that you have is the trust. Because unlike any other category, when you buy an insurance product, you actually don't get anything. So you get a piece of paper which is so complicated that a consumer, they know it's important, but they don't understand much. But of course, they know a little bit about what they have bought. But the only time they actually experience the product is at the time. They wish they don't. Both the manufacturer and the consumer wish that they don't want to use the product at all. But if they have to use a product, then the experience becomes extremely important, which is the claims, the point of claim, and so is for any other category that be it a air conditioner or be it any other category that once you at least in those categories when you buy it you experience it immediately, but and then when there is a service issue, then the entire cycle. But I think if we fail the consumer at the point of service, so then the brand takes a very big hit. So you might have a great onboarding experience, but if the sales experience, the after sales or the after sales experience or the claims experience is not great, then you might end up losing the consumer. So that's where the entire focus, that's where the entire human touch and going. So I think a lot of times what happens is that we spend a lot of money in customer acquisition, but I think a lot of money needs to be spent on retention, which is the claims experience or the customer experience. That's where the more focus should be, because a great word of mouth of a customer is much stronger than than a spot in a cricket match. So that's where that's so important. And I think I would love to other panelists to even
Yeah, we'll
talk
do
about
that.
it.
This telling us in bright red, the time's up, but I'm sure we can spend about 2-3 odd minutes. Just any thoughts on you have about building brands in such contexts?
In fact, I think we overthink products per se. If I can take that stretch, value is not manufactured in factories, right? Or in size case, maybe by actuaries or that form. I think value is manufactured when there is an overlap in the consumer's life and context, and if the product can find overlap of serving any piece of progress or any jobs to be done that the consumer is looking for. Now, I think that's that identifying that context and identifying that overlap is the greatest value that we create. I think that allows us to, the biggest search engine I always believe is the human mind, right? You type on Google or Perplexity today, later, I think first you think something if a problem comes to your mind. That's the overlap. I think that's the greatest value that marketers and business people create by identifying as to what's the core need that you're serving across. The product fit onto that is oftentimes not as obvious, right? If we ask our consumers, why do you build homes? A lot of them give the rationalized answer, I'm building it for financial security, I'm building it for my kids, and so on and so forth. If you dig one level deeper, those reasons are actually not true, right? Most times a 32-year-old is building is from an identity and a competence proving point of view, right? So I think that is the epicenter of value in a business.
Thank you. And any parting shots, Rahul, very quickly on the same question, and then maybe Zohair also.
No, I think I'll just maybe
30
just
seconds.
adding elements to what Sai and Ajay mentioned. I think cultural context for sure. I think authenticity gets borrowed from cultural context, where to plant the brand story or the brand narrative. And the other thing I think obviously is also about being consistent. I think a lot of value gets extracted by brands who tend to be consistent in what they're trying to put out, while obviously trying to look at newer cohorts, newer segments, etc., etc. But I would definitely also give an added value to cultural context, because that drives conversations.
I'll just add. So we have moved away from broadcast in the new medium to conversations. And this particular thing, brands add value if the brand can converse with them and talk with them. And that does not mean that the person has to tweet for the brand, but he's able to understand the brand well, and he's able to carry and live with the brand. So that particular element is the element which adds value beyond the product. This is how you move from commodities to branded commodities to brand to experiences. And that's the moment you move to the experience point of view, that is where the value and the premium is there. And that's where we create delight for the consumer, from just an conversation to a delight to the next level. That's what I would say.
Great, thank you. I think obviously time's up. I don't know whether there's any question, quick one from the audience, but do we have some time for, there's one question, somebody, 2 questions? Perfect. Yes, ma'am. I think she might need a microphone, please. I can.
Yeah, go on, we can hear you. We can hear you.
But I just wish to understand from your experience, like if I wish to build a house, but ultimately as a end user, the choice to use the cement, which brand, whether Ambuja or Ultratech, I mean, it's with the contractor. So how do you, take that into account? And one very crisp question to Mr. Sai Narayan, like, when I look at Policy Bazaar, I'm always missing that .com at the end suffix. So I just wanted to understand what % of your customers are acquired through offline modes, because generally we always think of it as a online platform. Thank you.
So very quickly answering your question in terms of decisions being made by consumer or not. In fact, very interesting that you asked. When I joined this business about 7 years ago, one of my first detective tasks, and that's what marketers do as the listening exercise. The storytelling is often remembered, the listening is not. I think the first task that we had to identify in a business, which was very large, was to find out who's the consumer, right? And long story short, we can possibly take it offline. But what we found out that for this 32-year-old fellow, first set of people that he goes to from a marriage, father's heart operated equivalent decision, his anxiety is that he doesn't know. He asks around friends and family, right? And so what we got out is about 55% of the decision, and this is just to break the cookie to give you a sense, is by the consumer and friends and family. About 30% of the decision is made by the contractor. And they're also in the conversation. It's an interesting exercise because if you ask everybody from the contractor to the dealer, to the engineer, everybody would give you the elephant's answer that as to I make the decision, rest of the category, right? 95% of the decision is made by me. So it was interesting detective work in terms of figuring out as to who's the core consumer in this case. What we identified, these are the two cohorts which are primary from a decision-making point. And therefore, all the inciting work, therefore, all the work that came out after that was which led to Ghar Banta Hai Zindagi Mein Ek Baar, and therefore why it is so critical and why you are competing versus not other cement brands, but versus the same share of wallet versus paints and tiles and so on and so forth, and how we've extracted differentiation and premium in the category. Sorry, long answer, but it requires that kind of detective work. Some of these answers are actually not obvious.
Great, thank you. I think Sai, if you still remember the question.
No, I think what she asked is something I've been thinking for quite some time, because I feel the .com is quite redundant and I've been thinking of doing it away with it for a while. But I think there is a dot. The circle is the dot actually, and then you get the com there. But apart from that, I think Policy Bazaar, that should be good enough. Yeah, I think .coms are anyways, but there's trademarks and legal, so I don't want to get into that right now. But that's the answer question. And in terms of our acquisition, so Policy Bazaar is the port of entry for every consumer. So everyone comes there. So 100% is digital. But if you're talking about the media through which we acquire, so right now we have around a 60-40 or a 65-35% ratio, 65 towards digital channels and 30-35 towards offline. And offline only includes TV. So yeah, so your digital would include everything from Google to Meta to influencers to app to our own database to everything. So yeah, that.
And I would assume they feed off each other in a way. The entire
yeah, of course. So that's what the port of entry is. Policy Bazaar. So everyone kind of.
Thank you. I think one more question we have time for. That's it for now. Okay, thank you. Maybe we'll take them offline. Thank you so much for being a great audience, and thank you for your participation. Great, thank you. Apologies, we can't take any more questions now.
Thank you so much. A picture, please, gentlemen. Of course, yeah, here you can take the questions offline. I've been asked to maintain the schedule. That's it. Nothing else. Please, here. Thank you so much, Dr. Talwar, for moderating that. Thank you so much. Next up, we have a stand-alone session. While they're clearing the stage, Sandeep, so in the morning I mentioned about sustainability and how specifically mentioned Germany, that if you aren't sustainable there, your products are not accepted, they're rejected by people there at least. And no one wants to pay a premium for it because that is expected of all of us. In our country, we are still trying to get into that zone. Our next standalone session, it's on joining hands with sustainability, an investment in brand longevity. And to share his views on the same, his experience, etc., please join me in welcoming on stage the CEO of Cash Your Drive, Raghu Khanna. Everybody, please, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as he rightly pointed out, the conversation started that people want to be sustainable, but they don't pay any premium to be sustainable. So what we are trying to bring in India and to educate the marketeers that there is a big shift which is happening from visibility point of view to more of a responsibility point of view in terms of how do we protect the planet through the media of advertising. So these are some of the examples you see how a bus which has been polluting is being considered to quit smoking, how a media can actually create that impact in a marketeer's point of view. Instead of just using a innovative creative, it is an important use of media also, which is being perceived by the consumer, and how the brand positioning happens using a different format of media. So today, 72% people, the consumers prefer that with the brands which align with their value. And about 66% are willing to pay premium for sustainable products, for organic products, be it in terms of FMCG, be it in terms of healthcare, be it in terms of housing. Today, the real estate market has been shifted. They're not selling a 4 BHK or a 3 BHK. They are now trying to sell the AQIs in Delhi NCR at least. That you buy, there are AQI 66, which is far away, about 20 kilometers from the airport. So the brand communication have been shifting to more environment-friendly mediums and environment-friendly products. So how mobility is shifting today? So if you book a Uber cab, you get how many percentage of carbon dioxide have you saved? If you try to book an airline ticket, you get which airline should follow and how much carbon dioxide you will be saving on that. So it is making the mark for the carbon footprint. And if you go for a e-vehicle charging station, they tell you instead of using a ICE, which is the internal combustion engine, if you're using a EV vehicle, how much CO2 you are saving, and this is helping the planet out. So these are some of the yardsticks which people are using to actually gauge how a consumer is helping save the planet. So brands are all about profit, people, but now they are turning into planet as well with the format of ESG. So for us, ESG, we are trying to portray as environment, sustainability, and growth. So unless and until there is no growth in the environment sustainable products, the scalability has to be there for any of the brands to use it. So it has to be pan-India present, it has to save the carbon footprints, and it has to be a sustainable product at the end of the day for any of the brands. The major part which we are seeing today in terms of how brands are having a different conversations with the consumers. So this is a simpler brand which was having a visibility, which is a O2 brand earlier, and now they are promoting a Go Green format with the green report. So this was the latest campaign in Bombay where Garnier launched a green product, and the only media which they advertised on was a EV bus, which actually said that go for a greener beauty. Sustainability is not only about the environment, it comes into the fitness center as well. How we actually get the mobility sector into something which is like the bicycles. So if you've gone to London, in New York, you see Barclays Buy It and Citibank. And the kind of deals, these are like humongous deals which brands have been tied up with. The deal size are between $5 to $10 million to have these bikes branded for 1 year along with the docking stations, and they ply all across the city. So what and how brands can actually help create these sustainable medium is once there is an investment which happens from the brand side, the media owners are also investing more or more on these kind of medias. So more and more cycles have been bought, more and more docking stations have been there. I don't know how many of you are aware, even in India, there are like 4 cities which are bicycle friendly and these options are available. But none of the brands are takers right now for this. So these are some of the examples how big brands have been monetizing and trying to leverage the fact that they are a responsible brand. More than just a visible brand, they are more a responsible brand. So there have been advertising on the parks. They are trying to use rainwater harvesting to clean up their bus shelters across the country. Like the Germany, like the Castrol sir said, that we can actually have Germany as an example where all the bus shelters are having rainwater harvesting. So how the global sustainability practices is happening in the OH industry. All the billboards are being trying to convert into the solar panels so that it's a clean energy and open source energy. And even the material which is being used for printing is a latex printing machine and a 3M vinyl, which is a PVC free vinyl and which is a green media. But like everyone knows, no one wants to pay extra for that. So this is the only option where either the media owner takes a hit or the brand doesn't do a sustainable format. This is something interesting which we as an organization did for our client Ease My Trip. All the flyovers which were in a very dilapidated condition in Delhi NCR have been maintained and has been taken care of by Ease My Trip, and they've got a nice branding situation. So if you go to GK2, to Lajpat Nagar, all the premium locations where the brand would probably get a hoarding for around 15-20 lakh rupees a month, these branding options are coming at a way cheaper and are more environment friendly, where they are helping take care of the flyovers. So the whole idea of the sustainable branding is if brand invests in a sustainable option and then that investment actually gets converted into multiple folds, this is a cycle which actually helps us in the growth. So the reason why Swachh Bharat Abhiyan actually took off was government had a policy by the INB ministry that out of 10% of the government budget has to go to public utilities. Cleaning the toilet was the biggest mess in India. It's still now. But after the government advertising has put on 10% of their budgets into the public utilities, the toilet situation, at least in the metro cities, have taken care of. There are toilets like pink toilets which are coming in for women. So this is the next step which the government will do. So if brands are investing on EV buses, EV taxis, EV charging stations, solar panel hoardings, and are supporting city bikes like the bicycles, can actually help us bring more or more such medias as a media owner on table for the marketeers. So the whole idea is we have to, instead of just getting the right path to getting a visibility, it is about getting the visibility and giving back to the earth. So brands, I would really want to suggest the marketeers to actually think about the media plan, not just from the square feet perspective or from the budget perspective, but also from a how much a media plan is suitable for the environment and for the planet. So these are some of the media options which I want you guys to be aware of, which are available. So there are electric buses across, as per Modi ji's vision in the Surya Yojana, as well as the EV FAME 3 policies. There will be around 50,000 buses which will be converted into e-mobility. Right now, about 5,000 buses are available across for branding. There are smart bikes which are available in cities like Delhi, Chandigarh, and Chennai. The autos have been started converted into e-auto rickshaws instead of the CNG ones. Uber Green and Blue Smart are the two major e-taxi companies which are been promoting the branding options as a responsible brand in those taxis. And there are EV charging stations which have come up approx in all the metro cities, which are giving branding opportunities for brands on the EV charging stations. Thank you so much. We have time for questions.
Thank you so much. When there are no questions, I believe कि आपको सब समझ में आ गया होगा. Thank you. While they set the stage for our next panel, this is more of an insight. It's on our brands balancing technology and creative simplicity. Before I introduce our panel, I will ask this question again after the panel, just to sense your opinion on this. What do you think? Are brands actually balancing technology and creativity together? Yes or no? By show of hands, yes. How many of you believe so? Technology, creativity, साथ में. I see 1, I see 2, I see 3, I see 4 there. For the ones who believe कि नहीं, ऐसा नहीं हो रहा. How many? Okay. Anybody who has no opinions, apart from the 90% of you? No, we'll try and change that after this session. While I set up the stage, I shall introduce the panelists for this one. There are brands balancing technology and creative simplicity. Our panelist, Ipshita Chaudhary, Chief Marketing Officer, Valvoline Cumans. Joining Ipshita is Rohit Talwar, Vice President and Head Marketing, Castrol India. Joining them is Siddhartha Butalia, Chief Marketing Officer, Air India Express. Joining them is Sriram Padmanabhan, Marketing Director, Danone India. And the session chair for this one will be Himanshu Khanna, Director, Enterprise Business India and South Asia, HCL Software. Can you please welcome them to the stage, everybody? Thank you.
So thank you, team. Thanks, Paddy. So Sriram, we'll call you Paddy. I think you respond well to that. Siddharth, thank you for your time. Ipshita, thanks for coming all over from Gurgaon, 2 hours of traffic. And thanks from Bombay, Rohit. Thank you for being here. So my name is Himanshu. I'll be on this panel trying to get very simple answers to a very complex and very complicated subject. I was told the topic of our discussion is going to be complex technology with creative simplicity, the left and the right side of the brain. We'll try and get some answers from our fellow panelists here. So we'll jump straight into it. Rohit, I have my first question for you. While it is an accepted fact that creativity and technology must come together for maximum consumer impact, are brands able to balance this in the real world scenario? And what are some of the challenges that you face as a marketer?
Thanks so much. Hi, everybody. It's a fascinating question. And I think I'll start by saying that there's no trade-off between creativity and technology. The two have to work together. Technology is an enhancer or an amplifier of creativity. So the big idea is the big idea. That's what really matters. And then technology can help you really amplify it. Couple of examples that I'll talk about. One is, I think, a brand that's been doing really good work in this area is Mondelez. Okay, they've really embraced technology and data, and the campaign that they did with SRK, where they were able to use him as a brand ambassador to promote small businesses using technology, was very incredibly powerful and a great example. I'll also talk about something that we do at Castrol. Okay, we have an influencer in our category that's the mechanic. So that's the person that fixes your car or bike in a local garage. Now, India has about 300 million vehicles on the road. Okay, and last year we added 25 million to the sales, which means there are new models, new technologies coming in at a very rapid pace. You have the traditional combustion engines, you have hybrid vehicles, and now you have electric vehicles. Imagine that person in that garage trying to fix your car or bike. How challenging has it become for that individual to understand the new technology, right? And there's no formal training, there's no formal certification that equips this person to be able to service your vehicle well. So we did a bit of work to understand and landed on this insight that there's a great opportunity for us as a brand to upskill these mechanics teach them about the latest technology, and then therefore help them be more confident in their jobs and do well. And by the way, that means all our vehicles stay on the road and are operating perfectly. So we built a platform and an app where we're able to transact with them and also develop training content that we're able to then reach to them at scale. And that's a platform where we have several 100,000 mechanics who are on the platform, learning every day, earning using our products. So that's an example of, you know, an insight and a need for a hard to reach customer cohort. There are about 1 million mechanics in India, but using technology to be able to reach them at scale and then fulfill some of their needs. So I think technology, like I said, is an enhancer, it's an amplifier, but it really comes down to what's the problem you're trying to solve, what's the consumer or the customer need, and therefore the idea is the idea, and that's what's important.
Very interesting there. So one of the things that must be said on this panel is that all of us represent very diverse industries, and it may be generally true that every industry has the exact same thought process. But we'll get your views on the same question, Paddy. Do you think creativity and technology in the real world come together to create maximum impact for consumers?
I think, first of all, thanks for having me here, and thanks to Rohit for setting the stage. So the answer is always yes. You know, so it's like, you know, when we started marketing, people used to ask, is it science or an art? You know, so it's never or, it's always an and. And in India, it's always an and, you know, for most of the situations that you can think about. I think Rohit put it beautifully. The core is the idea. And I think what sometimes we forget is why this idea is even there, which has to begin with what's the business objective we are trying to drive. And as long as we are true to what the objective is and not forget the objective in the process of having the right idea and how we amplify the technology, I think we will stay true to the course. Probably one example, and also I'll probably do a bit more back-end example to what, so Rohit was more on the front-end side of it. We are trying to evaluate new spaces to enter. And we deployed one tool to do social listening and to also generate concepts on the fly. So the tool itself was helping us generate concepts, which typically would have otherwise come into the ambit of the brand manager stroke agency partners. So while the technology helped us generate multiple sort of, ideas as to what it can come through, but then what we realized is that it was still coming to a lowest common denominator. And sometimes lowest common denominator doesn't work. And that is where you need to have judgment. We should not prioritize, but we should make a choice. Choice means what you do, what you don't do. Priority still sometimes means that you will do, not today, but sometime tomorrow. So I think that is where we will have to be watchful. Why did we even start? What are we trying to pursue? To stay true to that course and continue to have judgment, because creativity is about judgment. And that human mind is far more capable to do versus what technology will bring in a lot of options, but it's where the judgment comes in then.
Well, thanks, Paddy. So just to pick your brains a little bit on that. So you're talking about UGC. Was that the common least common denominator that you were trying to arrive at from a user generated content level?
So it was the next step for us from a UGC perspective, but even to sort of, I was coming more from what messaging will work. And for what messaging to work, we had used a tech tool to look at what conversations are happening and what conversations are getting more shared and, are getting sort of more liked, so that we know, okay, these are some of the common threads of conversations. And if we use these threads of conversations in our own messaging, will that work better?
Understood. Thanks for that, Paddy. Siddharth will come to you. So Siddharth represents Air India Express. And we were talking backstage, a lot of activities, mergers going on within the group. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of insights that we can learn. But I have a very simple yet a very complicated question for you. Technology tends to standardize and templatize, right? Well, actually, I'll leave that for Ipshita. I'll come for an even better one. Marketers often advise that the best ideas are rooted in simplicity. Is this possible in the age of data and AI?
I mean, first of all, thanks for having me over here, and it's very interesting to listen to the both of you. I think it can be, as long as you retain the focus on it. There's the age-old cliche, and I won't cite it in front of Rohit much or delve into it, but the data is the new oil, right? And of course, Rohit will say no, that's not true. Oil is still the new oil, but you can't swim in oil. And so as much as you want to have more and more access to data and to delve into it, what it often does is robs the individuals who are delving into that data the insight that is needed for the simplicity of either the communication or the concept or the product itself. One example comes to mind of a story that I was discussing with Harit Nagpal, who's the CEO of Tata Play. And like many good marketers around the world, cut his teeth in the Unilever days for a long time. And he was reviewing one of the interns in Mumbai. And, two of you are from Mumbai, so you'll appreciate the story in Worli where they have their sales. And this person was working on the ice cream category. And this intern had spent about 6 weeks already looking at that, and the numbers were just not growing in the category. And so he was asking him, saying, what have you been doing for the last 6 weeks? And so he said, I'm analyzing the point of sale data from all these different stores. And he said, have you been to the two largest stores which are there in the market, which are selling your ice creams? He said, yeah, we have not been over there, but we've deployed our fridges over there. And he said, if you go to the store, you realize that they're not stocking quality walls, or you've deployed a branded fridge, but there's Vadilal ice cream selling in the fridge and stocking over there. So you can analyze that data to death sitting from a computer or a laptop or in where we operate from, but unless you actually see what the proof of the moment of truth is with the customer, you lose that focus. And it often comes back to looking at what is the overarching philosophy that you want to take, and take a couple of examples which are closer to the industry that I am in. When we were revamping our website for bookings, we came up with the proposition of saying this website has to stand for fast bookings, fantastic value, and fab deals. And we launched a contest when we did the website to say the people who can clock the fastest bookings, we'll give free flights to. And we hit a record of the top 5 fastest bookers were able to move from search to payments in 15 seconds. The number 1 fastest booker did it in 13 seconds. Now that became a benchmark after that for us to say anything that you do to enhance the website, because we're often very obviously there is enough which you can do to try and upsell, whether it is insurance or seats or meals or put notifications, etc. And there is a little bit of incremental money on the table each time you do that. And we often get tempted in our journeys to say, let me try and optimize how much we can extract from the consumer. And as you do that, you realize that while you're doing that, you might be able to do that incremental, but over a period of time, you will begin to start losing what the core proposition was. So as long as that core proposition remains of the simplicity of the idea to say, no, I must focus on fast bookings, then you won't dilute it over time, because data is telling you to add another piece here and there. Another element on the same subject I learned when I was working with the Taj from the executive chef who was operating out of the Taj president in Mumbai, Ananda Solomon, who revamped Trattoria and launched a Thai Pavilion in Mumbai. His pricing on his menu on a single page, and we've adopted the same pricing concept at Air India Express for the in-flight menu. He had one price on the menu for all the dishes. We've done the same. So when you buy an idli vada on our flight, or you buy steamed fish or a biryani on the flight, it's priced at the same price point of 600 rupees. We consciously said we won't do the bata pricing and we will not try. Obviously, people's propensity to pay for a biryani is higher than an idli vada. But his concept was, I don't want my consumers to choose my dish based on what the price point of the dish is. I want them to choose based on what they actually want to eat. And so if you keep that simplicity, the idea over time, people, your consumers will begin to interact with you because they like that user experience and that simplicity in the way in which you're communicating with them. And it builds a element of trust to say, you're not trying to extract the maximum value out of the user, but data can often throw you off that and say, why don't you make it, 639 rupees is actually the optimal price.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that. This is brilliant. Thank you. Ipshita, we discussed this on while we were talking at backstage, and I'd love for you to share it with the audience as well. According to you, technology tends to standardize and templatize, right? Is this stifling when it comes to creativity, and how so?
Thanks, first of all. Good afternoon, everybody. I know we are standing between you and lunch, so I'll try and keep it simple. So I think there are a lot of buzzwords, and sometimes it can get a little overwhelming for all of us, especially in marketing, along with our agencies who are very, very eager. Always eager to bring in what's the latest, and why don't you try this and why don't you try that? I think it all boils down to technology and creativity, what you're trying to do. I fundamentally believe technology is an enabler. You can never put the horse before the cart, right? So it's an enabler. It will help you achieve what you're trying to achieve. Today, what we see more and more, and in my experience over the last 2 decades of being in this industry and being a practitioner, yes, there are a lot of templates around. Generative AI, anything you look at, everything gives you a particular template, and you can very easily get swayed by it and say that, hey, I've created a video and I've created this content. But is that content really solving the consumer problem? Is it really based on insight? Is it really tagging on a human problem? I think all of those are levers of creativity which technology cannot provide. So once you've identified a problem, once you've identified an insight, it's an execution tool to my mind. Creativity, the idea, the insight, the problem always has to precede technology, and technology has to enable that. You cannot think of that, hey, I'm going to now make a video and then start the work. You have to have the context defined very well first, and then technology can help you, and you can choose to take the templates or not choose to. But it should not stifle creativity. Creativity is based on human insight. And that will continue no matter how many buzzwords you keep having around you.
Yeah. So it's an idealistic response. I mean, I tend to agree that we should not. But is it? Is it true in our day-to-day life?
I mean, I do see people taking shortcuts. And it's very simple, right? Let me give you an example of my 13-year-old son. I mean, he is on Canva, and I've learned Canva from him. He looks at the kind of work I do, and he tells me I can do it very easily. It gives you that flexibility, and everything is available. I do see, especially the younger generation that's coming now, they are getting swayed a lot by the buzzwords of technology and losing the foresight of why you are doing what you're doing. I do see that happening, and I do see a risk there because as marketers, as clients sitting here, we want things churned very quickly, right? All of us. We all want quick turnaround times, and we want everything as of yesterday. So it's very tempting to give into that and to get whatever is getting generated through a template. But I think that's where our wisdom comes in. Do we really want that, or do we really want to peg ourselves on an insight and do the right thing? So I do see that happening, and people do taking shortcuts.
Yeah, Patty, go ahead, please.
And this is just, my experience. I think sometimes it can be stifling if the work is distributed in silos. So what I have seen is, so if you see the structure around, then there are some specialists within the marketing function, and then they are speaking to the specialist agency partners as well. And if I don't need to sort of, be an expert, but I need to appreciate, what the specialist functions can bring to the table. And a lot of times, if the teams are not well trained and they are not fully aware of what is coming to the table, that is where then they, oh, this is my work, this is your work. I really don't know how it is going from, the baton is getting passed from one team to the other. And that is where then individual team functions can start feeling, oh, this is stifling.
Absolutely. Siddharth, do you have any views on this? We all will agree to the fact that yes, technology beyond a point is going to help us get there, but then we'll get used to the shortcuts very, very quickly. And if the next generation is doing it, I'm sure it's going to get passed on to the newer generation coming after them as well. What's that fine line? How do we not cross over at times? So Paddy has a view. Don't work in silos, build on top. What's your view?
I agree. I mean, completely. And I'm also going back to what Sandeep Sangwan said in the morning in the keynote, where he spoke about three things and one of the three things he spoke about was excellence in execution. And when you do shortcuts, you lose sight of that excellence in execution. Now, with the shortcuts, obviously, and we're as much, to blame for it because we keep pushing our teams, as Ipshita was saying to say, but turn it around fast. I've been guilty of it myself to sort of go to, Gemini or ChatGPT and say, well, why is it taking a day and a half to give me a headline? Here are 5 headlines I've generated in 15 minutes. But at the heart of it that what's true is often that shortcut, because it's so easily and readily available, is not going to be differentiated. And if you want to create some meaningful differentiation in the long term, then you have to be able to put the effort for the excellence in the execution. Otherwise, you're commoditizing your own brand in the industry because everybody's effectively churning out the same concept. We see the same stock photography being used, for example, and there's a similarity in the nature of AI images or content that is being generated. We've not got to a stage where it's sufficiently differentiated. But I mean, the point you made is actually very relevant, and one of the reasons, and each organization has its own solutions to that, but structural solutions to some of these problems of stifling creativity. What we've done, for instance, is we have put the UX team for the website and the graphic design and content team under the same head, so that our creative team and our UX team are actually working together. Now, we did that initially to have more structure to the brand guidelines flowing into the UX because it was a new brand when we launched it. But we've seen that thought of having creativity as the first starting point for the UX actually often breaks down, so that you're marrying that beauty of simplicity and the use of data and analyzing the clickstream data to make sure that you have an optimal experience, with staying true to what is also actually a very beautiful experience, because it's coming from an insight of a mindset that thinks as a human. And in this whole world of trying to do everything from a binary perspective, what you will do often is lose that sense of empathy with what the original interaction is supposed to be.
Absolutely, Siddharth. I think this is a topic very close to my heart as well. User experience. This is perhaps the most talked about subjects, and I don't want to divert on it, but there's a lot of views on how the user journeys flow for a brand and how that eventually helps in retention and then further in brand loyalty. So we'll get into that, but I have my next question for you, Rohit, and I can see the timer. I think we're almost going to be out of time in about 3 minutes. But this question is for you, Rohit. We've been speaking about Gen AI a lot, right? And we've spoken a lot of these tools being in their DNA, having a thread of Gen AI. And that's how evaluations of these software tools eventually happen when it comes to business, right? But is there any strong work really coming out of that Gen AI piece, which gets evaluated at the very top of it? But when we really look at outcomes, has it transformed anything on the field level for your business?
I think it's a fascinating conversation, and loving hearing from the rest of you about how you think about it. So I think we're in the early days. It's an exciting territory, and it's the next big thing, and we all like to be ahead of the curve and look at the trends, right? I think it's early days, and we're experimenting. There are different use cases that we see today. So firstly, from a content production perspective, there's massive efficiency. There's saving in terms of time, effort. So we did a bit of work with Gen AI on a recent social media campaign for bikers, and we understand that it improved productivity by about 70%. Okay, and we were able to get creatives out at a much faster pace. We were able to scale up social media following, et cetera, et cetera. So there are simplistic use cases around productivity that's kind of working well. Then I think in the area of personalization, there is certainly deeper engagement that you can have with consumers. Okay, and there are many examples of brands trying things that are working well. You are able to give a more personalized experience. A simple example of that is, a birthday wish in your own voice, which one of the brands did extremely well last year and got massive sort of engagement scores on. So there are pockets, and I think as marketers, we are curious and we are experimenting, and I think there is some experimenting going on to understand what's happening. Some pitfalls, sometimes AI can hallucinate and you get some funny images. There are challenges on copyright, right? Whose trademark are you impinging upon? Data privacy, absolutely. Your compliance and legal team are having sleepless nights and are having to kind of do all the manual stuff that you're automating at the other end. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. We're all trying to navigate this ecosystem. But I think what Siddharth said beautifully was around differentiated ideas. While everyone is now talking about the fact that you can go through lots of data and come with content, with themes, with insights, how do you stay differentiated? Right. And I think that's really important. And having that fundamental consumer and customer understanding of your own is really the key to success. So I think, it is an enabler. There's a lot of exciting activity happening in multiple areas. There's good progress. There are some watch outs. There are things for brands to think about because you could get into trouble very quickly if you don't have an ecosystem of legal, compliance, data privacy, all that in place as you take this forward. So I think it's a very exciting area. Experiment, learn, and see where it takes you. But you need the insight, and differentiation is important, as we've heard through the day.
Oil remains the new oil, right? Okay. Hoshi, I know time's up, but I'm going to take our friendship for granted here a little bit. Okay, another 5 minutes. And I'll actually leave this as an open question. And anyone who wants to answer this, can please go ahead. What should brands bear in mind when they're juggling the right and the left brain? Okay. Any words of advice? Just key takeaways for people here. Left and right brain. Is there a pivot here?
So I think it's a topic in which we can go hours and hours talking about it. But I think again, I think all of us have mentioned it. It's complementary. The business that we are in, we must not forget that fundamentally we are dealing with human beings. whatever category we all may be operating in, at the end of the day, we are delivering solutions to human problems. And there will always be the relevance of mixing the right and the left brains. The left will always tell you the logical and the process oriented way of solving that problem, and the right brain will tell you how creatively and more engagingly you can tackle the problem. So I think if we just keep it very, and guys, let's keep it very simple. I think we tend to overcomplicate things because there is so much happening around us and there is so much access to everything to everybody, right? So there's so much democratization of data, information, overload all around us. Sometimes we forget to keep things simple. And if we just keep things simple, we will find that is always a balance between the right and the left brain, because they complement each other as human beings and as solution providers to human problems.
Great. Paddy, any last thoughts? Probably I'll just add one point. I think sometimes it also depends on what situation you are in as a business. So I have been in situations wherein our backs have been against the wall and no amount of data and insights have really given a very clear direction, and we had to take leap of faith. So and in a lot of times, an idea has started gaining traction, and now we have to ensure that we run it in the most efficient means possible, and that's where a lot of the right tools and the right analytics has to come in place, because we have got the right idea in place. Now it's about getting that idea to as many people as possible. So yes, it's always an and, but you will have to judge the situation you're in and also take the judgment with you and have the conviction to take the judgment.
Fair enough. Any last thoughts? So I'll summarize. Rohit, you want to go? Siddharth, you good? So a couple of key takeaways for me. Technology is an enabler. We all agree to that. Oil remains the new oil, right? I'm gonna use this very often. Never horse before the cart. Work in silos. I think, Paddy, you said that. I think this is such a gem because we all tend to do that. We tend to repeat, which has already been done. Never learn from mistakes. Never build on something that's already been there. Excellence in execution. I think one of the key takeaways Sandeep mentioned right up in the keynote. It's great. And Rohit, you said this, right? AI can hallucinate. So I'm a more learned man today. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. And thank you, Himanshu, for moderating that. Aye. I always say this from food for thought. It's now time for food for your stomachs. It's time for lunch. Lunch is served at the back of this very hall. If there are speakers only, lunch is served outside. Thank you so much. We shall see you at 2:15 sharp with our next discussion. Thank you. Hello. Now, please request all of you to start settling down. If you're still on the last bite, please enjoy yourself, sir. We have 5 minutes. We have 5 minutes. Please enjoy yourselves. After that, we shall get back to our next session. Thank you.
Introducing OneUp Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with OneUp. You'll go to barter.
May I please request all of you to settle down so we can start now? If any of your colleagues are outside, I would request you please उनको अंदर बुला लीजिए. Any college students here today? I see 3, I see 4. One of them is still wondering कि क्या मैं हूं कि नहीं हूं. आप हैं सर? आपकी अटेंडेंस पूरी है? Anybody less than 85% attendance? ऐसी बात पर हाथ नहीं उठाते हैं बेटा नीचे. कितनी है आपकी वैसी? 33. वो देखो 20% वाला बोला गुड. आपकी कितनी है सर? आपकी कितनी अटेंडेंस है? 88 ईयर्स इन गुड. थोड़ी दे दो उसको बेचारे को. But it's good to have students here. But are you guys learning something? Yes or no? कुछ अभी तक समझ में आया, सीखा? अभी notes देखेंगे हम बाहर जाके. But it's good you're attentive. That is what matters the most. चलिए. For the next panel, in the morning in the keynote address, Sandeep ji had mentioned that storytelling will take you places. And the next session is almost adding up to same. This is powering up storytelling. Has storytelling become easier with technology or difficult with the clutter, or has it lost its impact in the tech-dominated world? And to see what it truly has become or will become, and to share their opinions, we have our experts with us. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Gunjit Jain, Executive Vice President, Marketing, Colgate Palmolive India. Joining him is Shivadi Banerjee, Chief Digital Marketing Officer, ITC. Joining them is Tushar Malhotra, Director, Sales and Marketing, Bisleri. Joining them is Vineet Biswambaran, Vice President and Business Head, Food and FMCG, Adani Wilma. And this session will be chaired by the Managing Partner and Chief Data Scientist at Chi-Square Analytics, Dr. Kamaljeet Anand. A bit about Sir. Over the last 2 decades, he has served scores of Fortune 500 companies and corporations, Indian MNCs, and also government departments. His key area of interventions has been marketing, ROAS, and also digital transformation. A fellow of IIM Ahmedabad, he has previously worked with Fractal Analytics, IIM Ahmedabad, and also Gallup organization. And Sir's there with us. So over to you. Is this? Let it work. Yeah, probably. Boss, mics.
Yes, hello.
Lovely. Working. Aditya.
Thanks, Aditya. So we have a esteemed panel here trying to discuss an area which is new and very relevant from today's context standpoint. I welcome all of you. Thanks for joining in for this nice discussion on democratization versus where we stand as far as content is concerned, and how does storytelling evolve with this. So let me start absolutely on the left. Oh, my left, you're right. So Gunjit, you have been in space, you've been doing different kind of analytical work, different kind of marketing, planning, execution. So do you see that the way the content has democratized over a period of time? That's not a question, actually. Content is well democratized. We all know that, and part and parcel. Do you think storytelling has also democratized in the same manner?
Thanks for the question, and thanks for having us here. Super excited to be here. Was here a year ago as well. Vineet and I were on the same panel actually, so it seems like a tag team that we've got here. So I'll start off by sharing an anecdote of what I experienced last week. So last week I was in rural Gujarat, 150, 160 kilometers away from Rajkot. So we went to the village. We got lost on the way, so we were slightly late to the household. And when we got there, the person that we were supposed to meet, which was the house lady, she said, "You guys are late. I had a meeting in the morning, so we apologize. Really sorry." She said, "Don't worry, I did it online." So we were like, "Okay, that's cool." Rural Gujarat, she did the meeting online. Then after that, when we were chatting with the person, my attention was actually at her 2 kids. Okay, so they were on the charpai, they were lying down, they had their phone up, YouTube was running. One after the other, they were watching YouTube shorts. And for 1 hour, while my colleague was talking to the consumer, I only was watching that. And it was content of all types. all types, shapes and forms. There was content about something to do with agriculture. There was somebody who was playing a game in rural India, a little boy. There was K-pop. There was something from Bollywood. There was something from Tollywood. There was also, a boy digging his nose, and they were watching all of that, and they were, one after the other. So yes, absolutely. Content is truly democratized because everybody and anybody can create content. There is no doubt about it. They were fully engaged for an hour. The difference was there were certain shots that they spent time on watching. There were certain shots that they just swapped up, which shows that the quality of content is where the play is. And that is what I believe we are calling storytelling here, right? So content creation is clearly democratized. Anybody and everybody can do it. The quality of the content or storytelling makes the content good or bad. And that's where, it will catch up. Technology is really enabling that one as well. It will really catch up. I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about it. But yeah, I think quality of the content, which is storytelling, is the biggest area of opportunity right now.
Awesome. Any quick reactions from the panel on that?
No, so a different facet to what Gunjit talked about. So democratization, technology aiding democratization is clear, right? We've all agreed for the fact. What it opens up is a host of opportunities for us. So today, take 10 years back, all of us would be creating a storyboard, maybe animatics, test it, make one film, be proud of it, and run it for the entire year, right? But that entire storytelling has kind of altered. So there are so many touch points for us to now create stories. Same brand, same campaign, multitude of touch points. And every place, in every surface that you tell your story is different, right? Whether it's on shorts, whether it's on reels, whether it's in feed, etc., etc. So that's one part of the story. The other angle is how you're telling your story on your own assets. Sometimes it are brand focused assets, or sometimes it is consumer focused. So let me take an example to explain that. Let's say Ashirvad has multigrain. So what it wants to own is a thought leadership on fiber. So what it creates as a storytelling platform is called happytummy.com. So that's the new forms of storytelling. Similarly, if you look at your own D2Cs, it's another way to tell your stories, but you're talking that you're talking about how customization could be your lever to tell that story. So whether it's Meri Chakki, whether it's classmateshop.com, these are examples of how you're telling your stories differently on a D2C platform. And of course, the kind of stories that you talk about in terms of all e-commerce platforms. So what technology opens up is our ability to tell stories quickly at a cheap cost, relatively, I would say. But I agree with Gunjit that the essence of storytelling, which is holding the creative thought and innovation in the creative thought, is, I think, remains the core and will continue to remain the core.
Okay, thanks, Shuldeep. Any other thoughts, Vineet or Tushar?
So, good afternoon, all. So, I just wanted to open out the flip side of what you guys have been talking about. I think, see, we are all on the content marketing and storytelling bandwagon. But, this whole democratization of content that we're talking about, see, one of the things is that now anybody has the power to create content. So earlier we were only competing with each other for share of voice, and now we are really for share of voice and for quality of creative that we are producing as brands. But now we are competing with virtually everybody on planet Earth. Everybody in some one way or the other is a content creator. So, I mean, where really does the thought flow come to brands that is going to surpass or that is going to hold its own against the content that the entire world is creating? So this is something I think is the flip side of what we were discussing.
I mean, I'm going to take another take on it and on storytelling and what impact does the media on which the story is told have on it. So I'll start with a story. I think everybody over here has watched Chak De India, right? I would have. Shah Rukh Khan spoke about 7 minutes for you to, you know, make your dream. Us marketers have sometimes 10 seconds. Because eventually when you go to an IPL or a World Cup final, you can afford 10 seconds as a marketer and you have to tell your story to such a wide audience. This is how the story starts. Deepika Padukone gets out of a car, nice Mustang. She takes a swipe, you know, and opens up a bottle of Bisleri and drinks it, right? Throws it to a group of people who are dancing, says Bisleri, drink it up, flips the bottle. That's your story. Eventually, from a medium perspective, you've got to be conscious of what you're trying to communicate and make sure your messages lands because time is of the essence. Now, flipping over to the digital side of it. Now we wanted to do something on sustainability, right? And what digital as a medium allows you is to tell you longer stories. So we made a film which was around 60 seconds, right? And we wanted to convey the soft side of sustainability, you know, of how plastic belongs in a circular economy and how plastic can be made into benches, clothes. So we had a bird going through all of these really emotional instances with the consumers, you know, with school children and ended with the fact that Bisleri is water positive and plastic positive as an organization. But just allowed us to give that message rather than, you know, like a testimonial in a very emotional manner. So the digital medium, in fact, is allowing marketers to have multiple conversations with the consumers and tell the story. So yes, technology is enabling us to tell stories in a more emotional and coherent manner.
Definitely. Thanks, Tushar. I think good perspectives in terms of what content means, what democratization means, and it has stories exist all around us. It's a question of how to package them and take it back. You use technology sometimes you use other means, you know, which is more emotional or a very human connect. Now, on that point, you know, when we talk about emotional connect, Shruti, do you think this emotional connect in the modern storytelling or the digital part of storytelling, do you think it's intact or do you think it's losing its value? Back of the mind, you could also keep the attention span that people today have.
So I think the few tenets of storytelling is going to be universally present today. It was there yesterday and going to continue. One of the core tenets is emotional storytelling, the human touch, the human connection. Whether you are trying to do that in 5 seconds, 10 seconds, or you're trying to do it in the form of a 30-seconder, which we are all happy with in what we have done in the past. It is immaterial of what skin, what surface, what platform you're trying to tell that story. But that human connect, that emotional connect, in fact, my ex-colleague sitting here made a lovely film many years back now, not few, but many years back on Ashirwad. It was called Promise. It was a mother. She had taken her kid to the school and she had told her it was a rainy day and she was saying that, you know, I'll wait for you. The kid says that, are you going to wait for me here? Because that's the confidence. She could have may as well gone back and come back again to pick her up, but she did not. And in that context, he was trying to give the message to the consumers that what we deliver is a promise of quality. So I'm saying that was a long film. In today's parlance, a long film. But when we try to tell the story today, and if Vineet wants to tell the story today, he will tell it in the 5 seconds, and that's a challenge. I agree. And so and we need to think through. So one of the key concerns, not really concern is not the right word, but the ability to visualize as a marketer, how will you tell the story differently, but yet in a form which is engaging, connects to the human heart in whatever secondages and whatever platform you get. I think that's what will tomorrow make a brand stand out. So he was talking about that the kids were stopping for some and not stopping for the rest. That is actually what stops the thumb. That connect. Of course, there are other hacks of you will do fast cuts, you will do some AR content, you will do all of those to also, and these are all technology-led interventions. But I think the heart of a brand building will continue to be the human emotion.
Thank you. Gunjit, any reactions to that? You could also play it if you think emotions are being overdone. That's perfectly okay, but you have to tell.
Yeah. So, actually going back to your question, which is technology helping emotion in storytelling or taking away from it? I'm a very, very, very strong believer that it is genuinely helping actually. And it makes it much, much easier for us to connect in the right way emotionally with the people. Because see, emotion is not just heartwarming content that I need to cry and say, oh, after every piece of communication. Emotion is also not always supposed to be humor, that I have to laugh, right? So emotion that you are seeking to evoke from a piece of content depends upon what your communication task is. The shots, the communication task over there is to catch attention. That rural kid who stopped at a K-pop, when I asked her later, hey, you were looking at a lot of stuff. What will you do later? She said, oh, K-pop, interesting laga. I'm going to search for it and see more. So the response that was needed over there in those 5 seconds was not that I love K-pop. Oh, this is interesting. That's the emotional response that you need. And then they will search and watch a 5-minute video also, and maybe a 60-minute show also, right? So one is that, clarification that emotional response is different depending upon the communication task. Second is technology today is making storytelling better. A very, very, very simple example again. Just go back and look at the chatbots on banking apps that used to exist 2-3 years ago. Extremely mechanical, same response to every individual. Today, they talk to you like a human. They talk to you better than a real human in many cases. Why? Because generative AI has really made it possible, right? So technology is going to really, really improve storytelling, in my view. But I also want to then connect back to something that Vineet, you mentioned, which is, hey, then great content or good storytelling content is competing with all kinds of content. We are not only competing in our own categories, we are competing with everything, right? So then if technology is going to make good storytelling baseline for everyone, how do you take it a notch up is what is going to be important. And there are ways to do it. And, we should chat about that, I think.
No, that's a fantastic point that you are not just competing within what is happening inside your category. You have so many brands. If you have like 10 brand portfolio.
Not just brands. I'm competing with Netflix. If somebody is going to watch that for an hour, they will not watch ads.
Exactly. So it starts with your own portfolio, goes to the category, and then, you go beyond the category. You have so much content around. So you are absolutely right there. Any thoughts you have, Tushar or Vineet, on that? Anything you think stands out in this clutter? How can you create something which is really lasting and has impact?
Yeah. So I think as marketers, we have to recognize and acknowledge that there are a lot of limitations that we face when we are trying to do what we want to do, which is to impact the behavior of consumers in a way that favors our brand. So what we're essentially trying to do is to elicit some actions from consumers that favors our products, our services, our brands. See, there are a huge number of limitations to it today, I think more so than ever before. Because maybe in the old days, maybe a decade or two ago, we had television, print, radio, outdoor, and advertising was almost a form of entertainment. We were conditioned to watch a program where an ad would come, and then we would actually watch through the ads as well. But this was before the time of scroll and skip. Now, of course, we are up against so we are up against a population which decides to watch what they want to watch. So I think in such a situation, how do you make there's a lot of stuff that is masquerading as content that pretends to be content, but it really has no impact. It just ticks the boxes of being content, but it really has no impact in terms of noticeability or in terms of any impact on the business. I think some things that we have learned, to answer your question, with experience, I think what we're trying to do is to make the product itself the story. Because very often you have such a tangential connection of the purpose of the brand, etc., to try to make it content, and you create some tangential thing to give it so-called, within quotes, emotional appeal. but it really doesn't appeal, doesn't really connect, or it's not strongly branded and is not selling the product strongly enough. So what we have started to do, tenet number one, is that if your product itself cannot be the story, then you need to rethink the product that you're selling. And by that, I mean, if the ingredients and the formulation and the efficacy and the benefits and the process, whatever that you may have, if these things do not captivate the hearts and minds of at least a few consumers who can become your faithful users, I think then you really have to reevaluate what you are selling. So is your product content worthy? Itself, I think, is a good question to answer, because if it's not, then there's something to tinker with or to change as far as the product goes.
I mean, just to add to, I think I quite agree with you. The clutter sometimes is in the marketer's mind as well, where you're trying to do things. You know, you got to understand that this is my 1 or 2 messages at max that I need to give out in a communication. That being one. And the second part is that you need to communicate that message so that it sticks. Now, when you look at emotion, especially, I mean, you've done a lot of researches with Gen Zs today, right? They want to be entertained. They've got so much chaos happening in their life. Sometimes they feel like, you know, you show us, yes, there is a cause, we are up for a cause as well, but entertainment is also a form of emotion that I enjoyed watching this ad. And that sometimes plays a part. So, I mean, we did an ad on our carbonated soft drink brand called Limonata. So we had Aditya Roy Kapoor as an ambassador. And the product truth that we wanted to communicate was that in a world of limey drinks, this has lime plus mint together. So we call the campaign Double the Chill. And it was very simple. Aditya Roy Kapoor comes into a beach and he gets served limonata by Chunky Pandey. So there is this moment which goes obviously viral there for many reasons. And then every time he takes a sip, he sees 2 fans coming. He sees 2 of everything, right? Eventually, and then message sticks. And we've got great response as far as the online social media world is concerned, with the Gen Z audiences really enjoying it. Now, emotion can be happiness or enjoyment as well. And you have to keep it very simple.
Kamalji, if I may just add a point
please.
to what they were talking about. You know, till now, whatever we were speaking is completely around the area of advertisement. That's what we think we do better. But in multitude of rounds, and I have seen some of in the audience, we have kids from colleges who've come. A large chunk of today's India have started to block advertisements in different forms. Some would have gone behind paywall, some may not. Our fingers are always there to nudge on that button called skip and so on and so forth. And when we meet consumers today, so again, 5-10 years back, the first ice-breaking conversation with consumers were, आजकल TV में क्या देख रहे हो? फिर हमने पूछा, आजकल phone पे क्या देख रहे हो? And then the next conversation used to be, अच्छा क्या ads याद है आपको? When the same conversation we did, and I think 10 days back, I was again doing some consumer immersions, and they were just blank faces, and it was just not one. The next group and the next group, they were blank faces. It was a struggle for people to call out what ad they saw yesterday. And I'm sure all of us sitting in this room will also struggle to tell me what ad they saw on Instagram, which they've opened 5 to 10 times at least in the day since morning. So the point is then, how do we build brands going forward? Is it advertisement or is it beyond? So is it value exchange platforms? Is it about what you are going to give consumers? Is it going to be brand first or consumer need first as a platform? I think those storytelling are new learnings for the entire fraternity. And where and the direction that we are all taking to is probably not only trying to build brands and build brand equity through advertisement. So if technology is at play, it probably will help us in building those content pieces quicker We test them out. We get data at scale today. We know what is working, what is not working, etc., etc. So I think storytelling is taking a new dimension altogether beyond advertisement.
Thanks. I think a fantastic point, but Vineet wants to react.
No, I just want to add to what Shobhadeep said about new learnings, and just to elaborate a little bit on the putting the product at the center of the story. Recently, we launched something called Fortune Pehli Dhar mustard oil, which is essentially a first extract. And of course, we decided to call it Pehli Dhar and not first extract, because the category is known by its traditional name, Kachi Ghani Sarso Ka Tel. And it's a humongous category. To make it more story-worthy, we decided to call it a name that would resonate in the vernacular, which is Pehli Dhar. And how can a product lend itself to stories? There are so many evocative things that you can say that becomes interesting content. For example, we know that the first extract of anything, the first few pristine drops, when you squeeze a wild honeycomb, for example, the first few pristine drops of honey, or the first malai that forms on top of doodh, or for those of you who are from coconut country, the first pressed milk of coconut. We know that all these things are precious few drops of the sensorially most enriched produce in terms of taste, in terms of aroma, in terms of just the whole consumption experience. So that can become, so we are building content ideas based on that. There could be a lot of street experiments. For example, in Calcutta, there are a lot of jhalmudi walas. You can have a lot of experiments which become content worthy from a social media perspective on a jhalmudi guy who's using the product, your product versus something that is not Pehli Dhar. There are so many famous eateries. For example, Nandini Hotel in Calcutta. I don't know if you guys have seen all the content around what she creates. And she creates all the Ahelis and the 6 Baliganj places and the QPs of Calcutta, the traditional Bengali authentic places. You can create content with your product, this is what makes Bengali cuisine really stand out. So there's a possibility of a lot of testimonials, influencers, and a lot of traditional stories. If you go to the aristocratic old Khandani, the families from Bihar, UP, they will tell you that they would go to a ghani and get only the first few drops extracted because they knew that was the most potent in terms of flavor, aroma, etc. So I think people are curious to know more. People are curious to learn more. And there's a lot of evocative content if prepared properly that can be out and out product content. So that is one of the learnings that that we are veering towards now. And the other thing is also show product experience. I mean, experience of the product. So that kind of moves one step up, over the telling the product story itself. So content that really showcases the sensorial enjoyment of the product is the other genre that we are working on. So this is some of the ways in which out and out product stuff can become content worthy.
Thank you so much. I think that summarizes it nicely. Jet lag is not working. He's taken a long flight and still, he's on the top of the subject. Thanks. You used influencer. You mentioned influencer. Today, with all the content which is coming in, we know that we could go direct to the consumer. There is an advertisement mechanism. There is a social handle. So many handles we have, so many ways we can go back to the consumers. And then there is this entity called influencers who's really holding and is closer to the ultimate person, ultimate guy. So would you rather do certain DTC campaigns or would you rather use influencers for some hard hitting messages which are sharp to be delivered? What would you do?
So it depends on the objective. So let me give you some examples to explain myself. Let's say, for example, again, let me take an Ashirwad example. Vineet is around, so it's always good to take that example.
So, I mean, I just don't want to make it 1-0 for you, Shruti. What proportion would you use? Also, you could answer that.
Yeah, no, so influencers do play a role, whether it's in the top funnel or at the bottom funnel in terms of conversion. It again depends. So, for example, so organic. When you use the word organic, even at the creme de la creme of the society, it's a very fuzzy word. The detailing of that is not very well understood. And then there are a lot of apprehensions कि कोई भी organic बोल देता है पता नहीं है कि नहीं है, etc., etc. So we started a campaign called Sachmuch Organic. And that's where we took mothers to exactly where Ashirwad works in terms of their entire organic crop is grown. Why is it organic? So that bunch of mothers, roughly around 20, 25 of them, they created content. So this is an example of an influencer program to drive top funnel messaging about why it's organic and so on and so forth. Similarly, we are all aware of what is happening when it comes to unboxing and somebody trying to tell you through show than tell, right? The experience and hence convert them to a buy. So I think use of influencers is definitely there. It depends on why you need them and where you need them in the funnel of the campaign.
Great. You want to react to that, Gunjit?
Yeah, I know, completely agree with what Shubhadeep said. And I'll, just, if I were to simplify it,
yeah,
influencers as spokespeople and influencers as a media touchpoint. They play two separate roles. Influencer as a spokesperson is the question of where is the credibility of the communication coming from. An example, Colgate is one of the most trusted brands in the country. People trust Colgate. If I need a spokesperson, Colgate might do a much more credible job than many other influencers. But on the other side, influencers as a touch point, media touch point, if a lot of consumers are spending time consuming content from influencers and not watching branded content, then as a media touch point, you might need them. On the other side, if we launch a completely new brand in India tomorrow, which is not called Colgate, it's called something else, nobody knows that brand, then you need a credible spokesperson. So I think the objectives need to be very, very clear. Credibility versus media touchpoint.
Just to add on to that, the campaign I spoke about, the Deepika Padukone campaign, right? We ended the campaign with a bottle flip with a Bisleri. The idea for us was to say that, drinking water is also cool. This is the OG beverage, right? And that's the message we want to do. And we followed it up with having 30 influencers who did that bottle flip. Many influencers were Tripti Dimri, there was Yuzvendra Chahal and Dhanashree, there was Radhika Madan, there were a lot of dancers, there were a lot of influencers, right? And we wanted that to happen. And heartwarmingly, day before yesterday, I was in my residential society and I saw a mother and child sit and they were doing the bottle flip together with the Bisleri bottle. So the message worked. The influencers reinforced the main messaging and the consumers remembered it. The two can work in conjunction. It's not either or sometimes. You can use them smartly together. Having said that, if you look at certain categories where there is demonstration of the product required, especially look at tech, then influencers are something which are essential to it. Most of the tech brands today work with influencers, and some of the influencers, some of the YouTube owns tech brands today. So that sort of the category also is important when it comes to influencers versus.
No, I think great points, because some places brand may be strong enough and it can just go into the field and fight it out for itself. The times when you could use influencer like technology, you said, where influencers are fundamental because you just want them to tell it out to the end consumer. And then there are times when you could do a mix, where there is some fronting from the brand and then the influencers take over. So I think that's good learning overall. If you were to say that you have a budget which is more towards doing more rather than reach and frequency, it is more to do performance. Pressures are always there to get more a dollar in, getting the right ROAS. And you have pressures to divide that budget because everything takes a budget and then you have to promote it. What is the heuristic that you would be using? Because storytelling is a long-term thing. It's something which is going to be a base which helps your business. I mean, I'm answering part of your thing, but yeah, it's a base. And performance is something you load on top of it to make sure that you get it. But you seem to have some answer to it.
I mean, on this today, as a marketer, I feel that an integrated marketing campaign is in essence what is required, because your story cannot be told in one communication in one medium. Your story has to be continuously told over a number of mediums. I'll give you an example. We want to own hydration as Bisleri, and sports become a big part of hydration. Now we've launched a campaign with some of the best sports people in the country, and with great storytelling and digital, and that worked. But what we also did was we tied up with 5 IPL teams, 6 ISL teams, national game, all the Procam marathons, ultimate table tennis, taekwondo, every kind of sports available, and that same message was reinforced again and again. And with each of the sports, we got the sports people as influencers for us. We did limited edition packs, so that story was told in crores of packs going into the market. So the story is a long-term play. It is not just those 5 seconds or 10 seconds or 20 seconds in TV. It can be told multiple times. And and the success, true success comes because you then avoid the clutter. You're present in so many different mediums that your message gets to the consumer eventually.
On your question on what about brands or products that are looking for more conversion to sales, performance, you said. So I think, see, this whole concept of a marketing funnel, top of the funnel, middle of the funnel, bottom of the funnel, etc. It may be, it may not always be the only way to do things. Very often, your awareness about a brand and the interest in the brand and the desire to try and the purchase transaction itself may all be collapsed into just one exposure to the brand. So it's essentially an IDA that is collapsed into just a few seconds or a few minutes. So I think when there are limited budgets and you're looking at a more performance kind of an objective for the campaign, the formula is simply to deploy your spends based on reducing returns on investment. So probably on platform spends on e-commerce, for example, would give you the best returns on investment, and then maybe spends on off platform but driving traffic to platforms for transactions or to your own D2C sites. So I think you have a feel of what are the costs of conversion for various kinds of deployments of marketing monies, and then you just sort them in descending order of return on investment, and where your monies end, that's where your cutoff of your spends are.
Storytelling is not at risk because of all this. I hope not, yeah. So thanks again, Vineet, for elaborating on how would you go about when you are looking at performance campaigns vis-a-vis storytelling campaigns. And there are ways you could harness influencers, ways in which the product can be absolutely simple story, and how do you build everything around that. So if we try to summarize and kind of open the field for some questions from your end, I think one way to look at it is that the art of storytelling, which started from oral days to some visual stories to, let's say, some kind of written stories. Written came much later. Actually, oral and visual was much before when you had written, and post-written you have the digital age. So the digital age is in for the last a century or so. It is in different forms that it has come up, but it has peaked at this point in time, at least till now. So we know that in this clutter, we have to create a space for our brands, our voice, what we feel about how to push our product clearly and connect emotionally or the right way to the customer. See, I was reading a paper which said that while emotional connect is very important, today the consumer is becoming smarter by the day. And he would also use rationality to actually take the decision in the end of the day. And if you go to the neurological sciences, it says emotional pathways are 6 times stronger than that of rational pathways. So that means anyway, he will be influenced significantly by what you tell, what stories you put across. But when it comes to decision making, very interestingly, the decision making was still a cognitive framework or a rational framework. So that means he will listen to you, but ultimately the decision making would be a more evolved process, which would be a combination of what story you told, what connect you created, and what ultimately matters to the consumer. So not that this summarizes exactly, what, we discussed, but in this cluttered space, technology is going to aid. That is the unequivocal point which is coming out. And technology is going to support to make sure you come out with different kind of content, which may not be like 5 minute long or 3 minute long. It may be a 10-second clip, 5 second clip, but it will be able to do the job. Influencers have a big role. On top of it, if you see the content creation and the execution of that content, because of AI, ML, and a lot of technologies which are in place, will become perfection driven. So currently it may not be perfect, but in times to come, that is going to be having its own zenith. I'd like to thank my panel to be able to, contribute towards this engaging topic for us. And I'll open the field to any questions coming from the arena right in front. Yeah, you have a mic? Can somebody help with the mic, please? We have like 2 minutes. You can take this one.
We have lots of mics here. Come.
Awesome. Thank you.
Gujarat and seeing a family. And like Mr. Vineet just highlighted upon the fact that evocative, like emotional storytelling. So when it comes to causes, I mean, I find a lot of evocative emotional storytelling, like from platforms like Impact Guru, Donate Cart, like they tell a story of someone suffering, and then there's something like a call to action. So like Mr. Kamalji just said, like that emotional response is much quicker, more impactful. So when it comes to your product, so what do you generally observe? Like which digital platforms drive that conversion or sales from those evocative emotional messaging? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a question in it as well? Yeah.
Question like which digital platform, like comparatively Instagram or YouTube, from where you see maximum conversions happening as a result of this?
Okay. Thank you. You want to take that?
I think it depends more on the power of the emotional connect in your idea, as well as how strongly it is connected to the functional delivery of the product, rather than on which platform it results in better conversions, etc. I think the bigger driver, the bigger thing that drives how powerfully an emotional payoff, as they say, or an emotional benefit, as they call it, works is a function of how strong that idea is and how strongly it resonates with the target consumer. For example, recently we had for one of our products, which is Fortune Atta, Chakki Atta, we had an emotional campaign. So basically, the way we think of it as a structure is that there is a product truth at the base of it. And then above the product truth is what is the functional benefit to the product offers. And above that is how do you envelop that functional benefit in a relevant and connected emotional payoff. So in this case, we talked to consumers across the country, and one of the pain points that was coming out was ease of was kneading. Kneading was seen as a painful activity in roti making, especially in the south and the east, where rotis are a relatively more recent phenomenon. Whereas in the north and the west, where they have been making rotis for generations, but the homemakers still felt that, yeah, it is tough. I mean, we've taken it for granted now that we have to do it. But now that you say it, if I get a dough that is get an atta that is easier to knead, then it will make my life a little easier. It's not a conscious felt need, but now that you say it, yeah, it will. I think it's something that appeals to me. So then we ran some tests on the water absorption consistency of our Chakki Atta product and found it to be exceptionally consistent as well as of a very high order. And therefore, it actually resulted in a dough, in an atta that was easy to knead into a dough. So we wanted to layer this up into an emotion. So we said, so the thing that the agency came up with was, see, we know that दो वक्त की रोटी कमाना बड़ी मेहनत का काम है. We all know that दो वक्त की रोटी कमाना बड़ी मेहनत का काम है. लेकिन कम से कम दो वक्त की रोटी बनाना मुश्किल ना हो. At least let it be easy to make your roti when you come back after a long day of do waqt ki roti kamana. So I think the way it got executed, and then the beauty of a powerful emotional idea. Uh, and also we had a female protagonist in the ad, a police officer spending the whole day out on beat and then back to make back home with the husband, preparing dinner for the family. So I think the manner of execution and the power of the idea actually lends it to adaptations across mediums. It can become celebration of stories of women who are earning their do waqt ki roti, and then at least ghar mein do waqt ki roti banana mushkil na ho. So it can a good idea can transcend geographies, except it couldn't go to the south because south mein do waqt ki roti nahi hoti, south mein do waqt ka chawal hota hai. So that is the limitation of the campaign.
Micro moment market, because that is something which results into an immediate purchase decision. I haven't seen much use of storytelling in micro moment market. I would like to know your experience and how you would like to use it in future.
I mean, a quick one. Yeah, I think recently on Valentine's Day, the Swiggy Instamart rider got converted into a heart with a particular brand that was associated with love. So I think that you have people on the platform looking to make a purchase, and then for that entire day, the riders are actually the product and a heart, which is basically connected with the concept of love. So I think there are these kinds of examples of leveraging the moment, relating you to the brand story.
So I'm going to give an example of when I was working for BMW Group and we launched Mini Cooper in India. What we did was an Uber just came about, right? For one full day, there were free mini rides on the Uber app. And it was a rocking success because of the number of requests we got for that and the number of stories which were put online because of it. So it in fact became a global case study.
So micro moments, we have been using at ITC for a very long time. And why did we continue to use it is because we saw significant amount of engagement translating into these are not at scale, but they definitely shift the needle. Nothing is forced though. Initial days of our moment marketing used to be forced. चाहे वो इंडिया क्रिकेट में जीते तो नूडल्स भी वही करेगा, बिंगो भी करेगा, संतीस भी करेगा, आशीर्वाद भी करेगा. Everybody will create one piece of content around it. Today, over time, we've learned that process better, and hence we take up those brands which are relevant and can utilize those moments better. But it has been a very successful approach that we have taken over time. And social, of course, is the platform where it thrives best.
So I think, Gunjit, that will be the last remark, and after that we'll be concluding. So please.
Fantastic. So opening batsman and closing as well. So that's good. So interesting question actually. And micro moments. So there's a supermarket close to where I stay in Mumbai. My son is 3.5 years old. He and I have this routine of going to that supermarket every weekend. Now he went there in front of the toothbrush aisle. He looked at a toothbrush which has a Spider-Man character. Within 5 seconds, he made up his mind that he's not going to move forward till we purchase this. It happened to be a Colgate toothbrush. So I told him I'll get it from office. Yahan kyun kharidna? But he dug his heels and he bought it there and then. So at the outset, it feels like it's a micro moment decision. Within 5 seconds, he made a decision. And it also feels like it's micro moment marketing because there was some communication on the shelf, so that would have triggered it. But the reality of the matter is that, decisions are not taken in micro moment. Decisions are taken based on several stimuli that you've been exposed to. And then memory triggers that happen. He's been consuming Spider-Man content at home for a pretty long time. he bought a few other franchise, merchandise of Spider-Man on Amazon, and then he saw this. So it seems like it's a micro moment decision based on micro moment marketing, but there's a lot that goes into play. And then, maybe because I'm closing this one, also connecting it back to that, hey, storytelling is not in a moment in time. Storytelling happens over a period of time. And that is the power of storytelling, that, there are lots of breadcrumbs that are being thrown in your head. And then eventually there'll be one moment which will pick all those breadcrumbs together, and then conversion will happen.
I'm happy it got answered. So once again, I'd like to thank the panel. Please join me in thanking, people on the left here for me. You could excuse me.
And thanks to you
for
having us.
If you could.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you so much, Dr. Anand, for moderating that. And thank you. Please. From keynote address to fireside chat to panels to insights and now to a debate. I don't usually get much of a chance to introduce debates, so this is going to be exciting. And this debate, it's on that gut feeling, the marketer instinct. Rima, can you please help us sort of, if people are leaving, then in or out? Okay, the gut feeling, the marketer instinct. What is the role of marketer intuition in decision making amidst overwhelming data, numbers, and of course, AI? To share the views on the same, please join me in welcoming a panelist, Ganpati Subramaniam, VP and Head Marketing, LT Foods. Joining him is Nimish Agrawal, Executive Vice President, Chief Marketing Officer, Niva Bhupa. Joining him is Vaibhav Mallu, Managing Director, Enso Group. Joining them is Utsav Malhotra, Chief Operating Officer, Noise. And this session will be moderated by Soumya Sehgal, Senior Editorial Lead, BW Marketing World. Let's collectively welcome them, please, though they're on the stage already. I think we are past the lunch dark hour. एक बार फिर से कोशिश करते हैं ताली बजाने की, शायद अच्छे से बजे इस बार. Good, you have that in you. Lovely, thank you, Soumya.
So post-lunch sessions are typically the most difficult ones to handle, but I'll try and do a fair job here. So a very warm welcome to everybody. So as we are about to speak around a marketer's gut, as we all may know that modern marketeers are required to take intuitive decisions several times in their careers. However, with the reigning supremacy of data-driven marketing, there are also times when they question the legitimacy of using their gut feeling to make bold marketing decisions. On that note, we'll try and unravel some of the mysteries that surround this topic and also understand from the leading marketers in the country as to how they really navigate the complexities attached with this topic. So my first question will be for Utsav and Vaibhav. Help me understand how a marketer's intuition has a real role to play in the environment that we function in, which is immensely driven by technology. And Nimish and Ganpati, maybe you can help us with an example where it tells us that your intuition had a rather larger role to play than the data that was presented to you on the table. So we'll begin with Utsav.
Thanks, Soumya. I think the fact that this is set up as a debate, so let me start out by saying that we're probably one of the largest first-party data collectors, so to say, at Noise, where over 1.5 million units of wearables get sold, where people leave a fair degree of data footprint, and it's insight, right? But to answer, if I had to take a side, I think the writing's pretty much on the wall that one would argue that with a business like this, you would take a stand on the side of data driving decisions, right? But I'm just going to just flip this equation and say that it depends sort of a question, is why it's a debate, right? So let's try and dispel what is it that intuition really means.
It's the marketer's ability to be able to take a decision without necessarily having to rummage through a lot of data, right? But how has that instinct gotten formed? That instinct gets formed by years and years of looking at that data. And that helps you with that insight or the ability for you to be able to draw from that cognitive associated memory to say that this is how I have seen success, and hence data may be useful in the similar fashion. But what we end up forgetting is that with every business, every setting, every sort of situation, the variables begin to change. So you have to ask yourself, what is it that you're optimizing for? Are you optimizing for speed or are you optimizing for certainty? And these are counterbalances, right? If you want certainty, you'll lean towards data. If you want speed, you'll go with instinct. Similarly, are you optimizing for innovation or are you optimizing for optimization itself, right? So if you are depending on these predicaments, you end up taking such decisions. But the biggest of all that you have to kind of answer for yourself is, what is the risk appetite? Because with every such intuition, there is a cognitive bias, and that drives everything else. So in our case, I think the room for instinct, so to say, rests in innovation and doing something interesting, but decisions fundamentally at a strategic level get driven by data.
Understood.
Hi, Soumya. Thank you for the question. Hi, everyone. I just want to say I went to Carnegie Mellon. It's a data-driven college. It's a quantitative college. It is a college which talks about numbers, data, statistics, regression, and it bases decisions on exactly that, decision science. That is numbers. What I agree with Mr. Utsav here when he says that instinct is formed basis these numbers and practicing marketing basis real theory, and gradually as you get into practice and you realize that you're making an impact, you're gaining market share, you are sort of getting customers, drawing attention, you sort of get confident and you rely on your gut more. And if your product is good, it's and that's the main thing in marketing. Your product is, it's not a marketing subject, but if your product is good, taking risks, relying on your gut, experimenting can be easy. If your product is substandard, if your product has competition which is better than yours, I think taking risks and relying on your gut is a more challenging thing to do. What we need to do is, as Indians, as Indians, is to make products which are globally acceptable and globally of global standards, and then rely on both data science and gut to go experiment. I'll give you an example of Info Profile is an app we've started. And that app is a visiting card exchanging platform where you can download sort of your contact sheets, you have GPS, you have different things. And we are going to Africa first with that site via digital marketing. That's because we realize that that market is sort of is more for more of a playground for the initial stages for such a product, which is a good product, I feel. And then we get it to a different market, including India, which is the 5th largest economy today. So I think yeah, gut feel is important, but it's built by sort of a lot of practice and data science.
Sure. Nimish and Ganpati, would you have an example to share with us?
Hi, Soumya. Thank you so much. I'll take an example where we have taken a conscious choice to not use data. For example, all our consumer inciting work, we don't use data. Because I'll give you an example. I also lead beyond the marketing function, the digital sales. And we realized that a lot of people are dropping off. We look at the funnel, right? If the customer has come to the website, how many of them have filled a lead? How many people have selected a product? How many people have clicked on the payment link? And how many people have paid? That's the usual funnel that we track. It tells us how the funnel is moving, what are the path to purchase that consumer is taking. What it doesn't answer is, why are people dropping off? There is about 80% drop off from visit to, let's say, putting a mobile number, etc. And I asked the team here, let's do calling and let's understand from the consumer. Why are they not? I mean, insurance is not a category where you just walk in because you liked something. It's not a clickbait category, right? So why are people dropping off? What we realized that out of 100 people that my team called in, they were able to establish contact with 8. And the insight before speaking to the customer was that most of them give a wrong number because they are in the journey to understand insurance. They are not wanting a telecaller to chase them to life and force them into buying. Now, this is something that data doesn't tell you. The insight that maybe we are forcing consumer to put their mobile number upfront, and they are at a very initial stage of understanding the category. They want to take their own time into looking at reviews, understanding pros, cons, picking up the right company. They're not at the stage which we will call consideration. They're at an exploratory stage. Now, things like that doesn't come from data. So, two places I've given you an example, so I'll keep it short. Creativity is another area where we don't use a lot of AI, a lot of data science. We don't. And our fundamental belief is the category is complex. We have to humanize the category and we have to consume the stimuli like a human. And every time we put out a creative piece, we ask ourselves, do we like it? If we like it, we do a dipstick in our office. It's a crude way, but our hit rate is pretty decent. I mean, we 8 on 10 is, I would say, pretty decent. We go across the floor. We've got 500 people. We go across the floor. As long as people are saying कि मजा आया, अच्छा लगा, we push it out. So that's a couple of examples.
I'm sorry to admit, but I'm also in the wrong phone number clan. So that's a good insight that you have gathered, Ganpati.
Interesting piece of conversation. In fact, it's a very fertile topic for debate. Honestly speaking, we're not having one. We've been averaging out our experiences, I guess. But I'll, set the cat amongst the pigeons by putting out. And I take a position very strongly. A lot of what we do, and I'm talking about marketers, because, on hazard of sounding, repetitive and cliche, we'll still say we are an art and science put together in making. That's what our skill set effectively is, isn't it? Now, the art of it has not been scientificized or should never be. Otherwise, it will cease to be. Okay. While today an AI could give you a Picasso equivalent or a Michelangelo equivalent output, but would it be an original thought? Would it ever build the new Michelangelo? Is the big question, right? And because you asked me for an example, I'll quickly come down to one. I've personally built a campaign. I sell rice for a living. Okay. I've personally built a campaign which nobody thought or expected out of a rice company or a rice brand to do. I celebrate, or one of our biggest marquee properties on media through the year is something called as the World Biryani. Okay. Now, nobody anticipated a rice guy to do it. There were umpteen biryani players to do it. We started it about 3 years back. And we said, how many years will we tell people it's the longest, it's the whitest, it's the most aromatic, it's the most fluffy, it's the most tasty? We forgot the most fundamental principle of what does it do to you. And there's no database which tells you that, because I'm sure nobody else is doing this business to that scale anywhere in the world. So it's no secondary data, it's no primary data, no consumer told us. But we simply went on the fact that what makes us happy on dinner tables or food. It's about the experience of it. Can we pick up the most relevant experience and build on? That's how it started to take shape. And it's worked for us. So again, a lot of times, barring when you have primary data and you're in bed with the consumer, you will still have to go with a lot of gut. That's where I rest.
Sure, understood. Some very relevant points over there. Utsav, help me understand. So there is an increased pressure on marketeers to either perform or perish. So with this in the background, does this allow a marketeer to take a risk based purely on his intuition? So maybe you and Nimish can answer that.
So, Soumya, yes, you're absolutely right. There is increased pressure to deliver ROAS, right? There's increased pressure on justifying the spends on businesses. But data alone doesn't necessarily assure that the spend will get justified, right? The data, in a way, underwrites the risk, but the risk still exists. So I think I'll just further what Ganpati was saying, that when you talk about uh, the access to data, there are times where you're first to market. There are times where you are doing something that's unprecedented and there is not enough data or AI to guide you in a certain direction. In which case you have to stick your neck out and take a risk, right? But I think history tells us that the most successful campaigns that either of us or the genius marketers around have run have come on the back of having taken those risks, right? So as a marketer, I think if you are able to put something out that is unprecedented, the chances of success may be slim, but the reward could be much, much higher, right? Uh, so if you ask me, the pressure to deliver, there will always be the pressure to deliver in terms of choosing the target audience, the vehicle, the medium as right, and data will guide you towards that if you have data to guide you. But I think the messaging or the content truly sometimes is the winner. So in the battle of content versus context, the data can help you set the context, but it's the content that sometimes allow you win the battle.
Nimish, what are your thoughts?
I have always been under pressure. I don't know why people say that the pressure is increasing on marketing. It has always been there. In my experience, the nomenclature has changed. Pele, I used to work with a company called Britannia. When I used to run an ad, the person who used to love my ad is the sales guy. Because my boss will ask the sales guy, is the tertiary happening? Is there, offtakes happening from the store? Or are the biscuit kind of getting expired and Nimish is not doing a good job? Now that has moved. Today, when we run an advertisement, we look at Google Analytics, we look at data on brand searches on Google, we look at is there direct traffic increasing, is there organic traffic increasing, is the direct store or e-commerce contribution increasing? I think the nomenclature has changed. And to the question, Soumya, that you asked, that I think perform or perish is an ecosystem that thrives risk-taking ability. And I feel, especially because I work for a health insurance company, I genuinely believe health insurance is not marketed well. I genuinely believe that it is at the cusp where consumer have started taking an interest in the category. And I genuinely believe that people who take more risk at this point in time are the people who will, as Utsavai nicely said, would be called the geniuses of this category. So yeah, I think you do take risk to perform or perish.
Understood. So, Vaibhav and Ganpati, we've all spoken about how innovation is impacted when it comes to, using a marketer's intuition. Can you help me understand how do you really strike a balance between the two, innovation and intuition? And do you feel it is absolutely necessary in the ever-evolving, complex environment that we live in, or maybe skippable because tech will literally take care of everything? So, what is your opinion?
When it comes to marketing, I heard someone say that from your these panelists that it's an art and a science. It's an art and a science, and marketing has to be a combination of both. It cannot be automation in marketing is not something that is heard of much. You can get data by automation, you can get ideas to automation, but marketing, just not even ideas. AI can give you ideas today, but marketing itself is a subject that is product specific, country specific. It is time specific. It is also it sometimes has a duration till you're expired out and you're outdated and you have to innovate and rekindle your project, re-innovate and come back and take up the challenge of competing with the best in the world or the country or your market. That's where technology or automation comes in, I feel. But in terms of marketing as such. I think it's both a science and an art, and it's got a fair combination. Should be a fair combination of both, but it should not be mechanical as such.
I think very well articulated that way. See, for me, I believe that you need to use your gut to identify certain opportunities which everybody sees, but nobody is interested to live with or put their neck out. Okay, we all remember product life cycle curve. 11% लोग होते हैं जो early trialist होते हैं. Now those 11% can be attributed to statistical errors if you just go by data. But the fact is, what do you make for that 11% needs validation by some sort of method. It could be data today. It could be, AI-enabled analytics going forward. It could be better neuro methodologies to research and give us trends and map out how products will fare. That can be tested with a larger audience. But the start of it will still need someone to find something which exists around us. So I'll give you an example. Everybody believes, for example, they would love to have more convenient ways to kind of consume food. So starting from cooking, so not knowing cooking, to having devices which can cook for you, to having something. But then, look, there is a whole new world of people wanting to do DIY. Okay, now that's pain. Intuitively, there's no reason for someone to inflict pain. Or let's look at IKEA. They shouldn't be in business because what's the need to induce pain to yourself and keep on fixing? Ek screw chala gaya, wapas you are running somewhere to try and figure out what it is. Isn't it? But the fact is that's the nature of the human. So how do you identify something which can help you build a niche, but validate it using the new, using the scale of information today? So I think that's what helps at one level to strike balance. But happy to hear more people, more thoughts on how you intend to validate.
Can I just take that thought, if you don't mind? And I think Ganpati spoke something very, very fleetingly about neuroscience, right? Most people who are marketers would know of this, and for the rest in the room, the limbic brain pretty much registers only and only information, right? When we talk about data, whether it's a marketing message, a promotional message, a fact, is all the same to that brain. It's the prefrontal cortex that starts lending it the reason or the rationale to believe. And that reason or rationale truly is induced by marketers by building benefits. And that's where intuition comes in, right?
Understood. So what I gather from your responses is that a marketer is often walking on a tightrope and he has to take decisions as and when they come. On that note, this question is for all four of you. Help me understand, how do you really differentiate between a strong intuition and a bias when it comes to taking strong marketing decisions? There may be times when you feel you are being biased, or you may feel that this is one strong intuition in your head. How do you differentiate between the two? Utsav or whoever, Ganpati, whoever wants to go first.
If you rely on your gut too much, if you rely on your instinct too much, there's bound to be biases that you form. The reason is that you're relying on unsubstantiated emotions or ethos, or appealing to the ethos of the people, which is okay. A marketing, it's not a campaign I'm talking about. It's the way in which you market. Is suppose you go and give free T-shirts on Marine Drive in Mumbai about say my website, my app, my info profile, and I appeal to the ethos of say hundreds of walkers nearby. That doesn't make my market know about me in a larger way. It can give me momentary visibility. It can give me sort of it can give me a push, but overall a large campaign entails a lot of data science. It does biases can be formed if you rely on your gut too much, such as you can say Mumbai is like the key market for me because I've been from Mumbai. but ultimately Mumbai could be the last market I should enter because I should have some user base ready before I enter Mumbai. So it's a key. It's a very quality market. It's the richest city of India. So I should go there last after I capture market elsewhere. So that bias and that gut has to have a line that defines the two separately.
How do you define that line is what I want to know.
You have to be alert. You have to be alert. You have to track your numbers. I feel like you have to see data science, and you have to see data. You have to see population, language, per capita income, mobile penetration, 5G penetration, smartphone penetration, etc.
Sure.
Or in my case, yeah, example.
Who's next?
See, I think very simply put, uh, both are something which we need to identify. And how do you do that? To your question, you need to be willing to be vulnerable to criticism. Stick it out there and let people critique you. If it's a bias, you will understand what not to be prejudiced with. Because both these processes are shortcuts to make a decision. Okay, be it an intuition or be it a bias. We use them day to day, like we breathe, to make decisions. Okay. Now, if you are willing to stick out, be vulnerable, stand up, and be critiqued by people, if it's a bias, it will obviously fall. But if it's an intuition which can be built in, I'm sure you will build the confidence to follow it instead of letting it require. Because that's exactly the reason why today we have such a plethora of people wanting to start off businesses, basis ideas. It's not the resources. Half of them don't even have the resources. Maybe don't even understand the processes of it. But the fact that they've stood up against something, got battered in the pursuit of where they want to be, and landed there. And that's what tells you it's not a bias. It's at a cusp of something which is going to.
So I think the bigger problem is that somewhere we are fundamentally believing a bias is bad. But let's face it, every single intuition is a cognitive bias in the first place, right? All decisions that you take could rest on the back of data, but that interpretation will stem from a bias. It could be a confirmative bias, it could be an anchor bias. All of the decisions that you take stem from some or the other form of bias for how you want to interpret that data. So I don't think bias is necessarily bad. The only problem is if that bias does not take into context the moving variables at every point in time. And the biggest of those is time itself, right? If businesses evolve, if consumers evolve, preferences evolve, you have to be able to continue to validate some of these biases or preferences and then suitably adjust and pivot. But I don't think a bias necessarily is bad because a bias helps you shorten the journey to a decision making.
Very well put. Nimish, what are your thoughts?
The first thing that came into mind, it's not right, but I'll say it because I will not be able to move forward in my head. No, if it comes from your boss, it's intuition. Everywhere else, it's a bias. But Utsav made a very valid point. I think the fundamental grounding that you need as a marketeer is that as long as the intuition or the bias is emanating from a consuming audience, कई बार हमें लगता हम ही consumer हैं. May not be true. I bought a health insurance and I could relate to a person who's buying health insurance. I consume biscuits, but I used to market chocolate biscuit category and I didn't like chocolate biscuits. So I will have to find somebody who's part of the consuming TG. He could be sitting outside my cabin. He could be located 50 kilometers away from me. I may have to get on a virtual focus group discussion, or I may have to do a central location test. Whatever it is, confirm your intuition or bias with the consuming TG, as long as you know what your consuming TG is. And that's very important. That's where the intuition bias debate ends. If the bias is owned by the consuming class, go with it.
So taking cue from one of the statements that you made, just now. How do you really weigh the intuition of your teammates or your boss against your own intuition while making a strong marketing decision?
Difficult question. I think, as marketeers, somebody said that, we have to be open to criticism. Ganpati said that. We also have to be curious. I think while we are the ones who put down campaigns, etc., the ideas are shared and brought to life by many people. It could be somebody in the sales team, it could be somebody in the tech team, it could be somebody in the competition, etc., etc. I think, long time back I read there are 9 places where ideas can emanate. There'll be much more than that, but the point is that you have to nurture that childlike curiosity. You have to say that I don't know all. And there's a very famous quote by Plato which says that the more I know how less I know. I think as long as you can nurture that, I'm not Charles Babbage of this industry. I don't know everything. Market is changing at a rapid pace. Consumer is changing at a rapid pace. 2, 3 different categories which don't compete with each other have started competing with each other in a very short span of time. Whoever thought mobile phone will kill cameras? So there are things that are happening at the edges which you cannot be aware of, and hence continue to be a child and continue to nurture that curiosity to learn. No. Agar wo ho gaya, campaign would always have your name. So be selfish in that regard.
Vaibhav and Utsav, help me understand how do you really marry creativity with intuition, and do you feel it has tangible or measurable impacts when it comes to a successful campaign?
So I don't know honestly if there's ever been an objective sort of measure to creativity, but to look at data, because it's an input metric to something that you measure, and that will be an output. But yes, I can tell you for a fact that in the insight versus idea debate, the insight is sacrosanct. The insight is the truth. The idea is the interpretation to how you want to use that insight, right? And that's where all instinct is fair, because unless you come up with ideas that are not tried and tested, you will be in a way driving, looking in the rearview mirror, right? But yeah, I personally, if you ask me, have been in a business for the last 4 years where frugality was the order. So we had to rely on ideas a lot more than the might of money to propel something forward. And in that race, I think we've done fairly well, because we relied on ideas that allowed us occupy mind share with a consumer where the insight was rife.
Thank you. How do you marry creativity to intuition? In my view, I think since we've deciphered and we've sort of concluded, or we are discussing that intuition is built on gut feel, bias, data, everything together. I think creativity is then a matter of adaptation also. If you are in a market in South India, Tamil Nadu versus Rajasthan or UP, or versus India and say Italy, you got to think local and act global. So that's where I think to capture differently diverse people, you have to be creative to sort of appeal to every sort of demographic and every sort of stereotype or every sort of category of people, I mean to say. So that's where you have to be creative. You have to be sort of aligned with every group of people.
Sure. So my next question is for the 4 of you. So visionary marketing leaders should, make long-term strategic directions, even if the current available data is not supporting it. How much do you agree or disagree with this statement?
I I mean, goes without saying that all marketing decisions ideally should serve a long-term sort of purpose for the business. That's the whole point of strategy. But the reality is that whatever you set today as a long-term vision is subject to pivots and adjustments along the course, because, like I said, time is a variable we're all trying to solve for. And today, the consumer behavior and consumer preferences are changing so rapidly that we're also adapting and adjusting to those changes as we go along. So all creativity or all ideation fundamentally ends up being an iterative process. And what I started with is what I'll go back to, which is that you have to understand what is it that you're optimizing for. If you're optimizing for speed, then you run with an intuition and continue to iterate, be prepared to fail or take feedback and then make amends. But if you're optimizing for certainty, then allow for data to kind of guide you, because chances are that you will sustain the initial haul a lot better because you will rest on the past creds and that behavior is not going to change almost instantly.
I feel like path-breaking discoveries and inventions change the course of marketing and the way society thinks and the behavioral aspect of people. Social media being one. So it has sort of unmasked what celebrities look like. So the brand ambassador of yesterday of, say, Castrol, Sachin Tendulkar, well, he's Sachin Tendulkar, but other people, right? So they've been debunked to a large extent as brand ambassadors. They've been shot down to a normal person with privileges and performance and achievements. Just one thing, social media being one, internet before that, right? So things keep changing. So you have to keep track of the trends and you have to adapt accordingly. And market's going to keep changing. And there's sort of a gush of brands being thrown at you via every media possible. So you have to stand out. You have to look different. And more importantly, your product has to be the best quality. If that is good quality. Some products do well without marketing also. I believe Bose is one. Bose does not market, right? He's from Cambridge, Mr. Bose or whoever. Yeah, and Cambridge. Or he's donated something to Cambridge, and they don't market. It's just the quality of their sound products that they sell by. So such things, I feel like have to keep going up. We as a community, we as a business group, we as a business world have to make products which are global by standard, and they adapt to the local taste of say whichever market they're catering to.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Nimish?
I think marketing is the brain of the company in more senses than one. It also brings the headlight view. And there are the one big point that we've not addressed, Soumya, in this conversation, and we must talk about it. It's not necessary that the quality of data is correct. We've run into severe challenges where we were looking at a kind of data and we realized, acha, this pixel is not firing correctly. So this session is incorrect. So this data is incorrect. It used to happen a lot in my previous organization. And I've realized that it's not necessary that data is absolutely correct. There are noises that happens. We've now moved to GA4 analytics, etc. There is some bit of data error. Something is going wrong somewhere because a lot of data gets built in the digital world. And there are a lot of vulnerabilities that exist. So just by saying that you're looking at data, does it make you smarter? The answer is no. You need to know what kind of data you're looking at. It's like taking a calculator. Well, calculator has made speed and accuracy, but you still need to decide kisko kisse divide karna hai. That's where the mind comes in. And I think from a strategic planning for 3 to 5 years, the way we do it is there are things for which data is available, and we have empirical understanding that the data is right and the data trend is expected to stay. That will make 60% of planning in place. For about 40% of the planning, we look at long-term trend consumer reports. For example, the women's segment for health insurance is going to be very big. It is going to be the next decade, and people are not talking about it. The disposable income, the education level, the single women segment is increasing in our country. Now, this you won't find in data. You can't even expect to find this in data. you look at some things and you say, okay, I want to make a health insurance plan for women. And I want to put this in a 2 to 3 year bucket, depending upon when the time, money, etc., is right. I'm going to pick this. So you build your innovation calendar or your innovation funnel based on some bold bets. And those are largely driven by hunch. Every marketing organization would have a horizontal called inciting. So this gets picked up in your insight work that, yeah, this segment is making sense. So 60% of it should ideally come from data. 30, probably the data is right. And 30-40%, you make some big bold bets.
Ganpati.
See, I'm sure everybody in the room will agree. We have more data today than ever. Okay. And the next day we'll have even more. But the fact is, everybody who has their hands on data, are they doing justice to what they should have been doing? Big question mark. So we will have abundance of resource as we go forward in the format of data. But at the same time, I don't know visionary otherwise, but even the most average marketers will need to stand up and find their way around in that maze of data. Okay. And that is important to start defining on what sort of a positive impact will you create for the consumers at the end of the day by what you're doing in life. That's exactly what is going to matter. Now, sometimes for example, I come largely from FMCG. What happens is we were always thirsty for data. When I started my career, it was like, ye bhi mil sakta hai, to why not? Okay. And it still is devoid of a lot of first party data. We get sporadic clues of it. So we still desire, if I had first party data, kya kar sakta hu? But the fact is, if I look back, am I data rich over the last decade? Yes, I've been tremendously data rich. Did I make a quantum difference in the way decision making happened with the best of brands, with the best of companies? Something which is very important for us to ponder. So I think it's not about dissing the importance of data. It's about utilizing it to the best of your efforts without actually wanting to seek more of it. It's not the greed of data, but it's actually the need of data and the need of how to use it, which is where we are sitting. So holding it may not be the right way. Neither is letting it go and be oblivious about it. So we are not in the business of, we may not reach salvation or something. We'll leave data and walk by. The fact is, we will have to navigate that ecosystem and see the consumer for who and what we are worth to him to decide that. If I can, quick 5 second. I think one thing that will take the marketing function up, given that there is a lot of data, and he's absolutely right. I think the marketers should also get hands-on with some data analysis tools. Tableau, Power BI, whatever it is. I think this is going to become it. Today, what is happening is get outsourced to data analytics team, but they're not marketers. So they come with something, then the marketing guy works on it. It's like marketers learned media planning, performance marketing. I think the next skill for the marketing teams to pick up would be some bit of understanding of analyzing large tables of data. I think that's going to lift the function up.
Have any additions to this?
I just want to make a closing statement here from my side that too much information is not good while communicating even your brand's ethos, pathos, logos, or the gist of it, that means, or even crunching data too much is fine, and you leave it to the experts. And I'm sure there are many of you who are experts here in marketing and in sales, but stick to the basics. I think that's what's important. I really think it's about a lot of OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, when it comes to marketing.
Thank you, Vaibhav. With that, in the interest of time, we'll have to end today's very interesting session. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking out time on a weekday and for helping us, helping our audiences with such brilliant insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. A picture, please. And thank you, Soumya, for moderating that. Yes, ma'am. You have a question? To whom? To all of them. Gentlemen, before you leave, can we do a quick one, please? Can we have a mic for ma'am? We'll try and keep this very quick.
Yes, of course. Hi, I'm Savita Raj here. I run advertising and film business. I'm at Khosla Ka Ghosla. Anyway, so coming back to my question is that don't you think now brand lives are going down and what are CEOs doing about it? The new generation of brands are dying fast. Okay, don't you think so?
Ma'am, I think you're right. I think a big problem and a part of the problem both are that there are too many brands, too many products, and the consumer in India is just that much. It's about what if you just look at the per capita GDP of India and the amount of people that can afford good new things. There's so few that it's directly correlational to how well India does or how well the per capita GDP rises or the middle class grows. So the solution here is to actually go abroad, go to Africa, go wherever Indian brand works.
How many Indian brands can even afford to do that? Or even film, or even universal brands? I mean, world over brands are dying. I'm talking about Nokia, Motorola. Many brands have died very soon.
That's what.
But that's what I'm saying. The new, the aging, they're aging fast.
It's survival
They're
of the
dying
fittest.
fast.
Survival of the fittest.
Okay, what's up? 30 seconds for you. Let's go.
So since this was set up as a debate, in the spirit of it, I completely disagree with this. But but let's just go out and say that we're a large nation that's currently under-serviced by brands. The reason brands are dying is because they don't have a long-term view, and there is an inability to adapt to the speed at which the consumer is changing. Today, Noise happens to be world's third largest smartwatch brand, ma'am. It's no joke. We are only servicing India as a market, and we are the world's third largest. And it's a brand that got built on the back of bootstrapping a business without having access to multiple rounds of capital, etc., etc. But brands can get built if you keep the first principles right and you put consumer first.
Okay. You want to add?
No, I agree with Utsav. I think brands die. Serving, right? I mean, that's the only thing.
So you can take a minute because I've been told we have 2 extra minutes. It all comes to you now.
I'll just say brands which aren't nimble die. We were all taught look for brands of scale. I suggest look for brands which are nimble. Agility matters. The variables have changed. The process hasn't. The philosophy hasn't. That's where
Byju's and all that also are dying. Like, they're just born and gone. Right. So we have given CEOs to the world. India has given CEOs to the world. So why can't we make our brand stronger and stronger is my question.
I don't think so. I don't think so. We're losing out on that front. The fact is, today you are hearing and getting to see more experiments. So the more we experiment, the more risk it is fraught with. So let's accept it, internalize, and rejoice on brands which have made it.
I mean, it's
we can't kill the process because it's big.
This is skin game. This is evolution.
Yes.
New brands are coming and displacing the old ones. It's not the brands are dying.
Yeah. I am saying maybe the new brands don't have the strong guts to even take decisions.
Ma'am, I think frankly that and I think this is the definition of nationality also, that we are tied to the India as a brand. So if India grows, Indian brands grow. Right? If Byju's, for example, right? So Byju's was a ed tech platform, or is an ed tech platform, which could have helped and changed the world.
So many brands are dying. Tech brands only are dying.
Yes, that's simply because India as a brand is not able to position itself in a strong way where Indian sites, Indian apps, and I'm struggling with one, can go global and cater to everybody. Quality is there, but the trust is not there. Somehow the appeal is not there, and it's gonna happen over time. In the next 1 year we pass Germany, in the next 2 years we pass Japan, the other way around,
I have a counter question to that. Is that no one knew from where Nokia is coming, okay,
Right.
but it survived. And
Because
I
there
don't
was
know
no,
why it died
because there was
after.
no competition, and I love Nokia too.
I personally feel that the debate started now. I feel like that my English teachers come और सारे बच्चे बस गए. But thank you so much that you asked and thank you for that you answered. We would love to take it offline over a cup of coffee, green tea, chai. That's your call. But no, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you, Soumya. Thank you, ma'am, for asking. No, absolutely no. Sorry, ma'am. These are new gen entrepreneurs. They're built for risk and questions. Soumya, just a request. Can we please? Thank you. Good that it felt like a debate for once. Next is again an insight. The CMO Sentiment Index in India. Marketing Outlook 2024 and 25. How are CMOs looking at the year ahead? And how is this impacting their marketing investments? And to share their views on the same, let's please welcome our panelist, Darshana Shah, Head Marketing and CX, Aditya Birla Group. Joining ma'am is Girish Injarani, Vice President, Marketing and Corporate Communications, Blue Star. Joining them is Kavita Ganesh, General Manager, Marketing, TVS Eurogrip. Joining them is Shamik Banerjee, Chief Marketing Officer and Customer Acquisition, Apollo 24/7. Joining them is Shruti K. Agrawal, EVP, Tata Realty and Infrastructure. And this session will be moderated by Jayant Basantani, Vice President, India Business, Mob Avenue Media. Let's please welcome them, though they're already here. But everybody, thank you. They come, we can begin and they'll all join. Is someone from the business world team here? After this, we have a masterclass followed by another panel, and then the awards await us.
I think one person is coming. Sure. Thank you so much for the opportunity. We have a very varied panel right now from different industries. So I have prepared few questions which caters to across industries. So one of the first thing which I would like to understand that since there are a lot of things which are happening across the world, especially in India, so how do you see the year has gone right now and how do you see the year will go? So I wanted to understand that. Maybe we can start with Girish.
So hi everyone, very good afternoon. My name is Girish Ingorani. I look after marketing for Blue Star. And it's been a dream year for us so far. Last year was good. We're part of the air conditioning industry. Air conditioning is booming at its highest right now. The market for air conditioners is just 11 million units right now. And China sells about 90 million for domestic use. So, you know, the gap is huge. The penetration is just 7%. And the heat this time was so harsh this time that we kind of got stocked out. Most brands did. So the growth has been phenomenal. Having said that, it's very challenging going ahead because you have to keep up pace with that kind of growth. We grew by about 70% in the room air conditioner business this year. And whether to plan for 70% or not next year is a matter of how harsh the summer will be. So yes, there's a lot of seasonality involved in our business, but overall, we are obviously very, very confident that the air conditioner business should grow by double. So by 2030, from 11 million, we're looking at about 25 million ACs to be sold every year in the country. So that's the stupendous growth that every air conditioner manufacturer is eyeing, in the country. So we're very, very bullish about the growth prospects in India.
Nice to hear that, Girish. As I mentioned, one of my friend who works in Blue Star. So I was sitting with him for breakfast and he had some 25 missed calls in 10 minutes because so much heat was there in Gurgaon. A lot of AC, I think services were there and a lot of things were there. And I felt for him, but he answered almost every question. So I think that is one thing which, though he is my friend, but I think that is something which Blue Star gives to every employee. Yeah. Same question maybe to Darshana. If you can answer, like how has been the year so far and how do you see the year to be?
So see, when you first look at the macroeconomics, right? So there definitely has been volatility. You know what's happening in US. US is almost every time, they're trying to control inflation. They're trying to control the feds are trying to control the rates. And that impact definitely, because I'm in the category of finance, category of money. So what happens is that definitely has an impact. We have seen, and now at some point they're saying there's recession to come and things like that. So what happens though at the same time, and then there is a geopolitics which is on, and we know the whole Ukraine, and then the China-US relationship. So definitely, is there an impact on the overall economy globally? Yes. Does that have an impact on how RBI is looking at things, how the regulators are looking at things? Yes. We have had volatile markets. We've had our, equity market going up and down. But overall, at the same time, our Indian GDP growth is quite bullish. We are doing well. So we've seen a lot of positive. We've seen a lot of consumption, a lot of fintech platforms coming in. So yes, people are getting in. So overall, India with its whole, make in India and more inward domestic market growth. So that consumption, at least for my category, financial services, we've seen good growth. We've seen good growth last year. We've seen good growth last quarter. We were 26% high. Having said, is there a volatility and what happens because of that? We are a highly regulated industry. So there are RBI reforms that keeps coming, IRD, and I'm dealing with all regulators, whether it's SEBI, RBI, IRD, all of them. So there are changes which does what it keeps us constantly on the toes. We've seen some amount of regulation coming in our loans in the lending business. It did slow down last quarter. So those kind of impact is there. So are we being watchful? Yes. Are we cautious? But like Kavita was also saying, so we are optimism is there. We've not sort of tightened anything as yet right now, but Jayant, definitely it is a cautious because volatility is high. So from that point of it, growth is good because India's story is good as of now. So from that point, we've been fortunate. Yeah.
Nice. So we as a company also work with a lot of BFSI clients, whether it is from a loan perspective, whether it is from investment perspective, whether it is from banks perspective. So we have also seen a lot of growth in the last quarter. A lot of companies which you mentioned have come up. And I see that from this, especially in the BFSI sector, things moving upwards. Maybe Shruti, I would like to understand, I live in Gurgaon. I was trying to buy a house, right? And the Gurgaon market is like that. I missed 2 months. The rate skyrocketed to 20 lakhs. So how do you see, since you come from this industry? So what is happening that rates are increasing every month, every 2 months? It can be one case of Gurgaon, but are you seeing it across India or how is it? And how is it different from a company's perspective when they choose their basically offices or something of that sort?
Land prices across, actually just post-COVID, we realized that we need bigger homes. We need more homes. Rentals are not working. We need our own home. And I think that's kind of driven the demand of owning your own house, having your own space. Land as a commodity is shrinking. And the more you can capitalize on it, I think that is what is working for the residential sector. However, I kind of manage the commercial real estate vertical for Tata Realty. And but when it comes to, let's say, office absorption, it's something I would like to talk about that, in 2019, the largest office absorption the industry had witnessed was then. And then COVID happened. People were bullish that 2020 is going to be the year of commercial leasing. But 2020 was the worst year. We all know that. Come 2023, it has surpassed the 2019 mark as well. As we are in July, there is about 34 million of office space absorbed in India, which is about 18% more than our previous year. So I think when it comes to residences, of course, the demand is there. Land is it's a commodity. If you kind of reduce the commodity, the price will invariably increase. But on the other hand, when you look at the office market as such, that's growing immensely. The amount of GCCs that have come to India, the kind of infrastructural developments that our government has made, and India was always one of the most preferred offshoring destinations in the world. And today it still stands. So I think my sentiment with how the economy is also growing for us or how the industry looks for us has been quite positive.
Nice, nice. So, Kavita, I would like to understand more about your industry, though you comes from a tire background, how it's not a pull product. It's basically, I will not wake up and think that I want to buy a tire, right? How do you market those things, especially in the D2C world, and how are you managing that from a digital perspective?
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kavita. I take care of marketing for TVS Eurogrip tires. So, like Jayant rightly said, ours is a very low involvement push category. It's pretty difficult to reach the consumer directly because there are several intermediaries. There's the trade, which is your distributors, your tire shops, which are your retailers, and you also have mechanics and garages. So, in our industry, see, D2C hasn't yet happened, and we don't see it happening in the next decade, I would say. But what is happening is the dialogue between the brand and the consumer has become far richer than what it was. So what we are seeing is there's a lot more researching online. Consumers are today a little more aware of what they're buying, at least, the premium segment consumers. Like I was mentioning when we were chatting up earlier, the commuter segment is most ignorant about this category, and they continue to be. I mean, that's going to be the reality. The thing is, what we do is we use digital both for top of funnel as well as for middle and bottom funnel, more for top of funnel, because that's how the category operates. For us, it's about being there top of mind with the consumer when he or she is thinking of changing her tire. And it's never a pleasurable purchase, it's a grudge purchase. You change your tire only when you have to change your tire. So from that perspective, it's just important for us to maintain a certain SOV through the year. And we use digital as well to do that. But what we've also been doing interestingly through digital is, using digital to reach out to our trade consumer customers as well as mechanics. So for instance, we are in a strategic partnership with the Chennai Super Kings. So last season, what we decided was, instead of just making brand ads and the typical D2C kind of communication using the cricket players, let's also do something for our trade partners. So we used AI and machine learning to study the facial gestures of one of CSK's popular cricketers, Ravindra Jadeja. And we made personalized ads for our tire retailers and mechanics. And the ad was not about Eurogrip. It was actually promoting their store. And let's all remember, this was just fresh out of COVID. So, the previous year was a COVID year. So people were just rebuilding their brick and mortar stores. So we built ads for their stores, and Jadeja would urge people to come to XYZ store to buy their tires. That's what the ad was all about. And that actually became a runaway hit. They organically shared that with their networks, and there was a very subtle branding of ours that went along. So that's one example of how we use digital.
Got it. Darshana, maybe this is for you. I want to understand that what is typically your marketing mix? How do you blend it? Offline is there, then TV, print, and digital is also there. So what is typically your marketing mix, since festival is also around the corner? So what elements do you think you generally do during the festive period?
So see, honestly, and I always laugh with my team members, because now that I have a lot of, millennials and Gen Zs in my team, and I tell them I'm the first generation marketeer who started her world of marketing with TV. And I believed in TV, right, at that time, and a long format storytelling. But today the world is completely about integrated marketing, because you need to have your 6 second to all the way to your 30-second, and 30-second definitely does not work on any digital platform. So it is the integrated marketing strategy. I just did Olympics, right? So we were the official sponsors for the India contingent. What definitely now, depending on what you're doing, am I doing a product story or am I doing a brand? When it comes to brand, the mix has changed. It has to be full funnel. There is no, but it may be more top of the funnel vis-a-vis bottom. If I'm doing more product salience and product talking, that is more mid and bottom funnel. So the across funnel we have to do what with TV. CTV has become very important now as a category, so we can't ignore. So there is television, there is connected TV, there is handheld, there is all your platforms together. So now literally, so the way we do planning, the way the planning works is across the touch points where the consumer is. It's not just one medium anymore. It's not one, property anymore. And with that, print for me is more, here and now, because print has got a very limited shelf space. We do a lot of outdoor also. We do airports, we do metro. So like I said, it's a very integrated, complex planning that we need to do today. It's not any one medium. But yeah, the difference is purely when I'm doing pure branding vis-a-vis more product and where I want more conversions and really business ROI. Today, we cannot enter because I'm also answerable to my board. I'm answerable to my, all the CEOs of various business. So I have to, dual hat. So coming to festive, how we are ready. So again, because I have multiple finance categories, starting from loan, mutual fund, insurance, all of that. So the home loan business and lending, the personal lending is becoming active now for festive, because the buying house and all that is big during the whole festive season. For us, till December, all this will be on. JFM is very big for us. Jan, Feb, March, unlike for e-commerce, it's very big for us. So insurance really kicks in at that time. So yeah, I think round the year, most of the categories are present, and investment, purely mutual fund is now round the year. So that's my take.
What are your thoughts about it, Girish? You come from Blue Star, right? And I think it is majorly driven by dealers, distributors. But obviously there are sales, the big billion days and the all, where I know that the products are sold out, right? So what is your marketing mix?
So basically, so first and foremost, I think you have to have, like Darshana rightly mentioned, you have to have a good mix of everything that is relevant to the customer. There's digital, there is television, there's connected TV. I believe a lot in connected TV because that's harnessing the power of television and also bringing the digital attributes of filtering and, targeting possible. But I am a strong believer of creatives, right? To give you an example, typically you'd believe that a 30-second format on digital may not work. But, if you do a very good creative and, fortunately this year we did a creative around Virat Kohli about Garmi. I don't know how many of you all saw that. And, so far prior to this, none of our ads on YouTube when we used to run, and as a policy, we don't run non-skippable ads at all. So all my ads on YouTube are always skippable because we don't want to force down something down the consumer's throat. If they want to skip the ad, please do so. And we've never had a VTR, which is the view through rate of more than 20%. Throughout. This time it hit 59%. Okay, so it all depends on the power of your creativity. For me, I think the creative is the most important. Media will follow how you present that creative and how impactful that creative is important. Of course, coming to e-commerce, there is a huge market. It's very important for us to balance all our channel mixes because I'm sure there are so many people in this room. Some are e-commerce friendly. Some want to buy from a Chroma or Reliance. Some want to buy from the neighborhood store that they've been buying for the last 15, 20, 30 years. And therefore, it's very important for us to keep all channel partners alive. We cannot kind of over-index ourselves with any channel partner because all of them will exist. We are very clear that no one is going to eat each other. All of them have a relevance. There is a market in the country. All of them will coexist. And therefore, we have to be relevant to each of the channel partners. Right? So that's our strategy in terms of the channel partner mix. And as far as media goes, creative first. If your creative is good, irrespective of the media, you get your messaging across.
Jayant, I also want to add one more thing. What we have seen and what from last 1 year, we cannot also forget AI. We can't forget the whole Gen AI. So the whole mixed reality is what is also now. So like lately I've had, tied up with the tech partners where your print becomes interactive. So we did the whole flam thing and your anamorphic outdoors. So the other important thing, like because you're talking about content and creative, what we need to also now add as marketeers is the AI part of it and the whole virtual, mixed reality part of it. So it's interesting that how every medium is not independent today and it's interdependent. Your TV and handheld, you suddenly make it, interactive. Your print and mobile, you make it interactive. And that's where the conversations are today. And that's where as marketeers, we have to constantly be ahead in our game.
What are your thoughts on it, Shruti?
I think we are very fortunate to have been marketers at this point of time. We've just like Darshana, I'm also a first generation marketer where I've lived through TV and print, and then digital came in, and then you're adopting to that. And then we have creator community coming in, and social media at its peak. You start leveraging that. And then finally AI comes in. I mean, what a better time to actually, getting your marketing juices out and ensuring you're using all these available options that we have today in terms of marketing, integrating and getting the best. When it comes to our marketing strategy, what we do, of course, just like all of us, here we do balance out tried and tested methods. And then, of course, we definitely want to stay ahead of the curve, and we ensure that we leverage AI. We ensure that we also take, we leverage the strength and the power today the the creator community has. I think that by itself today is so powerful. There are so many times you are not able to, with that limited communication of ours, we may not be able to reach out to a particular niche target audience, which through the creator community you can. So I think it's one of the best times for any marketer to be at this point of time, to just enjoy work.
So I have one question which I am facing, which we discussed also. Like, you are CMOs and you're working with people across the ages. So how are you managing people, those who are maybe above in your age, people, those who are Gen Zs? How do you tackle this? This is something which is very personal to me, since I am being 35 years old, managing an average age of team of 25 years old. So would love to understand from everybody, maybe a couple of minutes. Kavita, you can start.
Sure. So yes, I wish we had an answer to that. Life would be very, very simple. But I think all of us are learning as we go along. To me, for today's CMO, it's all about kind of, exactly what Darshana and Shruti said, orchestrating all these different parts of marketing together. For instance, today, even something which is very BTL in nature can have a digital wing to it. You promote a BTL event on Meta first, then you kind of get leads online to attend the event, and then you make a video out of the event and again popularize it through social media. So in this kind of environment where we are, I think for CMOs, the only two important things are one, orchestrating these different elements of marketing, and the second, people management, where it's even more challenging because you have people who have been brought up in that pure non-digital era who cannot relate to social media, who are a very integral part of your team because they're just fabulous at creative thinking or just, giving that structural approach to marketing. And on the other end of the spectrum, you need fresh ideas, energy. You need people who can relate to digital and mixed reality. So what I've realized is one thing that helps, especially in managing Gen Zs, is to get people who are kind of passionate about your category. For instance, in our case, when I recruit boys and girls who are passionate about riding, it really helps because then they're not doing a job. They're actually, it's like a passion project for them, which is very Gen Z terminology, and they love doing what they're doing. So then you don't need to micromanage them. You don't need to really drive them too much because they're self-driven, and suddenly you see the entrepreneurial side of the Gen Z.
Shruti, maybe three things which you require when you are hiring, three things which you are a must that the person whom you're hiring should have. any 3 questions maybe which you ask?
I have a colleague of mine sitting here with me, and I've got a fantastic team, by the way. Yes, I am particular about a couple of things, but the top three that I would look at is actually, ethics. I really want somebody who's ethical in the team. It's okay. You're hardworking, not hardworking. You need to be ethical. And when I say ethical, integrity does matter to me. So integrity is one thing. And I think the other thing is passion for the job you're doing. And I don't have a third one. You're doing these two things. The third one, I don't even need. I know work is going to get done. So 2 things for me, integrity and be passionate about what you're doing.
Darshana, same question to you. First, basically, how do you manage people across ages, as well as maybe 2 things, 3 things which you want person to be there in your team who is joining?
So interesting, right? As a conglomerate, as Birla Group, now and one of the things as a group we were trying to, so I was telling you last year we were in Atlanta in our ABG Awards, and the entire leadership team along with Mr. Birla was trying to solve this whole one thing about multi-generational workforce. Because that's what we have today. We have, I don't know if there was beyond baby boomers, because we do have at the group level people who are 70s and 75s, till all the way to, Gen Zs that we are hiring now. And culturally, we have to be changing and constantly evolving ourselves. And that's been coming from a very Birla Group is a very manufacturing at one side, businesses like mine and fashion, which are more B2C. So again, different kind. You have B2B manufacturing, factories to our kind of environment. So definitely it's not an easy answer, but for sure our HR policies have gone through a lot of changes, trying to make it hybrid culture, the kind of, the clothing, what you can work, the flexi hours that you can come in, for women friendly policies, because not just we are more B2C, we are more service, but in our manufacturing units where women, I mean, they're far in, some small towns of India. How are you managing them there? So a lot of culture change for sure and managing the multi-generation, but are we really going to be at the core behaving like startups? No. I think that's a challenge. We can't suddenly become the Gen Zs who are more breeding in the startups and the way they love the fun, the way we still have a cabin culture. So are we going to go away from a cabin and going to become an open office? And I don't think we are yet there, but the good side is, the flip side is that we are not as young and fun. We will not have Google canteens and, the food and all that happening. But at the same time, the thing that I love about a group like Birla or for Tata, I can say, is we don't hire and fire. So, I mean, today, even the big tech guys, like even at Google and Amazon, when the trying is tough and the going is tough, they fire people globally. This is what we've not done. In COVID, we had a very clear stated policy, not one person to be laid off. All bonuses given. So I think that's the good side when you are working with conglomerates. Yes, you may not have the food available and you can't come in shots and, things like
I think
that.
small problems.
Yeah,
These are
but
small problems.
yeah, we do have. So when we have a fintech business coming in, it definitely is difficult because when you are younger generation coming in, they want that kind of freedom. I will candidly say that we may not be out there, but at the same time, we really take care of our people. So that's the whole multicultural, multi-generational workforce. At the same time, now what do I look at? And I think Shruti gave the answer to the bit that for me also the skill is not what I look at, the passion and the hunger. And because I believe in betting on my people, including my secretary. So in one of my secretaries, I also got her. She was very keen to become a marketer. I said, go and get some, skill set because you need some knowledge. So you need to do some part-time MBA. And she's now full-fledged. She's in fact heading a channel marketing in one of the groups now. So I do believe in betting on my people. Passion is the first thing. Ethics also, I agree with Shruti, but passion is something that you need the hunger. You are raising your hand to say that I want to do more. I'm ready to bet and baki sab sikha denge. Grooming is possible, but if you don't have the passion, I'm not interested.
I think just to add to Darshana and Shruti, attitude is another one I look at. So, the willingness to get your hands dirty, at least early on, that helps going a long way.
What are your thoughts, Girish?
How many of y'all are Gen Z here? Are there anybody Gen Z here? Okay, very
One,
few here.
she's in
Very
the
few
team, by the
here.
way.
And okay, couple of them, right? Okay, great. So I think it's very important. I learned very early in my life from my earlier bosses, you should spend a lot of time with youngsters. So as CMOs, I think we should spend a lot of time with youngsters for two reasons. One is, of course, the more time you spend with them, the more you're able to ignite a drive or a passion. Youngsters today are not after money. They're after respect. They're after admiration. They're after recognition. And if you can give them that, you give them your time, I think they'd do anything for you. Correct. So I strongly believe that the more you spend time with the youngsters in your group, the Gen Zs in your group, the more you'll able to kind of, deliver. They are very, very productive. The other thing, of course, is that you're looking at your future consumers. Because today, maybe my air conditioning buyer is about 30, 35 years of age. But the Gen Zs today will become my air conditioner buyers tomorrow. And therefore, it gives us very good insights on what the long-term trend should be, what the long-term strategies of the company should be. And of course, I was reading somewhere that by 2030, 50% of India will be Gen Z and below, correct? So that's the future of India in any case. And I'm a strong believer of the youth, of youngsters, the power of Gen Z, though we were concerned about the drive and passion, but as long as you're able to give them clarity, direction, I think they're as passionate as any other generation. So I don't see any challenge there. Coming back to what I look for, I think I completely agree with my co-panelists. It's drive, passion, clarity of thought. That's what matters. The entrepreneurial spirit in them. How they would want to, if they're going to treat this job as their own company and how they're going to deliver there matters a lot. So I think that's what I would look at. Ethics, integrity, all of these are, of course, hygiene factors. Attitude is very difficult to assess when you hire somebody because, you all tend to put up a good job. But I think drive and passion is something you can easily assess when you interview them. It comes out naturally. And once you see that hunger, you see that passion, I think that's a big winner for me.
Something on a lighter note, and this is my observation. Gen Zs do not want to work for somebody else. They want to work for themselves. So I don't know if we would be hiring them at, sooner or later, but they just prefer working for themselves and not for someone else. So I don't know how the hiring, getting them on your team, for how long will we manage to get them, or till the time we become boomers and we kind of just keep being in the organizations. So yeah.
I think in the interest of time, quick one to Kavita and across for everybody. One marketing campaign which you still remember, one of the most kick-ass campaign which you have seen in last 6 months, which you still remember.
Okay, top of mind, what Cadbury's just did for Raksha Bandhan. Exactly what Darshana said. Using technology, yet the power of content. So I'm sure all of you saw it. It was
Yes.
Yeah, and they did this. You could create an image with your sibling by it was an AI generated image that would pop up. You upload pictures of yourself and your brother or sister. Tell the Cadbury's portal what the story was on that day, and they will recreate an image for you. And then you get to send a Cadbury's chocolate to your sibling along with that picture, something like that. Yeah, very, very fun and very cute.
What about yours, Shruti?
I'll tell you which one is on top of my mind. But before, I think, a quick thing about Cadbury's. So Cadbury's has been doing this whole hyper localization and, promoting their stores for the longest time. Just, I think 2020, they came out with the way they've used AI, the way they've used this for the whole hyper localization, promoting, local retailers, distributors has been brilliant. But on my top of mind today, it is actually the Zomato the Father's Day ad that they'd come out with. So what they did was, every time you ordered something, you had the option of choosing, they had some 4-5 celebrities.
This happened in Mother's Day as well.
Okay, I may have missed the Mother's Day, but the Father's Day, I do remember that, you could choose, you just had to, yes, there were 3-4 actors that they had tied up with, and you just had to tell the name of your father and they would record, and you could send out, once you've ordered food from Zomato, they would send out that little message to you, which you could in turn send out to your, I think, father. And that was brilliant. And that works really, really good because our parents are at an age, getting a recorded message from a celebrity that's resonating with their age group. I think that was fantastic. And I think they did this with even Friendship's Day, with tying up with relevant influencers, younger influencers. So I think Zomato is also doing extremely well in terms of their using AI and connecting with the target audience?
So in fact, my love for technology and this whole AI, I actually saw because Britannia did last year with Ranveer Singh and this whole mixed reality. And that's where I said, no, we have to do. And I was, because when I got into the Olympic sponsorship and I was very clear that I will do it. So honestly, because I was so caught up with the whole Olympics and working with the athletes and I was in Paris and also, whilst these things, yes, I agree with them. But what I really love, because I was in the midst of all that, the Nike campaign. I love Nike, the global, what they had launched for Olympics. And it is brilliant the way they have really upped their game. And because diversity was a big conversation this time and women in sports specifically. And I think they have done a kick-ass campaign. And I really am a big fan for Nike. And absolutely in India, Zomato, I have seen, she was talking about Mondelez, of course, because Mondelez is also very ahead in the whole AI conversation. So yeah, I think, but Nike, I really remember because I was really in awe of the way they brought in women in sports and diversity. Yeah.
Girish.
I think I'm a little old school here. So I like television ads, watching them for the entire 30 seconds. I think there was a Munna Bhai MBBS ad for health insurance, which is ACO. And I think they did a brilliant job because it's a category where we all struggle when we get into medical expenses and there are so many cuts and deductions and things like that. So that was very impactful. I always believe that as marketers we should try to bring a smile on people's face. Our lives are very stressed out, and as long as we are able to get our messaging across with a smile on the face, that's what ACO did for me with their health insurance campaign. So that one stood out for me for sure.
I think I had a lovely time interacting with all of you. I gained a lot of things when I was with you right now as well. I think people would have liked it as well. If anybody has any questions, maybe you can ask. If not, it's fine.
Okay, there's a question there.
There's a question. Okay.
Mic, please.
Can somebody give a mic?
Hello, I am Harsharan Kohli. I work as a supply chain consultant, worked in the area of supply chain and worked with a company called IKEA earlier. So just a top of the mind question that we are talking about Indian companies, and of course there are global companies and every Indian company would like to go global. But could you just from your experience say that what would be the basic difference between how an Indian company is operating in today's environment and how the global companies are operating, and what could be the catch up for the Indian companies to reach to that level? I mean, the culture part and other things. So because I still feel, having worked in a multinational and of course worked in Indian companies also, so where would be the gap and how it could be made up?
Yeah. Okay, great. So I belong to a homegrown company, 80-year-old Blue Star. So I'd go with that question. I think what the global companies, and we compete with a lot of global multinationals in our space. I think they have the advantage of scale because they have a scale across the world. And therefore they have large R&D centers. They're able to make those investments. And, because of scale, they are able to offer solutions which are ahead of what we can offer, because not that we can't offer that scale, but for us to make those investments with the kind of scale in India is not enough. Like I gave you an example, China's total domestic produce is about 90 million. That's the consumption there. They make 60 million for the export market. So that's a 150 million producer nation of air conditioners. For an example, we're just 11 million. Obviously, anybody making there will have that kind of scale. But having said that, India is emerging to be a top destination. It's becoming in the China plus one strategy. A lot of global multinationals are preferring Indian OEMs. I think Indians now have to believe in themselves and make investments. We've got to think globally. We've got to think, not restricted to the fact that these are our hindrances. We don't have to have that mindset. We got to go all out. We've got to become global players. And I'm confident that the stature India is in today, in the next 10 to 15 years, you will find a lot of Indian players who become major global players. So I'm very confident of that. But we should just move out of a mindset that just because if we are Indians, we can't scale up. We can scale up, and we have to make those investments to make it big.
Totally agree with Girish. Actually, we are also on that trajectory where we're moving from being an Indian company to an India-based MNC with growing exports and a growing global presence. And what we are also seeing as a benefit is that India is perceived as far better quality than China. And this is working to our advantage in most global markets.
So I like to. So you said you're from IKEA, is it? Is it? No, awesome.
Yeah,
So
ma'am, I worked with IKEA for 19 years, but now I'm running my own consultancy, part of the consultancy.
okay, so see, so I'll break it into two parts, right? At least from my experience now, and of course, at Aditya Birla Group, do we have global brands? We are global as a conglomerate, but we have fashion, Louis Philippe, and all are there in certain markets. Most of our are B2B because Novalis are entire copper. All your cans, all your tins, whatever you do, Pepsi, this, that, everything is Birla. But having said, and I was with Hypercity earlier, and when IKEA was coming to India, see, the thing is, we've been always been very strong servicing economy after agriculture. So a lot of offshoring. When it comes to that, of course, India, because the engineer India, because the math India, that is what we are. So you will see the top CEOs globally are all Indians. Whilst we are very good at that, we do a lot of servicing side. We are very good creating brands. So I know when I was in Hypercity CMO, and all my entire bosses were from UK. To become a Tesco or Walmart, the consumption that you need in India, the per square feet churn that you need is not there, and it's still so. China is a different example. Look at how you go to China and you see mainland Chinese in across the globe in the luxury brand segment. You will see them. The consumption is high. You go to Shanghai, you go to Beijing, and you see the amount of luxury brands over there. India, you still don't have. India, you are not going to see every second guy, using Apple phone or having a Louis Vuitton. So we are still far away. So that's one from the consumption side. The second is that's the reason the brands, the Indian brands today to be on the global scale, the kind of, the quality technology. So I see it in Birla Group, but yes, that needs the kind of investment. I think what Girish was touching upon. Can we do it? Are we looking at it? But we're so much into the service. Our human capital is so strong, and that's what we are strong at providing. But really creating a brand, whilst we have many on the servicing side, on the Infosys of the world and Wipro of the world, but on the product and the branding side, I think we have a lot of work to do.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
A picture. Thank you. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Jen, for moderating that and for keeping it in time also. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll wait for the audience to settle down, for them to clear the stage, and then we shall start with the next one. Rakhi? That's okay. For audience members, can you please request you to settle down? Okay. Girish, sir? Sorry. Okay, we don't usually get to see this, but next is a master class. Now, this is on digital media and marketing in the AI age. We've discussed media since the morning. We've discussed and are discussing marketing since the morning. We've been discussing AI since the morning. And in this masterclass, it all comes together. A look at how the two sides of the spectrum interconnect with artificial intelligence in the mix. And to teach us something about the same and how to make the best use of it, let's please welcome the Chief Marketing Officer of CV Business Unit, Tata Motors, Shubhanshu Singh. Everybody, please. Let's welcome, sir. I'd mentioned this before. Us being marketing people, being full of energy, we can't be this low. Let's try again. Let's welcome him. Lovely. Thank you.
In 2008, we began as pioneers, leading the way in transit advertising. We stitched our vision into every campaign. From in-house creation to making advertising accessible for all, we grew by thinking big and acting bold. We evolved, embracing sustainability, introducing EV buses that double as moving billboards, and creating Charge Car, where charging convenience meets green advertising. Today, we stand at the intersection of environment, sustainability, and growth. Our mission, to elevate your brand while lowering our carbon footprint.
Good evening. I think because of my schedule and travel in from Mumbai to Goa, Goa to here, I've got a masterclass in the graveyard shift, because this is a time when everybody's lunch has been digested, people have other things to do and they run away, or they're wondering when there will be a proper tea break. But nevertheless, let me just take you through a few things that I had put together. This was actually more an attempt individually on my part to just understand and navigate the landscape, as in where are we with reference to what's happening in the world of artificial intelligence. And I will walk you through a few slides to begin with on how we are already living in the world of AI. Most people have become conversant with the world of artificial intelligence after November of 2022, when they have come to face with ChatGPT, for example. And because human beings give great importance to conversation ability, they feel anything that exhibits signs of language is something superior. Therefore, it has acquired great engagement values. It's like a toy. Everybody has discovered it for the first time. And recently now, another large language model has become universally available via WhatsApp. So people are seeing this on their WhatsApp. They go to Meta, they ask a question, they ask it to imagine something, and it's popping up. So they're really intrigued. But what we will discover in the first half of the presentation is that we are already living in a world which is deeply filtered algorithmically. And that is all narrow to broad to large scale artificial intelligence. GPT, the word itself, means general purpose technology. It is as widespread as the arrival of the steam engine or electricity or the internet. So it is fundamentally transforming the meaning each part has to the sum of parts, and I'll cover that. But before I get to it, we know that let me go back to the previous slide. This is the cheetah. It is the fastest land animal. Everybody knows that. But we don't know that the longest running animal on the planet, the one that can run at whatever pace, the longest distance, is the human being. So our survival as a species has happened because we are able to run for continuously long periods of time. And before mankind developed the ability to have any kind of implements, any kind of tools to hunt, they used to do what is called persistence hunting. They used to run behind a small mammal continuously without getting tired. And because the mammal, most of them are unable to sweat, they don't have sweat glands, they would simply collapse after a while because of exhaustion, and the human being was able to capture that animal. This is how our species evolved. But we are not able to chase change. Change or the computation of outcomes is something that the human species still does not understand. This is another example of a naturally evolving ecosystem. This is the bamboo plant. It is actually a grass. And this is the most common form of deciduous trees that you find on the planet. A tree is a single trunk system. Once it lives its useful life, it becomes useless, but it has the maximum amount of timber or wood available at that point in time. What happens to it? Once it dies, it is cut down. But bamboo has an extensive or a co-located root system. It is impossible to cut it down. It replenishes within days. You cut a bamboo. I have a farm. We have bamboo on the edges of the river. You cut it down and it replenishes within a matter of 2 to 3 days. It starts to grow back again. It is auto-replenishing because of a distributed root system. The reason I have these examples is, one, artificial general intelligence is present in everything that you do right now, today. And this is the best version of artificial intelligence that has ever existed. For those of you who don't know, ChatGPT came, OpenAI got 100 million users within 60 days. And this is the fastest aggregation of consumer interest ever in the field of technology. Much before this, the internet began in the 1960s with ARPANET. Then we came to the desktop era, and then the smartphones happened. So it has taken almost 50 to 60 years. The internal combustion engine has lived for more than 150 years. The printing press arrived in the 15th century. So it has been around for 600 years. Artificial general intelligence has arrived in the space of less than 2 to 3 years, and it is already the best model that ever existed. So even if it stops today, it will have achieved more than any other technology in the past. Now, we don't understand what is artificial technology because we see it as a distinct other entity. So I will clarify to you as we go along. Your option is to adapt or die. Today, if in your house, if you leave the refrigerator door open, it starts to beep. Your email arrives to you, it gets automatically sorted in folders. You are typing something on MS Word and it prompts the next word. All of these are narrow sense artificial intelligence. A lot of what you do, even when you're checking your Spotify day list, the way in which it is being fed to you has read you. So the more you consume it, the more it consumes you. And these are all various aspects of artificial intelligence which are already present in your life. So it is not new. It has been around for a long time. The one common denominator, everything in our life that is changing today is because of the universal presence of the cellular phone. When is the last time any of you went and spent 2 hours at a bank branch? When is the last time that you read 2 books end to end? Less than a week. When is the last time you watched 2 hours of television? Uninterrupted 2 hours of television, not OTT, linear TV. How many times have you been on WhatsApp since the morning? So the pace of algorithmic interactions, the pace of what is happening on this screen is what is defining your life. Now, I have a smartphone. Between 2014 and 2024, the world's population of cellular phones went from 1 billion to 4 billion. So 300 crore phones got added. And even the poorest phone on the planet today has more computing power than NASA had in 1969 when they sent a man to the moon. That is in fact, ordinary electric iron or a washing machine has more computing power than NASA had at that point in time. So the quantum leap that this phone has taken from what was in your life even 5 years ago is unimaginable. We talk about 1 GB of data as nothing at all, whereas 1 MB of data has enough capacity to have 774 A4 size paper text in it. I mean, I'm an old man now almost in comparison to many young kids who are sitting here. When we used to have the 1.44-inch floppy disk, it had virtually no memory at all. There used to be, people used to carry them in shoe boxes. You needed that many to even have a sensible data transfer. But that era has gone, and this transition is what is enabling artificial intelligence. Now, because it is a fashionable word, most people say AI all the time. But if you ask most people candidly, they think of artificial intelligence as a software. Actually, artificial intelligence is not a software. Artificial intelligence is a distributed, diffused neural network, and it is critical to understand the difference. Software is predictable, coded, and will do the same thing time and again, time and again, time and again. So when you add 2 plus 2 on a calculator, at the machine level, there is a program that gives you the answer 4. Even if you do it 1 billion times, it will give you the same answer. That is software. That is code. But artificial intelligence, if you open any of the large language model interfaces and ask it a question twice over in a minute, it will give you different answers because it is learning and iterating as you go along. So it is not, in fact, a predictable, stable, assured outcome. And that is the fragility of AI at this moment in time, but that is also the power of AI. Why is it the fragility? Because AI, even today, tends to hallucinate. So when I search, let's say, on large language models for who is Subhranshu Singh, there is my namesake who is a professor of semiconductor in some Indiana university. So it melds the two. So it gives me a PhD in semiconductor physics, which I don't have. But software will not make that mistake. The other thing is it learns by itself. A software once coded remains as is. But a dynamic model, which is artificially intelligent, will learn as it goes along. So code can learn, program can learn to play chess, but artificial intelligence learned to play a Chinese board game called Wei-Ci or Go, which is a very fluid board game. It could not have been programmed. But today, if you taught a neural network chess, it will learn 2,500 years of chess in about less than 2 hours. All the possible potential permutations that man has done. And then it will play moves which have not been played ever in, say, 5,000 years of chess history, because it is not learning via protocol. It is learning via a neurally diffused. It is not following a set pattern. It is teaching itself. And this is the power of artificial intelligence, which if you have not spent 72 hours on, let's say, ChatGPT or on Meta, you will not understand what it does. It's like dealing with an alien form of intelligence, which is actually, while it is not alive or sentient, it is intelligent because it is teaching itself, and that it is dynamically inherently unstable is its power, because everything else that man made is finite and within boundary lines, but this is unstable. This I have covered. It has grown at a pace where if everything stopped now, it is not stopping. Last year, $50 billion worth of investment only last year has gone into private funding for AI startups in the United States alone. If you add what Amazon, Microsoft, Meta and Google are putting as data capacity on AI, it is expected to be $2 trillion by the end of this fiscal. That kind of money is not being put for social experimentation. That kind of money is being put in because they will derive a return on it. And that return will come from cloud capital that all of us are party to. So every time that you're going to a smarter program, which is AI enabled, you are paying 1/1000th of a cent to somebody who has developed that, but multiply that by $2 trillion of transaction that happens, and you begin to get the sense of that scale. this is a well-known thing in terms of the hype cycle. So after the peak of expectancy comes the trough of disillusionment. We are at that stage right now, probably, or the beginning of that stage. Why? Because everybody says AI, AI, but the licensed use cases are very few. People are not trained to interact with AI in their routine jobs. They are not picking up that value. They are not being able to show a return. So people say, okay, been there, done that, let's move on. And many people think AI is a smart chatbot, which is practically the least that you can do with it. After this phase goes away is really where the power of return starts to come in. Let me give you an example. When you lift a landline today, nowadays nobody does, because on this phone you see the bars, so you know your network is alive. But on a landline, when you pick it up, there is a dial tone, you know. Until 1945, in the world, there was no dial tone. When you picked up a phone, an operator spoke up at the other end, and then you said, connect me to 452 or whatever. After the war in America, the operators went on a strike because there was a shortage of the workforce. And then AT&T said, look, we must do something because it's too expensive to put a human interface. So they said, Arey, isme karna kya hai? Isme yahi to batana hai that the phone is alive. Let's just put a dial tone. And everybody quickly adopted that. Now, when you lift a phone, you know it's working. It is that kind of dial tonization that is going to happen in the world of AI very soon. And that is when its real power will come out. Because right now it's a toy. Everybody's engaging with it and getting wowed by it. But once it sinks into the background, that is the time its real power will be felt. And for many of us who are thinking we will be ahead of the game, by then it will be too late. So why is there hope and why is there hype? There is hope because investments have gone in. $1 billion is $100 crore. That means close to 9,000 crore rupees. $2 trillion, I can't even do the math without a calculator right now. So that kind of investment has gone in. Applications are being built, and those applications don't need human beings, as in you don't need to interface with the application for it to be alive. Just like you don't need to go to your bank app to calculate the interest. It is doing it by itself. It is open source as well in large parts. Even Meta's Llama is open. I mean, it's open source. There are hundreds of startup shops that are working on the code which has been made available to them. And like I said, this is already the best AI you will ever see. So it will only get better and better. And why is there hype? Because, and this also I've covered, there is not enough commercial use casing. We don't know. If I tell you, okay, Shruti here, make use of AI in your day-to-day job, what can business world do with AI? There is no immediacy of use cases. People will probably think of customer interface. People will think of some places where they have productive gaps or manpower shortages. But people are not imagining end-to-end business process with the use of AI. Once that starts to happen, we will see much greater return. There is also structural monopolism. What does that mean? Meta bought WhatsApp. Meta also bought Instagram. Both of them were not developed by them. If they didn't buy them, they would have done something on a scale that would have buried them. So in the tech cradle of the world, anything that begins to become successful is bought at n 100 times valuation, which makes it attractive for them to sell out to the largest platforms. And this structural monopolism means that new things are not going to come out of the blind spot. It will be largely the Microsofts, the Amazons, the Meta ecosystems of the world that will be able to absorb the new technologies and work very fast and quickly ahead. And these are all aspects that we should think about. Why? Because, all of you, all of us, me included, we are, in a sense, happy prisoners of an algorithm. Everything you do in the day-to-day is governed by algorithms. And unlike science fiction movies where we show them sitting in one room in blue light with lots of computers, there is no one place in the world that is governing your life. It is a very vastly diffused ecosystem. And in every interaction, so if you swipe a card today at a department store, that unit of data that you have, let's say, bought face wash, that data goes and sleeps with the inventory software of the face wash manufacturer. The face wash manufacturer's data, that one unit from the department store has moved out, goes and sleeps with the plastic manufacturer. The plastic manufacturer's data that I need to procure more plastic to make the next bottle goes and sleeps with the resin manufacturer, maybe in China. And at the click of that one button or the swipe of one card, data is going around the world. And this was not the case earlier. Earlier, if you went to, say, Rhythm House in Bombay to buy a LP record, he didn't know what the other shops had sold. He only knew what his inventory was. But today, when you listen to music on Spotify, what you listen to is heard by them more than heard by you. If you linger, forget going to something, your scrolling speed is also monitored. What you pause on is also monitored. This is the power of the algorithmic world. You do not want to escape it, because if you escape it, you fall behind. Everything that happens to you from the moment you wake up, most of us will reach out for our phones the moment we wake up. There are 60 plus signals on the phone. They know you are awake. They know you have moved. Your phone today knows more about you than the rest of the planet put together. In the Google ecosystem, in the Meta ecosystem, in the financial tech ecosystem, they know more about you today than you know sitting here. For example, you can't tell me exactly what latitude, longitude you're sitting on, but your phone knows exact specification. You can't tell me since the morning what has happened to every single stock that you may own, but somebody like a Zerodha will know. That data is captive to them. You don't know what happened to the mail that you sent to the insurance agency, but Google knows that you have received a response. In fact, it will prompt you. This was received 4 days ago. You have not responded yet. So everything in your ecosystem has a digital signal. For example, if I and you search for the same thing, exact same thing, Rahul Dravid's record or whatever, it will throw up different results for you than it will throw up for me, because it's reading 60 plus signals. So the make of my phone, that I was in Goa yesterday, that I searched for Kapil Dev day before yesterday, as against you who may have searched for a political person. They know your trend line, so they're giving you different results, and that result will mold what you do next, because you cannot, because they will show you what you have been looking for. And so this is something that is algorithmically done already. Forget the externalization of AI. Now, experiences are crafted by algorithms. What does that mean? That means that if I'm interested in going on a holiday and I check for Puducherry, for several days thereafter, I will be inundated with information about Pondicherry. I may have moved on, but it has read what people like me are asking for. And the whole economy is running on search indexing. What does that mean? When you search for where can I have coffee, if you search right now, coffee near me, it may not tell you the coffee shop in Imperial, because Imperial may not have paid Google to put that real estate top. It will show you a Starbucks or something else 6 kilometers away. So what you are seeing, the way information is retrieved and presented for you, is commercially intermediated. And how much does Google make in a year with this programmatic advertising? $250 billion. Last year, for the first time, the world had $1 trillion of advertising revenue. Last year, 2023, the world crossed $1 trillion of advertising revenue. $700 billion out of that was digital. If you keep aside Twitter, Snapchat, a few others which are $4 billion each, then the big one is ByteDance or TikTok, which declares about 14 to 15 in the Western world $billion and about 100 in China. If you keep that aside, you're still left with 550 to 600 billion dollars that is divided between the Meta ecosystem and the Google ecosystem. $250 billion for those blue links that you get on your Google search. That is gargantuan amounts of money that are going from every corner of the world. And in lieu of that, you're getting information. Now, let me come to this. There was a time when humans made that decision. If I knew Anurag Batra and he introduced me to his editor, then if I wrote an article, the editor would consider me and say, हाँ तो ये लिखता तो ठीक है, इसका article छाप दो. Or a fashion photographer may write to a fashion magazine and the photo editor would choose. There were gatekeepers, there were tastemakers. If you were a fashion designer and you went to a fashion week, there was a fashion coordinator who may choose you. That world is gone. Now it is mathematically derived. Now, what is the problem? You will say that's very good. The problem is that it is multiplying that by the billions of others like you. So the whole ecosystem is descending to a lower level of collectivism. What does that mean? Suppose you're a great poet and you want to be on Instagram. You have to subscribe to the format of Instagram Reels. So there's no question of you writing, 60 pages and making a long video. Then you go to Google. So everything is now reduced to the outline or the stencil or the preference of the platform. And the incentives of the platform will come to you only if you subscribe to the platform. Now, your clicking self is not you. There is more to you than just what is clicking something. Vincent van Gogh, who is now recognized to be one of the most powerful painters in the West, sold only one painting in his entire lifetime. The Mona Lisa, which is, if you go to the Louvre in France, there is a stampede running in the direction of the Mona Lisa. It was unknown till it was stolen in 1911 or 1915. And then there was a big scandal that it has been stolen. And then it became popular. So what is popular is not necessarily important. And what is important may not be necessarily popular. So a great thinker, let's say, a philosopher today will be an utter failure on the Instagram world because he will not be liked. So he will never surface up. So what is profound has to subscribe to the template of the platform. And there is not one. There are multiple screening interfaces that filter that information to you. So what you think is reality is commercially filtered. That is the problem. Now, familiarity is more important than novelty, and distribution is more important than content. So you may be the best content person in the planet, but if you are not able to reach enough number of people, they will never see you. In the internet era is the first time that people have become famous for being famous. When I was growing up, I was born in 74. In the 80s, if somebody was famous, he had credible achievement. There was Sunil Gavaskar, he had made X number of centuries. There was a Lata Mangeshkar, she was famous. There was a Dharmendra, he was a great cine star. But today, there are people in fields of life who are famous simply because they are algorithmically famous. So when Kim Kardashian came recently to India, everybody knew her already. But out of the few people who are here, I can bet you not one person can tell me 5 Nobel laureates from the last 5 years. Any. We don't know. Everybody got 2 vaccines for COVID, but we don't know the 4 or 5 scientists who collaborated to make the COVID vaccine because the algorithm is not promoting that to you. But you will know exactly who won the T20 World Cup and, because algorithmically they are being promoted. So your concept of reality, what you consider to be real, is constructed reality. And there is a lot of social criticism of that, particularly in America, which says that every human being should have the right to be forgotten. Today, this is sticky material. You don't have a right to be forgotten. Once you've gone through and touched something and said, I agree, then you will live in their memory forever. So you don't have a right to be forgotten. And that is invasive because there are so many interfaces. And Indians anyways have a low threshold of tolerance for privacy. Kuch bhi muft mein mil raha hai, I agree, doesn't matter, but they're reading you all the time. You are surrendering that privileged information to the platform. And there is a lot of writing, which those of you who are interested in go through. The incidence of this, not a problem, as in my son who's 16, like to read much from a book. He likes to listen to videos or podcasts. That is a generational thing, because by the time they got to grade school, everybody had an iPad or a laptop. So that is their preferred medium. But this is not a generational issue. This is a structural issue. You are paying for your interest. The cloud is earning money while I've been talking to you for free, I must emphasize. This is making money based on my information. It now knows exactly that Subhranshu has been for the last 2 hours in central Delhi. It knows that I have not consumed WhatsApp. It knows that I have not gone to Spotify. It is feeding that information. It is then programmatically telling an advertiser, Colgate Palmolive, Subhranshu Singh is not right now on somewherecheaper.com. So the cloud is earning from you even when you are not exerting, when you're not interacting with it. There is no other capital model in the world that earns money. If you buy a newspaper, you read it, you fold it and keep it, the advertisement doesn't leap out at you. The newspaper does not remember the next day what you were reading the previous day. Suppose there is some news, suppose about elections, and you following Odisha elections. The newspaper tomorrow will not know that you were reading that article today. This will know. It will only give you more information. My father, who is not very conversant with adaptive systems, tells me, यार एक बात है, तुम जिस नौकरी में जाते हो उसी की खबर गूगल पे ज्यादा आने लग जाती है, because he is not realized that by searching for it, it is feeding him more information about the company that I happen to be. And of course, I have not told him. I let him be under the impression that I am making such a difference that more news is happening because of the company. So adaptive systems pull you in, and then you are not forgotten. And then there is algorithmic anxiety. What does algorithmic anxiety means? People, I was reading an article which said that on average, a person takes 5 to 11 minutes on a diffuse before they realize their wallet is lost. But it takes less than 30 seconds for people to realize that their cell phone is not with them. Because we are constantly in engagement with our cell phones. This is your primary identity. Your physical identity is less important than your cell phone identity today. That is already a reality. So nothing that happens on Insta or on LinkedIn or any one thing is not so profound that you're satisfied for the day. Earlier, if you read an article, a book, or listened to some music for half an hour, you were satisfied for the day. But if that model exists on this, then you will not be doing this throughout the day. So your engagement will tank, and with that, the rating will tank, and with that, the advertising revenue will tank. So it is enough to give you just enough, but not long enough, not continuously enough. So you have to be on it all the time. This is called the dopamine fix, just a little bit at one time. And in 1979, a famous musician called Brian Eno released an album called Airport for Music for Airports. Airport. That's the kind of music that plays in elevators or in a spa. You can meditate on that music, but if you choose to work on that, that's fine. It won't disturb you. You can talk above it. It's great music, but it's not important enough. The social feed is a bit like that. It is important enough for you to keep going back to it, but it is not so profound that you will stop going back to it. That is the whole model. So you're constantly in that environment. पहले ऐसा नहीं था. If you go 2015 and before, on social media networks, you got a chronological feed. That meant that if I was following Manish or Shruti, their posts would come to me in chronological order. First post I get to see first, next post I get to see next. Then in the name of customer experience, they said, "Arey, itne sare log ho gaye, how is it possible to give chronological feeds? We will choose and feed." And then what you started to get is algorithmically decided for you. Twitter has a special feed called For You. TikTok, it's not here, but elsewhere in the world, is 100% algorithmic. They decide what you see. And I will cover some other examples later. One big change that is happening in AI is search. Today, search has become our primary information pool. For those of you who don't know me, and if I make half an impression on you, you will go and search. Google. Google, whatever chooses to tell you about me, becomes your first information about me. That is a search engine. Its model is based on giving you a lot of links which are relevant, and it's done basis an algorithm called page ranking. But today, AI is enabling what is called answer engine, not a search engine. It will have a conversation with you. So what do you want to know about Subhranshu? Last appearance was at BW Marketing. It will not give you links to go and click and do it on your own. So it is collapsing and making it even easier. Earlier, you were going to a field of potatoes, taking out potatoes, cutting them, frying them, and making French fries. Today, it's giving you a box of Pringles, ready-made. You don't have to exert. And if you don't want to type, no problem. You can do voice. So the pace at which Gen AI is reshaping search will become very important for those of you who have. So what's happening? Speed, distribution, relevance, precision, convenience. These are more important than quality, memory, intimacy, fame, or quantity. Most of the, even friends, I have several groups on WhatsApp. One of them is my school friends. Half the time what they send you prompts you for laughter also. Ha, ha, ha. In that 10 seconds, it will start laughing midway because it's not even confident it will make you laugh. So everything is prompted, everything is ready-made, and it is forgettable. If you get excited, you will push it to 2 more people. That's about it. Because ये कल सुबह फिर भेजेंगे, ये रोज भेजेंगे, ये आता ही रहता है. So it's not like, see film music. Today, a Cola Very D, something happens, it lives for those 3 weeks or a month. It is everywhere, overconsumption, and then it just goes away and you don't even hear it again, ever. So there is a T20fication, there is a tightness, it arrives, it is in your environment everywhere, and then it just goes away because that's the model, always on. It just keeps going and coming. But the one good thing is, good or bad, is that commercialization has taken off. So in, Dharmendra as a star, my grandfather saw him, my father saw him, I saw him, and I think 1 or 2 movies my son would have also seen. He's 16. Same for Sachin Tendulkar as a cricketer. Lata Mangeshkar as a playback singer. They were people who were straddling generations. Today they live for 5 years, 6 years, and they go away. But in that 5 or 6 years, they monetize so well that they are much richer than people who may have lived and done well for 30 years professionally. Because the reward structure is also very tall. So the bell curve has been busted. So now let me rush through because it's telling me I have only half. So I keep writing about a lot of this stuff. I post regularly on LinkedIn. I'm also prisoner to some platform or the other. I also have a site called Subhranshu Singh. In this area, I am particularly actively looking for the last almost 2 years now. I've spoken about answer engine. You should check out Perplexity. For those of you who have not gone on Perplexity AI, it's a very alternate model to Google. It will show you what AI is doing in the world. It is only 35 people. They work out of a shared office facility. Already it's valued at $1 billion. 1 billion market value. So let's not talk too much about this. Now, what happens when search changes? Indexing also changes. For example, what is important and relevant to you? If I ask any one of you your PAN card number, your PAN number, you will know. Because it is primary identity. You may know what was your roll number in university. You may know your maths teacher's name from class 5. Because these are formative influences. But if I ask you what was the hotel number, room number that you stayed in 3 days ago, you will forget. It gets wiped out of your memory. So this RAM memory is now getting conditioned on super normal scales in the digital ecosystem. It comes in and it goes out. Nothing is retained. And this is threatening to me as a marketer because marketing meant billions of people should share the same sentiment. Everybody should feel Coca-Cola is great. Everybody should feel Nike is great. That is how brands are built, not by personalization, only 1:1. Because unless there is collective, you can't build value on top of it, right? So the change is that with search being originated through artificial intelligence, you will have a conversation with your refrigerator. On your way back, it will know because you have started your car, it will ping you on the phone saying eggs are out, I am ordering eggs automatically. So this kind of a thing is making humans potentially be in neutral gear. They are not in a position to take willful action. The sociological term for it is agency, active. You don't have agency over your own decisions. You're just simply conditioned by the platform. And tomorrow you can't tell what is real from what is artificially generated. So these are 4 images. Looking at them, you can't say which one is human and which one is done by an AI engine. And if you guess, you will guess wrong, because what looks like it might have been done by AI would probably be. So in this case, the middle 2 are done by human beings. It is an actual shot, and the ones on either end are generated through AI. But you can't, tomorrow, it has already happened in Hollywood. Hollywood went on strike for almost 3 months, right? For those of you who know. Why? Because I can take a scan of Chetan's voice sample and a scan, simple body scan, no longer than you pass through security. And then I don't need Chetan. Chetan will appear as a hologram. Chetan will do everything. Chetan will act out a whole script. It is plasticky right now, but that sophistication is not far away. So Hollywood is alarmed because, once it learns what is your writing style, what is your shooting style, what is your directorial style, what is your personality type, it will be able to put together a motion picture out of thin air without needing the human talent. And that's massive. Now, all of us know social media is growing by leaps and bounds. Human beings are on it for almost 2.5 hours per day. And it is growing at a compounded growth rate of near 30%. What does that mean? You divide by 70 by this number. So every 2 years, it's doubling. Now, obviously, there are only 24 hours in a day, so you can't be on social media for 26 hours, but the platform will engage with you every second of the day. Let me skip through a lot of this. How is AI interacting with social media that you don't know? One is influencers. What does influencer mean? Earlier, influencer meant people you didn't know. So the editor of a newspaper was an influencer who was writing an opinion piece. But today, an influencer means anybody who has this. What this phone has is more sophisticated than huge studios 20 years ago, because it has more processing capability, it has television camera capability, it has an inbuilt, and the number of apps that are there to color and to correct and to modify are staggering. So it will change the way in which you interact with things. And more is coming. $50 billion has gone in as venture funding only for AI-enabled platforms. So there are so many new interaction modules that some of them will be ad tech, some of them will be ad tech, martech, some of them will be consumer tech in your face. Some of them will be behind the scenes. So you don't know, but it's working. And you may still see a white labeled product, or you may see your conventional app, but it is being supported by AI. Blockchain is another thing which is going to be actively engaging in the AI world to verify, because blockchain is a great way to keep unique ledger. But I don't have the time to get into that, but it is very good because it will prevent you from being recreated, but it is very bad because it will thumbprint you. There is a reason why when we sell property, we still put a thumbprint, because nobody else can have the exact same thing. Once you are encoded through blockchain, you are a ledger entry. You are permanently there. So there's good and bad both. Many people are doing a lot of work. Let me jump to the interesting piece here, which I wanted to analyze: Netflix. How many of us have Netflix? Now, Netflix follows an algorithm called pragmatic chaos. That's the name of the large number of Indians were involved. MIT Media Labs was involved. Pragmatic chaos has a structure to the algorithm. It's called singular value decomposition. What does that mean? I want to see romantic movies starring Amitabh Bachchan, directed by Rishikesh Mukherjee. So it decomposes along single variables. Or I want to see violent action movies with Amitabh. But I want to see violent action movies by Amitabh Bachchan in which he dies and therefore tragedy. Or I want to see violent movies with Amitabh Bachchan in which there is romance. So this is the way in which the tree, at the bottom of that tree, there are 79,000 discrete units. But how many do you see when you go to the Netflix screen? Nothing. When you go to a newspaper and it gives you your star sign, it divides humanity into 12 star signs. But Netflix asks only for 3 genres of movies. Tell me 3 movies, give me a few examples of what you like. That's it. We have understood who you are. Now we will start showing you. And your landing page is your destiny. There is no possibility for you to search much. I mean, you can search for Al Pacino, but you can't do this kind of decomposition on search. Why? Because it does not want you to search. It wants you to be captive to the home screen. It's a great business model. People like you also watched. You also watch. So they are able to drive up the value of whatever they want to drive up the value of. That's the model. And everybody is learning through reinforcement. Do another experiment. You go and let your child and you create the same profiles, choose the same genre, do everything identical, but you will not get the same thumbnails. You will start over a period in time being read differently, especially if you're on phones. It will give you different thumbnails, even though you are doing exactly the same things. So this is the power of personalization, which is enabled by algorithmic. Now, last before I leave, there is no theory to AI. Don't read about AI and listen to people like me alone. You go and interact with AI and do it consciously away and on the screen, and then come back to it and spend 8-10 hours on it in a week. Hopefully take 2 days off and write down with pencil everything that's important to you and check what AI interfaces are doing. Let's say a chat GPT. You will begin to then learn more about it, how it will impact your life, your education, everything. Now, the reason we don't do that is because A, it's not our business. I do a job, what will AI do? Secondly, we don't know enough about it, so we feel afraid. It's like, but the world, it will not kill you. It is like being in a boxing ring, right? If you don't know boxing and if you have not, अगर मैं boxing के ऊपर सिर्फ किताब पढूं या presentation सुनूं, but I don't go and box, and then if I'm put up against an expert boxer, what will happen? He will bash me up. This is the theory and practice of technology. If I only read about it or listen to somebody like Subhranshu presenting about it, but I don't go and engage myself, I will forget about it. I will not engage. I will only be captive to it. But if you engage with it, you will make mistakes, you will learn, you will get bashed up. And then one day you will be like Muhammad Ali, you will be on top. So the only way to live with perspective in the world of AI is not to run away from it. It's to actively go and embrace it. The more you work with it, the more you begin to understand it. So that's all I had for you today. Thank you very much. Thank you. If anybody has a question, yes. But I can hear you. You can be loud, maybe.
Right now, we have an example of the world's biggest AI hardware company, which is NVIDIA. That has a market cap of $4 trillion US, which is exactly equal to India's GDP, right? So we have the case of a company which is, in fact, आज रात को ही उनका earnings call release है. So the company in itself is going to become bigger than our entire country, right? Which firstly tells us that India there's a lot of scope in terms of using AI, which is definitely not the case right now. And secondly, I feel in India, in the East, there's going to be a case of structural collectivism.
Yes.
In the sense that innovation is going to come from startups and MSMEs, particularly because we're a risk-averse society. And dusra, if you look at blue chip companies like Tata Motors, for instance, companies' size in itself becomes a constraint for them, right? So firstly, do you agree with this thesis of structural collectivism panning out in India? And secondly, for startup owners just like myself, what's the one niche or the one tailwind that you see progressing in the sense that how can startup owners partner with blue chip or large cap businesses?
Yeah, great question, by the way. So I think NVIDIA is not really a structural monopolist. I would make that exception. See, his question is the big get bigger because the small cannot challenge them. This is basically structural monopolism. Now, in the world of the cloud, there is something called cloud capital, right? And only two powers in the world genuinely have inherent cloud capital. One is America and the other is China. Actually, Europe doesn't have any cloud capital. What happens with the cloud system is the data circulates and is resident, and the applications downstream are where we are interacting as consumers. It then feeds back. The more you see, the more you know. The more you know, the more you see. So it's a mutually reinforcing perpetual loop. Structural monopolism is great for startups in the sense that because they see a threat emerging or a potential competitor, they say, तुम 100 साल में इतना नहीं कमाओगे, मैं आज तुमको check दे रहा हूं. So they are happy to sell out. So if I'm not mistaken, WhatsApp was bought for $19 billion, right? There's a joke, by the way. Somebody said, तुमको पता है WhatsApp $19 billion में खरीद लिया. बोलता क्यों फ्री में डाउनलोड होता, खरीदने की क्या जरूरत थी? But so there's a positive element to that. The flip side is that anything that is threatening or disruptive will be bought and buried. There is a possibility that it will be bought and buried because it will never be given energy to surface up. NVIDIA is different. You see, the whole world of computing was run on central processing units. And then when neural networks began, they engaged with graphical processing units, and it was a widely diffused, parallelly processed system. And it took the risk to invest massively in GPUs. And फिर जैसे कहते हैं उनकी दुकान चल पड़ी. So this is why it has grown and become what it has become. If every other semiconductor manufacturer was tracked and bought over by them, then they would begin to appear to be a monopolist. That I don't think is. Now, the second part, which is how can tech, etc., engage with the big ones? One is threat now can emerge by disruptive business models which come out of nowhere, right? Uber is a great example. It marries a map with ease of engagement and convenience for something that has been around for 100 years, hailing a taxi. So it's a new model which then completely pulls everybody in. Everybody is just waiting as a taxi driver to be pinged with Uber and vice versa. Now, what is the psychological shot that Uber took, since I'm on the subject? वो आपको बताता है आपकी कार 9 मिनट दूर है तो आप बड़े इत्मीनान से खड़े रहते हैं because अभी 9 मिनट में आ जाएगी. But you would not wait 9 minutes in Bombay for a Kali Pili, I can tell you, because they were parked together on the curbside and you just went and sat in one. They had no right of refusal. You just opened the door and sat down and said, today, that is not the case. So monopolies operate in several facets. It's not only about the structure of the business. Today, if it tells me dynamic pricing, things are busy, I will take 380 rupees for whatever. I can accept or I cannot accept. So the way in which new models can emerge can be hugely valuable for those who invent those disruptions. So that is one way. The other is large corporations have need gaps. They attend to their day-to-day business. They don't think as much in terms of what is next. But young entrepreneurs tend to pitch their offerings for the future because that is where the opportunity lies. And then that can be hugely rewarding as well. So these are the two ways in which it can happen. Anything else? Yes. I think it's on now.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that boxing example, sir. And learning by doing is the best way. Because I'm sure हम में से यहाँ बहुत लोग होंगे जो रॉकी बल्बो और $1 million बेबी देख के सोचते हैं हम भी बॉक्सर बन सकते हैं, बट वैसा होता नहीं है. So likewise, जैसे आपने बताया, we can use chat GPT and we should spend time on that platform. So as marketers, any other platforms that you recommend we must try out, especially those of us who have never used AI or like
first time
Look, there are,
adopters?
I mean, now there are literally dozens of them coming up every day. If you meet me separately, I will give you an entire list. There is also a lot of AI freeware, as in skill set freeware available for people to learn how. There is a way in which to work with AI, by the way. Most people get satisfied by asking, who is Subhranshu Singh? Then it tells you something. Then you'll, oh, yeah, kehta hai, I don't know about it. Isko kuch nahi aata. Because our vanity takes over, right? But there is a way in which to prompt it. You have to excite with inputs for it to give you the right output and guide it along, because it's learning. It is a self-acquired learning that the system has. And most of the interactive models now ask you, was that good enough? Do you want me differently? So you can work with the system, but full streams of work activity. For example, logo design. As a marketer, logo design was a very like a sacred job. You know, you went to a specialist brand shop that made only logos. Today, something like a Luca.com makes a logo like this, and it gives you everything. Purple mein chahiye, red mein chahiye, orange mein chahiye, bada chahiye, is font, everything. It happens like this. There are text to, say, stable diffusion, for example. Another gate. There are text to video, video to text. You suck up a photograph and say, I want a sad story with this character. It will write you a story in the very next second. Is it great? No. Now, the point is, the aircraft in 1910 was not a great aircraft. What you have today is billion times superior, right? But the principles of air travel are exactly the same. If you had a heart attack today, chances are your medical care is going to be vastly superior to what it was 30 years ago. But the principles of why you got a heart attack or what the cardiac surgeon will do is the same. It's like that. In AI interface tools, they are, by the time I finish my next sentence, things would have improved. But the principle remains the same. So no matter where you start, you engage with the model to key. And once you reach what it doesn't know, it will tell you, sorry, I don't know, I cannot do this task. So you begin to get a sense of how accommodating or how adaptive the system is. And you can go, I mean, I'll tell you separately as well, but you can go on and search actively. And another thing is you should trick them one between the other. You should go to Google and ask about Perplexity. You should go to Perplexity and ask about Google. That's what you should do. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So, because taking from that, I was in a session in Bombay, they were talking about कि chat GPT में हम सामान डालते हैं और कुछ भी दे देते हैं. And the example that they gave was कि भाई अगर आप चाहते कि आपका cook आपकी मम्मी जैसी दाल बनाए, तो पहले सिखाओ तो उसको कैसे मम्मी दाल बनाती थी. Another perfect example I thought you need to first, I think, feed in your bit, let the system know कि हम ऐसे काम करते हैं, इसको बेहतर कैसे कर सकते हैं, rather than killing your own creative and saying, listen, give me this. And now I can't think of my own. But thank you so much. I think Shubhranshu deserves a bigger round of applause from the ones who are here for that bit. As he mentioned, free ki workshop thi ye. A good one too. Lovely. With that, we have a next panel discussion. The panelists are outside. Shruti, can you please help me bring the panelist in for next one? Thank you. We shall take a minute to let the audience settle, meet sir, and then we can begin. Okay. It's getting cold. For you, I can understand. But okay, we'll ask any hotel person here. Chiru, can we please have them raise the temperature? You are, but yeah. But it's good to know people are feeling cold in August as well in Delhi. They're doing that, sir. This is the last panel discussion. Yes, then we have a quick conversation. After that, we have the awards. We have a next set of the CMOs walking in, the outside, and then we can start the next session. Let's take a quick 5-minute break if you wished, and then we can start. Yes, we should everybody recollect back inside. Can you have some house music, please? 5 minutes.
Introducing OneUp, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with OneUp, your go-to barter experts.
Global Media is a one-stop solution for all your digital marketing needs. One of the leading mobile and web advertising platforms in the country dedicated to helping advertisers and agencies with user acquisitions and engagement by ensuring 100% direct traffic over web, mobile, and OEMIS. With 1 billion plus monthly user interactions, 100 million monthly active users, 300 million plus email user base, 1,000 plus live campaigns, 500 plus direct publishers, 120 countries, 20 plus verticals we help brands with. Reach, awareness, engagement, traffic, affinity, and recall. We work across sectors including FMCG, auto, consumer durables, BFSI, retail, travel, fashion, fintech, and e-commerce. Our diverse inventory includes display, video, native ads, connected TVS, and more, strategically placed for targeted campaigns. With AI-driven algorithms, we ensure ads reach the right users at the right time, maximizing ROI and engagement for advertisers. After carving a niche in the ad tech industry, Global Media is rising among the top ad tech companies in Middle East, Southeast, and Russia. Our presence in Singapore, Jakarta, Ho Chi Minh, Dubai, Moscow provides us with excellent opportunity to work closely with our MENA, Russia, and LATAM. Global Media has earned significant recognition at prestigious platforms such as the Great Indian Marketing Awards, Agile, and others, with multiple media outlets listing us among the top 10 ad tech startups. Founded by industry veteran and technophile Bhavesh Talreja, Global Media is driven by a team of visionaries, including Raj Swaminathan, Senior Director of Revenues and New Initiatives, Kritika Arora, Director of Performance and Acquisitions, Heya Mansoor, Head of Technology, and Priyank Shah, Chief Financial Officer, among others. So, come and elevate your brand with us because success is synonymous with Global Media.
Okay. For our friends at the back, may I please request you to come ahead? No more reserved. You can ignore that. Come. It's okay. We won't ask you anything for anything. For the one who's wondering where to sit. Ajo, sir. Haan, aap hi. The smart one. That's the best way of getting some of the attention. No, you're also, of course, smart. Okay, this is an insightful session. Also, my sheet says inside. We have some very senior members of the fraternity here. And I've been told that as soon as we introduce them, other audience members would walk into. So let's also try that. Yes? Now this is, had I known a year ago that, just to ask our audience members, today, agar main ek saal pehle jaun, if given a chance, would you want to change anything about your life? Like I would want to. With the information that I have today, if there's anything I could change back about previously, I would love to. Would you want to, ma'am? Okay, anybody else would want to change anything? No? All living in perfect world? You would want to, sir? You would definitely. See, I will sab change kar do. Badhiya, okay. That means you'd want to. The session is interesting for you. Okay, this is had I known a year ago that. Now we've got some super CMOs discuss what they would do differently had they known a year earlier what they know of today. And to understand कि वो क्या अलग होता, let's please welcome a panelist. Joining us is Anuradha Sehgal, Chief Marketing Officer of Coforge. Joining them is Deva Ghoshal, Vice President and Head Marketing, Voltas. Joining them is Rahul Singh, Vice President and Head Marketing, SAP India. Joining them is Shamik Banerjee, Chief Marketing Officer and Customer Acquisition, Apollo 24/7. And this session, the man who's going to play the fortune teller, let's please welcome our moderator, our session chair, Rajiv Dubey, Head Media, Dabur India. Let's please welcome them, everybody, to the stage. Okay, listen, I know we are few in number, but the Josh can be new. Let's try again. Let's please welcome them. Lovely. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, rather. Is the bar open? No, but not yet. Yeah, is it? Chai is open, okay. Good. I will request everybody to come closer. And, if you don't look at your phones for 25, 30 minutes, word is not going to change. We've got a fantastic panel over here, the best of the best, the CMOs of the top companies in the country. Two coming from technology company, one from e-commerce, quick commerce, and one from consumer durables. And I'm from a company which is a FMCG company. So, we were discussing about how we are going to take this, and, the discussion was around what would you change if you were a year back, what if you knew what is going to happen, what will you change? So just a quick snapshot of what happened in last 1 year. I think a very phenomenal year in the sense that there were lots of sports last year. There were 2 World Cups. We won one, lost one. There were 2 sets of elections, one state elections and then general elections. There were Olympics. There were IPL. Lots of activity, for marketeers to do stuff. Government announced a GDP rate of growth of 6.7%. Unemployment rate, I think where it was, I think it's gone up from there. As a marketeer, we were told that, the cookies will get phased out. So lots of companies started building their first party data stack, etc. And then last month, Google said, no, we are not doing it. So, things changed there. Wars, there have been lots of wars. There's a Israel-Hamas war, which is happening. There's a war happening between Russia and Ukraine that's going on. First, we thought that world will probably end and World War III will happen. Nothing like that happened. Those guys still fighting, and thankfully we are living in a peace country with peace. Stock market outperformed everybody else for the reason best known to the stock market itself, which nobody can predict. But if we knew that these are the changes which are going to happen, how would you change things? So start with the lady here. What is a major insight or piece of knowledge you wish you had known a year ago, Anuradha? And how will it change your strategy for the next year?
Thank you. So, for me, I work in the IT services industry, and we work across geographies, we work across time zones. Our business is mostly in the US and UK, ANZ. A lot of us operate out of India. A lot of our talent is here. I'm based out of here. And I think in this 1 year, it's been a tough year for the IT industry. We've kind of faced a lot of challenges. We've managed to meet our targets. We've done well. But what we've been very, very aggressive, very focused about. We chose what we needed to do. We were very prudent in the choices we made, in the marketing we did. A couple of things that I think I would have done better is, as a marketer, communication is really the cornerstone of marketing. And I realized that communication is key. When things get tough, you can never communicate well enough. Communications between teams, communication with leaders. You need to make the time for communication. It's not equally obvious to everyone as you think it is. Strategies change, technologies are coming. People are grappling with a very different set of priorities. Do not underestimate the power of communication. Teams seek leadership. Teams seek validation. There again, communication is key. And I think to make time as a leader, as a colleague, to make time for communication is something that I wish I had done more of. It's a very volatile, very complex environment that we live with. So just, and I don't think everyone works in their own silos. You need to make the time for communication internally, externally, keep reiterating that, keep realigning as a team. That's very important. And I wish I had done more of that.
Another follow-up question. Has business been good?
Business has been good, but it's been good with a lot of effort and focus on delivery. It has been good, thankfully, and touch wood. We've outperformed peers, but it's taken a lot of effort and a lot of focus.
Right. Now coming to Shamik. Shamik, any unexpected market shifts in India or trends that have caught you off guard, which you think, which you didn't know, and then suddenly things changed and you didn't know what to do, and and we changed your strategy, and now you're in a better state.
Yeah, I think the great question. When you were initiating this session, you talked about few things. You talked about COVID. You talked about war. You talked about uncertainty in sport. You talked about changing of dates. Now, for all of us here, when did this happen before this? This exact sequence of event, when did this happen? So that's the answer for all of this, right? So if you go back 100 years, exactly 100 years, we had something called industrialization. We invented machine. When we invented machine, what happened is we solved the problem for speed. Everything was handmade, machine came in, we could make it very fast. So what happened? The entire industry went through a transition, complete transition. Then we had plague, then we had war, then we had fight, and then the matured companies evolved, right? The classical economics took a back step. Supply creates its own demand, took a back step. Keynesian economics came in. Exactly 100 years after this, we had a new thing, which is called digitization. Digital changes. We solved the problem of distance. Why we don't have too many people here? They don't need to come here. They can see it on their LinkedIn. They can see it on the... So we solved the problem of distance. Now what happened? We reimagined the entire industry. We saw all the companies, the East India Company, the GE, the things which are very huge. Where are they? Where was Google 20 years back? Where was Facebook 20 years back? So we reimagined the entire industry again. We had COVID. We are having war because it's a change in the demand and supply of this world. We have seen every company evolving where supply has created its own demand. Uber, Ola, Make My Trip, everything, Amazon, they're all supply created its own demand. So every year has been a transition, and we have been very lucky that we have seen this transition in the last 20 years. But having said that, if we follow the last 100 years and this, we are now entering a phase of maturity. We will go back to the era of profitability. We'll go back to the era of being the Keynesian economics again, taking up the stage. We'll have companies with most stable background, right? So that's what my personal thing is of how the change we are seeing in this world. And I see clearly Duopoly is evolving. We had so many companies which was hailing cabs. We now have two. So many companies selling tickets. We have two. So many e-commerce platforms. We have two. And so many medicine delivery systems. We are having two. 3 years back, we had 32 companies who were selling medicines online. We have two and a half now, right? Now, coming back to your question, in the last 1 year, what we did not see is that the impact of digitization so strong. We have something now called quick commerce. 2 years back, we were proud. We were sending medicines to homes in India in 2 hours. We said, no one can beat us. We have 6,000 stores. Now we are trying for 19 minutes.
So
right?
in effect,
That's the challenge.
In effect, medicines will reach faster than the ambulance now.
We want to. Medicine is a very tough subject because we have 125,000 medicines. When you go to Blinkit or Insta, if you don't get a 1 kg oil, you are okay with the 500 grams. But in medicines, you need what is prescribed. And for that, I need to make sure if I promise a 19 minutes, at least I suffice 90% of your needs. Otherwise, it's of no use. So, yeah, last 1 year, we did not see quick commerce affecting medicines delivery, where people really wants their medicines in 19 minutes at their home. But we are doing that. I think adversity always creates the best in you.
Right. Our next question is to Deba. Deba, out of the syllabus question.
Come again?
Out of the syllabus question. The question is that if we were to give advice to your 1 year younger self to navigate the leadership challenges in this world of uncertainty, what would you tell your 1 year younger Deba?
Okay, so this is a little different from what we were discussing so far.
Does it say out of syllabus?
Yeah. So lots have changed. This is more of a personal question, I would say. Little bordering on purpose on the personal trait. But I would say that as you climb up the leadership ladder, you need to detach yourself on a couple of things. You need to know what to let go and what not to let go. That's very important because otherwise you'll miss the larger picture. So my advice to myself is let go of a few things and get into new things. That's very important. Don't micromanage beyond a point because it doesn't help. You're suffocating your own team members by micromanaging them. Thirdly, the word passion is highly overrated and misused in today's context. Please optimize your passion, generate passion amongst your team members, and reduce your passion levels to that extent that others get an opportunity to speak and to contribute. That's something which I've learned in the last 1 year because time has come to actually create more of us, more talent in the pipeline, give them right opportunities, and spread the passion around. And so the world becomes a more passionate place, not only yourself.
So another question now about the business, we were there in one of the very interesting panels last year that was on sports, before the World Cup began, and we were discussing how sports is going to be this year, and then thereafter we had one World Cup and then the IPL and then second World Cup. What is the role of sports in your business now, given that a lot of business has moved online, and one is seeing growth in online in all sectors, FMCG, or say look at consumer durables. What is the role of sports now? What is left with sports now?
Well, sports, we all know it's a huge platform, and one can go on and on talking about that. For us, it's more to do with the topicality of the sports, right? Because we are a cooling products business and we lead the category and we have to be there amongst the masses. So sports gives us the right opportunity at the right time to leverage its reach. Having said that, sports is becoming more and more expensive. So we need to find alternate ways to leverage sports. I see a new trend coming up to use sports through connected TV, perhaps, because that's something which is on the media front. I saw a change last year. That's become hugely, I would say, strategic in nature.
Right.
You see, India is selling almost 14 million panel TVs every year. That means out of that, 80% is smart. That means you are adding 12 million screens in the whole Indian ecosystem, right? And that means people are watching content on those TVs.
Absolutely.
And that's a huge trend I saw, how to leverage sports through connected TV this time.
Right.
So that's something new which I observed there. Yeah.
I think what also is happening is that all TVs which are sold now, they're all connected TVs, and eventually 100% of the televisions in this country will convert to connected TV. And that's where the audience is going to be. All the audiences which are, which matter to you will probably be there.
Yes, because you don't want to strain your eyes beyond a point. You need larger screens for content, and you need more and more panels. So in the durable space, it's very interesting. There are two big categories which are growing, both in volume and value, which is contributing to this whole topic which we're discussing right now. One is cooling, and second is entertainment. Now, cooling is here to stay because we're a tropical country, and weather is not supporting it any which way. So that's supporting the category, but not supporting the ecosystem. So the bets are on cooling products. The bets are on entertainment because you need content. You cannot survive without content today. And so these two are emerging categories. And for these two categories, going back to the first question of sports, it's a good timing because many of the sports properties are there either before festivals or before the summer start. So that clicks very well. And durable industry is banking a lot on these two categories. We have come a long way as a brand also. Last 15 years, we have traveled the leadership journey, worked very hard to get where we are, not because of only marketing communications, but also a lot of work done in the field. I'm a market guy, less of communication, more of market. And I believe in the fact that till the time you don't make it happen at the store, it's not going to happen. So this is also one more thing I've noticed in the last 1 year, the way modern retail has grown in tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 towns. It's incredible. Earlier, modern retail was contributing 20% to the overall business in the industry. Today it's gone to 45%. That means you're having more and more stores opening up in tier 3, tier 4 towns, which is very, very fast.
Right.
Online business, we talk about it a lot. Somehow it's there. It's not really grown that much in terms of contribution because people are going back to touch and feel decision-making processes.
Yeah.
So these are new things which are happening, I would say post-COVID, because there's a phase of pre-COVID, there was a phase of COVID and post-COVID. We are going back to a pre-COVID scenario in terms of business dynamics. Also, we are looking at the COVID peaks of certain channels of marketing, optimizing somewhere. And peaks which were post-COVID peaks are re-emerging again.
Right. So next question now is on on AI. Like last year, if you remember last year, all the discussions were about AI, Gen AI, usage of AI in different areas. Where are we on that now, Rahul, if I may ask you, with respect to your business and general advice to the audience here? Where are we with respect to AI?
So, look, I've been in the tech industry for almost in my entire career, right? And we've seen so many technologies.
Right.
He spoke about the industrial revolution, the digital revolution, etc. See, all technologies, Gartner, the tech research company has a very interesting model called the hype cycle, right? Where they map new technologies based on the expectations people have from that technology over time, right? And it just follows this classical curve where it just peaks at some point in time, then goes down and then kind of settles down at a plateau. So Gen AI or AI in general, I think is one of the fastest peaking technologies in terms of expectations. They call it the peak of inflated expectations, okay, which means everybody expects it to change the world starting tomorrow. and it took what, about a year or a little more than a year for that to happen, right? All technologies go through that cycle, but in this case, it just went up like a rocket. We saw that with internet, it took probably a decade before it could be monetized, right? I mean, same with the mobile communication tech. Before it became really affordable for people, it became meaningful. And also when those apps arrived, right? Before that, it was just voice communication.
Right.
Cloud computing, every technology goes through that cycle. And then interestingly, they have this downward curve, which they call the trough of disillusionment, right? So
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. There's a particular graph. It's called, I'm forgetting the name of it. You know, when you go on the peak and of Mount Stupid, take a selfie over there.
Yes.
And go down. Right?
Yeah. That's the comic version of the hype cycle.
Right.
But yeah. So at the moment, I think the hype is at its peak, right? Every tech company, every boardrooms, tech professionals in companies are under pressure from the board to explain what their AI strategy is. Okay.
Yeah, we're going through the same right now.
So without most people even understanding what it can really do, I personally believe it is as transformational as a technology as internet was. It will impact every sphere of life, every function in a company. So there is no doubt about that. It's just that the hype, unfortunately, is so huge that the trough of disillusionment will be even steeper, right? So typically, any of these technologies would take maybe 3 to 5 years before real tangible business benefits, because at the moment the hype is being created by those creative Gen AI use cases, right? I mean, manipulation of video, text, images, etc. But the real benefits will come when AI is actually embedded by businesses in their processes, right? For example, SAP, we are not an AI provider. We offer enterprise solutions where we will embed, we'll build those, or we are building those foundational models based on the customer data that we have for the last 50 years across multiple industries. So it will fundamentally transform the insights somebody is able to draw from a business system, right? And also the way these systems are used will change, because you'll have those co-pilots helping you to, it'll fundamentally change the way you interact with those business systems. So the real benefits will come 3 to 5 years from now. We just have to be patient. But I like I said, I personally believe it is a massively transformational technology.
Yeah. Anuradha, if I were to ask you the same question, what will be your advice to people with respect to AI? I mean, where were we last year? Where are we today? And how do you think companies like, since you guys are technology companies, you know everything, right? Companies like us, rest 3 of us were, we use technology, but we don't tell technology to people. We don't sell technology. What is the advice to people like us?
So I agree with everything that was just said. What I'd like to add is that, there is this quote that you may have heard, which is that the future is already here. It's just not equally distributed. So a lot of companies are starting to use AI very, very deeply. But for mass use and application, it will take time. It needs deep inquiry, deliberation, resources, understanding. Everyone is now after the excitement, you now realize of the pitfalls. Responsible AI is a real concern. Data privacy is a real concern. Ethics of AI. And now we are starting to address those, and businesses will start. But, we're right now, the good thing about this technology is I think that with social media, the visibility, if it's not, it may not be equally accessible to everyone, but it's equally visible. And I think the population is enjoying, is in a state of play. This technology allows a lot of individuals to play with it and to see what can be, which means that the developers of tomorrow, the companies of tomorrow, the employees know the power of what this technology can deliver because they've experienced it at some level, at a personal level, they've experienced it. They would have experienced it. From there to take it into business then becomes, will be easy.
Right.
So we're in a stage of, I think it's very exciting, but the impatience to kind of see a lot of very widespread adoption amongst companies which are not at the cusp of technologies like FMCG companies,
Like us, yeah.
where it's not do or die. It isn't the incremental benefit of it. Of course, it will transform. You will not, any technology that you use will have AI embedded in it. But do you need AI to kind of adopt it tomorrow? No, not every industry right now needs to adopt AI. The technologies that you use will automatically bring AI to their doorstep. So my advice would be to be patient. Do find the right technology partners who can advise you and see where it fits, what to do with it, what to make of it, where it's applicable. I think all the technology that you use will bring AI to your doorstep anyway.
That's a beautiful answer. Next question is about changes in consumer behavior. I'm going to ask Deba and Shamik. What changes did you see in last 1 year? I mean, and what kind of change in consumer behaviors did you expect, and what actually happened in last 1 year? And how did you change or modify your strategies, starting with you and then?
Okay, should I take that? Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
please.
So last 1 year, I would say, has been hugely interesting for us as a category because of the fact what I spoke about earlier, weather, and that impacts consumer behavior. Believe it or not, weather impacts your decision-making processes also to a certain extent. And what we are witnessing not only last 1 year but many years is there's a El Nino effect which is coming into the world, and you are having warmer and warmer summers across the world. Countries which were not, in fact, looking at cooling solutions are looking at it very seriously today. In India, particularly, you get a El Nino summer every 4 years, and the El Nino summer is always followed by a very, very extremely hot summer. El Nino means it's a patchy summer, so the demand goes down. But immediately after that, the next summer is a very, very hot summer. That's what happened this year. And what we saw was something which was stupendous because we have high-ticket items. We have compressor-based products. How do you forecast 100% growth in a category, 80% growth in a category? You can't, right? I wish AI could do it for us, but still we don't have that solution right now. So what I'm trying to say is that when weather comes up in a manner which is very unprecedented, you need to be very careful about how you handle your business and don't lose market share. Consumers are not loyal to the brand when it becomes a crisis situation.
Right.
And that's what we witnessed in this summer gone by. Although we maintained leadership, we had excellent growth in the industry. However, we also saw that a long tail of brands in a category like ours gains more in a highly growing industry or a high summer industry. So the challenge was to maintain brand loyalty if you're not available at the stores. And that's what we learned in terms of consumers don't want to wait. If it's hot, they need it right now. They want it delivered right now. They want instruction right now. And if you're not there in terms of fill-ins, your supply chain is not supporting you, then you lose market share. And no amount of emotive hooks, no amount of loyalty hooks can save you from a customer who wants it right now. So, and this is becoming more and more consistent with consumers, especially when they want something immediately. So, so how do actually manage that loyalty factor? If somebody can wait for you for a week for a product to get delivered, that's your brand strength. And I think we need to work towards that, because there will be situations in many industries where you'll have growth and you'll have demand, and we'll not be able to forecast that demand. So, so we are very keen to work around that area and to see that this consumer behavior, this consumer trend can be tackled scientifically. Yeah.
Right. Shamik?
Yeah, I was just thinking how to address this. We believe that, first of all, who is the consumer, right? That's the biggest challenge. If you see India, you have got this 5 India in it, like the first 20%, 20 to 40%, 40, 30%. There are 5 Indias. Now, the top 10% of India is comparable to any rich segment of population. For example, so basically in India is the 5th largest economy, right? In terms of GDP per capita, we're at 182. Right? We are 182 in per capita and 5th in terms of the size of economy. So that tells us the difference of the dichotomy that consumers are there. Now, everyone buys a brand. If you are a rich guy, you buy a brand for vanity. If you're a poor guy, you buy a brand for security. But you buy a brand. Now, consumer needs are changing. It's a pampered. I'll give you an example. I had spent a lot of time in selling insurance, and this is way back in 2004, I think 2004, 2005. I was doing a consumer satisfaction study on insurance that is there in the country, because that was changing, and the result was outstanding. The most satisfied company and the least satisfied company, right? Customers rated the most satisfied at 66%, least satisfied at 62%. So consumers don't know what they want, right? So there's nothing called, they're all me too. But now, I think what happened, as I was telling you in the past, is because of connected world, because of more information, we have a much more informed customer, right? So there are a lot more avenues. People who has done marketing 20 years back, we had to do 1 campaign a year, 2 channels, put them, they will take 25 days to put it on air, life is sorted. Make 2 campaigns in a year and then done. Now the marketeers needs to figure out every segment of customers. I'll give an example of how Apollo drives it, right? Now, Apollo is built on about 93 million people's health data. We know more than their family knows about them. We know exactly what medicines they take, you know what exactly the family tree is, because all is connected. For us, how we define consumer is that we call it L1, L2, L3, L4. Now, what is L1? L1 is where they stay. L2 is what type of medical conditions they have. For example, you can be diabetic, but what level of diabetic? You can be acute, what level of acute? You can have a smaller family, so I can forecast a baby getting born. Third, family structure. How big is the family? Are they the nuclear family? Are they the connected families? Whatever. And the fourth is how often they use the Apollo ecosystem. Now, based on this 4, we have got about 184 data variables. And if you do a combination of that, that's the consumer for us, right? So, and we want to customize healthcare solution, because I can't say everything to everyone. We have to customize what I need to give. So when we do, when a provider does like that, the consumers get pampered. The need gets pampered. The expectations get pampered. And we are seeing an era of transition. I think we will be more clearer on what consumer wants as we go. We'll be more clearer how we to use technology, AI, data, connected world to make sure I suffice their needs. And I think then we can actually fathom demands, what can happen much more, with much more clarity or effectiveness. So the short answer to the entire question is it's tough to define a consumer. Once you define a consumer, you need to get a lot of data to actually predict what they want because the needs are changing.
So, one thing I had done, I shouldn't have done this actually. I had put all the questions and I asked AI to allocate the questions to people. And when I came here, I changed the sequence, So, so that's very funny. So coming to now one question, which will be open to all because, it shouldn't be asked to one person alone, which is about, resource allocation, about budget allocation. If you had known that things are going to be different next year, how would you allocate your budget in a different way? Or will it be the same? Starting with Deepa. A quick one, we've got 5 minutes, 57 seconds, so 1 minute each, I guess.
Quick one. Rather reduce the budgets for next year because we need to be more efficient, right? So we're looking at more tighter outlays because of the fact that there's a lot happening in the digital space where you don't have accountability of that spend. And so we look forward to a little more tighter outlays so that we become more accountable for every investment we make from marketing perspective. We are also looking at answers of effectiveness, especially in the digital space, because I really don't have many answers to some of the questions which we keep on asking ourselves. And how is the money being utilized and how is it helping us as a business? Not only in terms of just numbers from a media perspective, we look beyond that. We look at how is it helping us as a business when we invest something. So we are definitely looking at optimizing our spends in certain categories. Having said that, we are looking at also enhancing our spends in new categories we are entering. Yeah.
Right. Rahul? Sorry, out of sequence.
So I think in our kind of business, obviously we work with a very finite audience, right? SAP has been in India for like 27 years now.
Yeah.
We have all of 15,000 customers, right? So we are not in the.
We are one of them.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you for the business. So clearly the focus is, in a very simplistic fashion, you can segment it into two ways, right? The top end of the pyramid includes companies like yours, which I would think about maybe 3,000, 4,000 odd accounts, right? Of that, which requires a lot more focused, experience-based marketing because you have long-standing relationships in those accounts, but technologies keep changing all the time, right?
Yeah.
So the focus in terms of allocating funds would be more on the experiential account-based marketing kind of activity. But a very important segment for us, and it is actually now more than about 50% of our business, which is the new revenue, that your new ACV, as we call it, is from the mid-market, right? Companies that you and me may not have heard of.
Right.
They are maturing, and we estimate about 20,000 such entities present at this point in time who can invest or need to invest in an SAP kind of ERP because their businesses are growing fast and, more importantly, becoming more complex because of the nature of the market that we are, right? So now that part of the business require discovery and creation of primary demand because most of these are family-owned businesses. So it's about a significant chunk of our investment and effort from a marketing perspective goes into that audience, and that's not going to fundamentally change. But the pace of growth in the lower half of the pyramid is way faster. Because the top end, I would say, is largely saturated. And so the opportunity there for us is to cross-sell, upsell. But here we are actually creating new logos for the business, right? So I would say about 80-20 in that ratio.
Right. Anurad.
So one basic principle is, it's a tall claim, but one I'm very confident of: zero vanity marketing. We don't do vanity marketing at all. Very focused, back to the basics. We knew the market. So this is for the last year, and I won't change a thing. We focused on the basics, our proposition of, we believe we deliver through our people. We are a services organization. So when we hit $1 billion, we decided the best way to reiterate that promise was when we hit $1 billion, we gave iPads to all employees. That was a big, I think it basically communicated to our clients and to our employees and our future employees what kind of an employer we are.
How many employees are there total?
We had when we're currently over 30,000, but we were about 25,000.
25,000 iPads.
Yes.
Good business by Apple.
Very good. Very good for us because, so basically to say, what is it that we want to be? We want to differentiate ourselves. We want to be, we say we deliver through people, and therefore our people are very, very strong. That's what we did.
Yeah.
We opened a library. I don't know how many of you know this, but we've opened a Coforge public library. I would encourage everyone to have a look at it in Greater Noida. It was a dream project for us. We opened a public library.
Right.
And we created our own website, a new website. So very basics. We empowered our sales teams in the markets. In the markets where we are, it's very expensive to provide air cover that every marketer would like to provide. And we said, we don't need to do this. So let's spend on what we must do as a brand for a very select audience, largely our employees. And in India, those are the three things we did. And the website is, it's a dream project for us internally as an IT services company. Three big things we did. So less is more, no vanity marketing, back to the basics.
Right. We got about 4 seconds left, but I'll still ask one last question. Not the same question now to Shamik. The question is that, how will you approach the coming year differently? What are the different things you think you would like to do? And this will be the last question, audience. Please bear with us.
It's a very, very pertinent question for our business. Right. As a founder member, as a chief marketing officer, you know what we did? We took 80% of our marketing budget and allocated it back to technology.
Okay.
And say that we already have 35 million people registered with us. We already have 90 million people in Apollo. What marketing will I do? I need to invest so that I can actually predict healthcare for these people better so that they stay ahead of the curve and be with us. As simple as that.
Fantastic.
So if any one of us here have Apollo 24/7 app, if you have ever been to Apollo Hospital, if you have ever been to Apollo Pharmacy, you will see how much we make things upfront for you on the app. Having said that, data security is a very important topic for us because it's healthcare. So we have invested a lot in terms of making sure that this data is very rightly secured. We work with everyone possible and use a lot of technology investment to make sure I help each and everyone who uses this app stay ahead of the curve. I can predict that is coming for you. And I can make sure that you can manage your health better than with us, because data says everything in healthcare. It's a cyclical thing. So that's where we're investing.
Fantastic. With this, we have come to an end to our conversation. It's a fantastic conversation. Such amazing talent on the table today, except for me here. And I learned a lot. It was overwhelming for me to get 2 people from technology and 2 people from similar industries to come and talk here. I tried my best. It was the first time I moderated a session.
So more investment in Google Maps.
Right.
Get her on time, right? So that's one takeaway from this session also for us.
You guys have been fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
And also I feel that Rajiv sir deserves a bigger applause for being it's your first one today. As a first moderation you mentioned, no? A round of applause for that as well. Please, a picture. Ma'am, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am and everybody. Thank you. Thank you. And now we have the group CMO of CK Birla Group. We shall just wait a moment and then we should start with the next one and the last one. Thank you. And with that, we arrive at our last in conversation for today. We shall wait for them to clear the stage and also for our audience to settle down. दो चेयर दो चाहिए मैंने कहा दो चेयर एजेंडा में लेके आप लोग दो लगानी उसमें चेयर नहीं लगानी Okay, the last one is a special one. This is an in-conversation session. The future of marketing. We've discussed the past. We've discussed the present. We've talked about AI, digital marketing, etc. Lots of CMOs came on the stage, discuss their views, their opinions, their expertise are there to share with us. Also, a workshop that we had. This one is on the future of marketing, the changing faces of the big, ugly. Brands, trends, and challenges and opportunities in a sector as old as time and how businesses can leverage them for growth. This is like everything coming into one. Yes? This is a full day content. जो रात को हम खाना बचाते हैं, next day we put it all in one. This is probably that. It's going to be a good one, I promise you. We've got with us the Group Chief Marketing Officer of CK Birla Group, Dipali Nayarji, in conversation with the Hoshi Khaswala, CEO of PW Engage. Let's please welcome them to the stage, everybody. नहीं इतने में तो नहीं होगा, थोड़ा बजट बढ़ाना पड़ेगा हमको. Thank you. And after this, the awards await us. Hoshi can either sit here to confuse the audience or wherever you wish.
I need more people to perform. Thank you. Hi, Dipali. Thank you for coming. Good evening. He's given us 20 minutes, but they've not started the timer, so that's kind of good. So we've been given a very general topic, and I'm very pleased to have Dipali, who I've known for a while. But very happy to have this conversation with you, Dipali, because of your vast experience and your current assignment where you are the group CMO for a company that does, somewhere I think you need B2B, somewhere you need B2C, somewhere you might be needing B2G. So varied experiences. Okay. Let me start by asking, the earlier session was, and it was interesting till I came out. I'm sure it was interesting even after that, but I got pulled out. Was what would you have done differently if you had to go a year back? Now, I want to ask you, so, they were talking about changing times. What are the changes in marketing that you've seen over a period of time? What are the, long question, what are the challenges? What are the, we'll talk about opportunities later, but what do you think has changed? What is working? What is not working? Marketing is as old as mankind, as civilization, and
I thought it was a radio jingle by P&G. I thought it was only that old.
No. Before that, they had, which they, during the election campaigns, you still see them roaming around in cars and screaming. Okay, so in villages they had it. So a lot of stuff has changed, and from there we've come to influencer marketing and content marketing and social media. And I have a question. We've really not. We knew we were going to waltz together on stage, but we didn't practice our steps. I have one more question later, which is about PR. Okay. So let's talk about what do you think has changed? What are the challenges, that companies are facing now from B2C, B2B, all perspectives?
So I'm definitely not wanting to talk about the obvious ones. Everybody would have spoken about segmentation, fragmentation, less attention span, difficult to get consumer, new brands find it difficult to establish. I want to talk about the ecosystem. I think one of the biggest challenge that I see is that the marketing partners have
lesser and lesser margin. And because of that, they have poorer and poorer quality of people working on suggestions, brands, services that they offer.
So you're referring to marketing services companies, agencies,
Yes.
media companies.
Yes,
Okay.
everybody. So, which is why I use the word marketing partners. But yes, marketing agencies, all of them just have lesser and lesser margin and poorer quality of people. You know, when I passed out of college, Lintas and Unilever had the same CTC at campus. And that has further ensured that the talent is not on the agency side. To me, that's a very big challenge because that is like one half of your shadi, you know, being with a person who is at a different place in terms of experience, IQ and EQ, you know, it's a huge talent gap. And the sad part is that the CMOs who can do something about it are not doing anything about it. No? We are also not willing because the market structures become such, we're not willing to, you know, pay higher because there will be somebody who will come and say, I will do this for you at lesser, you know, price. And it's very difficult on the client side to say that, look, I'm trying to buy quality every time and I'd rather pay extra. So the whole system is not working according to me. Okay, so that's one bigger challenge. The second challenge on the client side, because of the fragmentation of work, so you have PR, you have content creation, you have content distribution, you have performance marketing, you have brand that needs to perform, you have social media, you have influencer marketing, and there is nobody integrating it but the CMO. In the good old days, a lot of that integration work used to happen through your ATL agency. You called in the CEO of the ATL agency and he could actually induct the new CMO into the brand. That partnership is gone, and which means a much higher level of responsibility that has come on to the CMO and the CMO's team to ensure that the brand narrative is common across all these domains. And people have not been trained to do that, you know, because they start out from college, they become an SEO specialist first, they become a social media specialist. You know, somebody will start working only on the media side. And when they cross 10 or 12 years of experience, they get into roles where they need to do integration. And believe me, not a single one of them needs to, knows how to even write one-page document which can be consistent for a brand narrative. So this is the other talent gap that you have on the brand side. Because of these two, what is happening? And that worries me the most. You have startup founders, you have CEOs, you have boards, you know, who are hiring CMOs and CMO teams. Their briefs have over the years remained the same. They want brand to be able to command a premium. They want better top line. They want better bottom line. And the marketing needs to create that partnership and ensure that everything works. But that everything, the system is not working. In the process, a lot of the startup founders, a lot of the boards are actually questioning and saying marketing is not working. You have very few people left in the marketing domain who can string this together. So it's not about the realization that if you make a 8-year experienced person a custodian of a brand and make that person do 10 things, will not come with that gravitas and EQ on the brand side and may not be able to perform. But because of the very few people who can integrate the brand, you have a situation that many more marketing mistakes are happening. Very few great marketing ideas being implemented. And in the process, marketing is getting the short shrift and getting the bad name that, you know, is marketing relevant? Do you require a CMO at all? And all those questions are coming up. So that disheartens me, you know, greatly. So these, I would say, are the kind of things that disheartening. Especially, you know, when you come with 3 decades of experience and you can sometimes see what's going wrong, but it's not your brand, It's somebody else's mistake, but you don't know what to do about it.
Solution?
That's a kind of question that is, how do you fix India's poverty problem?
It's gone that deep.
It's gone that deep because it is, I may have come to that conclusion today, but it started, I think the demise started perhaps about 10 to 15 years ago. I don't think it's happened overnight.
No, it's not. It's obviously not happening.
Yeah, it's not happened overnight. But some of the things that maybe people can do, I'll again go step by step. There are quality agencies in the market. I want them to put in their step forward and say, we will not pitch. We will not do this free for you. Or that we will charge a premium. I want some people to come forward and be able to say that and do that. On the client side, once again, I mean, it would require a whole lot of courage, to some of the CMOs who can, to be able to say that, look, we will do things differently. Some of them have the influence over their boards and CEOs. They've been in positions for a long time. Some of them can set, a different example. I would also say that, well, if somebody can take a chance and give the CMOs seat on the boards, then also I think, you will see a difference. So I would say these are the small things that come to my mind, but I don't know how to solve the talent gap from a systemic perspective.
Let me, I had another question, but I want to ask you something else. I'm just stitching the pieces that from what you just kind of said. And you mentioned that, multiple agencies are not able to maintain the same narrative, the same brand, safeguard it, and it's becoming the responsibility of the CMO to do it. Is this happening, Dipali? Because, in the yesteryears, when there were businesses, the returns horizon was 7 to 11 years. Today, the return on investment, a VC puts in money, an angel puts in money, people are expecting, literally 24 months. Is this happening because everything is now becoming very shareholder focused?
Yes and no. Because if what you're saying is true, then this demise should only happen more at the startups, should happen more in businesses which are very, shareholder focused. But I think it's equally happening at privately held businesses and brands.
Because they're competing with startups.
Perhaps.
So banks are today competing with the fintech space, who's got very low investment, and
That's on the business side. But I think on the brand side, if you look at some of the great brands that you still have globally, some of the privately held brands, you look at L'Oreal, you look at IKEA, these are organizations which are still very strongly privately held. I think the business owners over there think far more, long-term.
Long-term strategy.
So what you're saying may be true for certain businesses, but I see that, let me call it a fungus. I think I see that fungus everywhere, though. Very, very rarely do you have, different kind of organizations.
Yeah, but those are, the IKEA kind of brands are now far and few. We recently read in the media, and then it was suppressed. This was about 15 days ago, that very large company laid off 45,000 people.
That's that's not brand and marketing.
No, it's not brand and marketing, because earlier, a sound company would look after all its stakeholders. It was employees.
Hoshi, I'm not discussing that.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, let me ask you about PR. Okay, in this entire marketing gamut, and I'm asking you about PR because my DNA is media, and PR takes away from my budgets. Okay, PR has suddenly become far more critical as we see it in the past 10 to 15 years. So people will come and say, hey, listen, I need a speaking opportunity, but I won't sponsor. The audience is good for a speaking opportunity, but not for a sponsorship. Or, I need an article to be done. How important is PR, and is it really playing the role that, companies expect it to play and replace traditional marketing and advertising?
So that's a great question. I was invited to, deliver a keynote at a conference which is attended by CEOs of PR agencies and a lot of people from the, corporate communications fraternity. And I said over there that PR is becoming extremely important. More CMOs should learn about it because a lot of the CMOs as a discipline haven't done, PR and corporate communications when they were younger. But I also said that the PR should report into the CMO. And there were a lot of people in the audience who weren't happy about it because traditionally there have been very strong corporate communication professionals who, have reported in directly to the CEOs, and they were parallel, structures. Why do I bring up this example? I bring up this example, and I don't mean to say who should report into who, but I think I gave that example to show the adjacency is becoming extremely strong. And I think, the example that you gave of people not wanting to sponsor but wanting to reach people is perhaps only true for B2B, industry. I think the B2C industry, and, we, for example, have fertility clinics, we have hospitals, we have appliances business, we have automotive bearings business, cement business. Even in the B2C industries, PR is playing a very strong and important role. And there are CMOs who talk the right language about, earned media, own media. It is a very strong opportunity, especially because PR is now become more digital and is very, it's not just, the domain of only newspapers and, only magazines. It transcends and sometimes has fuzzy areas. I don't know, influencer marketing is equal PR and equal marketing in that sense, and how you manage it, because some of the influencers can't be paid. They have to be influenced in a very copcom, kind of a space. So to answer your question once again, I think PR is an extremely important opportunity for marketing fraternity. And they must ensure that one, they learn it and then see how to use it alongside all the other marketing channels available to them.
Dipali, last question. Maybe there might be follow-ups, but this is like a Moti Baat question. If Rupert Murdoch came to you and said, I want to start a company in India that's going to, within 10 years, okay, it's not going to say 10 years any longer, 5 years, get a significant pie of the CMO's budget. And, you have the experience as a CMO. And, we want you to run the media company, and here's a $10 million package for you plus profit sharing. Where would you put your money? Would you put it on radio, television, social media, influencer marketing? What would you do?
I think we need to challenge the current business models that we have. I wouldn't even think radio or TV or, print. I wouldn't think with that model. I am actually thinking and saying, what ties this all in together? I would actually invest in a content creation and content distribution company. That'd be the definition. It needs to be agile and nimble enough to get into any channel. Content transcends from radio, print, digital to wherever. I would think that would be the platform. Thanks to AI, there would be a very large AI intervention that should happen from a productized platform perspective and not, day-to-day agency service perspective, especially on the distribution side and maybe also at the low-end creation side. But I think I'll go back to what I said. People don't know how to do brand narratives. And that's where the human element of content creation inside that organization would come in from a consulting perspective. That you would do like a McKinsey of content creation, charge a premium and do the brand narratives for brands, and then possibly have an execution arm to that organization. Thank you for asking that question. Where is my $10 million salary?
I have to give Murdoch your number.
Sure.
Let me do a follow-up question to that. You said you're going to charge a premium. Okay. And at the same time, I think, your first response was our partners don't have quality people. And I think also, and that's because they've got lower margins, and lower margins come because they don't get paid sufficient money. Do you think there are a lot of companies in this country to sustain a company like that and pay premium for services.
So once again, I mean,
The IKEAs of the world.
so once again, when I say McKinsey of the world, you can be a company housed in India, but service any part of the world, right? You don't have to necessarily work with a CMO in India. You could be working with the CMO in India and, a CMO in Europe and a CMO in US. That's number one, according to me. But I think the structure will work because you will hire better talent. You will demonstrate better effectiveness. And therefore, you would be able to charge a premium. And once you demonstrate what you bring to the table, the people on the other side, they could be CMOs, they could be boards, they could be CEOs. I've just discovered a organization based out of UK who only does crisis management. Okay, they specialize in digital crisis management, only digital. They are not known. They don't want to be known because they do digital crisis management. It's unbelievable the kind of premium they charge. They charge as much as a very highly paid lawyer, hourly rates, the kind we read in the newspapers.
Wow.
Yeah, so such models exist. It's not like they don't exist.
Wonderful. I'm kind of done. Any questions from the audience? So we finished before time, 1 minute before time. So thank you, Dipali.
Thank you, Hershey.
Always good chatting with you. The last time we chatted was in an internal offsite.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for inviting me there, and thanks for today.
we always like to have you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Aditya thought that you would not finish on time.
No, not me. Sorry, go ahead for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for leaving us with 37 seconds. They finished well in time. But a good session, yes or no? I hear one extra yes. Okay, good. But I couldn't really nearly believe that we would even call marketing the big ugly. What happened to all that sexiness and revolution we were discussing all day long? We also had a master class with a sort of a workshop. But anyway, you cannot deny that marketing is amongst the oldest professions in the world and also continues to be, that is actually bringing about a difference. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, from those discussions that we witnessed all throughout the day, the inspiring stories that we heard, from all of that, we come to a close with this session, which also means my script says, and you especially come to check that am I really going to sing the line that she's written? When the sun goes down, the stars come out. Anybody who can sing that for us? Because I absolutely can't. She's like, बिल्कुल नहीं, और कोशिश ही मत करना तुम. But okay. As the sun goes down, the stars are eventually here, shining all bright. Now it's time for us to move ahead with the awards ceremony. So welcome to the third edition of the BW Top Marketer Awards 2024. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a privilege to welcome all of you. And like many of you have asked, मैं बारिश में नहीं भीगा हूँ, ये मेरे कोट का texture है. I swear they ask कि भीग क्या है? Okay, मैं कहा नहीं sir, it's just a texture. This is BW Business Worlds and BW Marketing World's annual initiative to recognize and also applaud the visionaries whose work is shaping the future of marketing in our country. Your work touches us in our everyday lives. We had brands from FMCG to tech to everything more. We see their creativity solve problems and also bring about a difference. And today we shall celebrate your creativity, your consumer-obsessed leaders who are creating nothing short of magic. The third edition of the BW Top Marketer Awards has taken a significant step forward in response to the ever-evolving landscape of marketing and also the expanding responsibilities that come with it. We are proud to introduce a new dimension to our awards. In this year's Power List, we will also celebrate winners in two distinct segments. Top marketers, those who are setting the pace in their respective fields, and the grandmasters, the leaders who have taken on larger mandates and are steering their companies into new horizons. And of course, we'll hear more of this. This is an editorial-led platform. So let's have a look at how did we actually arrive to today to this list of winners that we will be witnessing and celebrating with, to the sessions that you had today, what more do we have in store for you for next year, what did we do last year, what more changes happened this year, and more. For that, we have entire process AV. Can you please play that?
BW Business World and BW Marketing World are back with the third edition of BW Top Marketers, an editorial lead initiative that celebrates the people with the talent who make buzzwords such as customer journey, brand market share, and equity mean something. So, how did we do it? Stage one, the big shortlist. The journey begins with our dedicated editorial team creating a shortlist of over 500 CMOs, vice president marketing, marketing directors, marketing heads, media heads, and brand leaders. We conduct a thorough research and create an initial shortlist of top marketers based on their performance, impact, and industry influence. Stage two, industry feedback and discussion. We reach out to key industry stakeholders for their insights and recommendations. This includes leaders in media, marketing, and advertising who help us refine and expand our shortlist. Media agency chiefs and C-suite executives, media companies, marketing consultants, branding gurus. To maintain the integrity of our process, we ensure equal representation across various sectors and demographics. This approach guarantees that our list is both credible and comprehensive. During this stage, we also welcome nominations for individuals who may have been missed. Each name is carefully considered, ensuring no deserving marketer is overlooked. Stage 3. Winners emerge. The list is distilled down to supermarketers whose brands turned heads and created conversations, who are innovating while prioritizing the consumer, who are making tech work harder, whose leadership is navigating tough times and setting new trends, who are fostering a new generation of marketing leaders. Stage 4, the top marketers. With all inputs gathered, our team conducts final deliberations, consulting with senior leaders within BW Business World. This collaborative effort results in our final list of the top 100 marketers. Stage 5, reaching out to our marketing leaders and ensuring we dotted the I's and crossed the T's, company policies, corporate policies, etc., etc. Stage 6, finally, the celebration. After rigorous evaluation and debate, we now proudly present the BW Top 100 Marketers for 2024. We congratulate those who have made the list. Your excellence continues to inspire the entire industry.
Well, this was the entire process. Can we have a huge round of applause for our team members as well who's put this together? Making sure that stalwarts like you and an enriching audience like you is here with us all throughout the day surely means a lot. So big congratulations to all of you. It's the second time that I've had the pleasure of hosting this festival. And of course, you see a tremendous change from last year. So congratulations to the entire process to all of you as well. And with that, to take the evening forward and to formally open the award ceremony, also welcome all of you. I would request the group editor of BW Business World, Noor Fatima Warsia, to please join us on the stage. Everybody wants for her. She's worked tirelessly. And thank you for giving me the offer and the job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aditya. I have to thank everybody. As he said, Noor here, group editorial marketer. Essentially, that means somewhere I must play a role in ensuring that the BW Business World Group can do something like this. We are celebrating a community that brings many of us together. We are joined by the passion for the work that happens here. And sometimes we celebrate just the people behind it. You have already seen the process AV. The one big change that has happened this year also is that we are not awarding 100 marketers. You might ask, कि आपको इतने भी नहीं मिले क्या? But the process was such that a certain threshold had to be met. And while the number is not very different, but it is 90 marketers in 2024. 90 marketers make the cut, which include a set of grandmasters. What is the difference? Many marketers have already transcended the roles of playing growth drivers within their companies. These people are responsible for P&L. These people are responsible for going beyond just connecting with the consumer. And there's the group marketer, the grandmasters. What am I even talking about? In my defense, I saw some friends and I got quite happy about it. So I have to thank everybody who's in this room. I've been told that Delhi has in fact caught up with Mumbai. And now when it rains, people stay home or on the road. So we have people who are on their way and will be joining us soon. I'm just hopeful they join us in time. Tomorrow the Friday. And we do want you to join us for the dinner. Once again, just to kind of highlight, this is an absolutely editorial driven award. There's absolutely no other component to it. But to make it inclusive, we are connected with various stakeholders of the industry. So all of you who are named in this list are, of course, via BW editorial team. I take great pride in that, but also because of your peer and many of your partners. Many of these people think that you're doing something amazing out there. And because of that, you have to be among this big list. That's it from my side. I'm going to get Aditya back up. You'll keep seeing me jumping up and down. But I'm looking forward to seeing all of you towards the end as well when we do the group photo. That's the one that goes in the magazine. So everybody looks at one camera at that time. We will point out which one. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I have to tell you the actual reason for why Noor is very happy. Because I also have to tell you that on behalf of Dr. Batra and our partner, HCL Software, they've organized a special dinner for all our winners tonight at the Daniel Hall. Yes, yeah, good plug-in, no, from my side. It's happening downstairs right after the award ceremony. All the winners, a humble request, please, please, please join us for that. Yes. And also, we would like to extend a gratitude to our partners for today. Our digital transformation partner, HCL Software, our education partner, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad, our data science partner, Chi-Square Analytics, our growth partner, Mob Avenue Media, and also Global Media, our news partner, Bharat Express, our strategic partner, Cashier Drive Marketing Private Limited, and Info Profile, our media barter partner, OneUp Trade, and our event partners, Joy Travels Private Limited, Fandrum, Mainly Coffee, The Zig Shake Factory, Reality Plus, Exchange for Media, IWM Buzz, Impact, Weekly Magazine, and Pitch. With that, may I please request our team to now play the partners AV?
Introducing OneUp Trade, India's leading and most trusted barter company. Since we started in 2007, we've proudly served over 2,000 clients and have crossed an aggregate turnover of 1,000 crores. Over these years, we've built a credible and organized platform, ensuring that your barter experience is consistently fruitful. Get in touch and fully explore the benefits of barter with OneUp Trade, your go-to barter experts.
Global Media is a one-stop solution for all your digital marketing needs. One of the leading mobile and web advertising platforms in the country dedicated to helping advertisers and agencies with user acquisitions and engagement by ensuring 100% direct traffic over web, mobile, and OEMIS. With 1 billion plus monthly user interactions, 100 million monthly active users, 300 million plus email user base, 1,000 plus live campaigns, 500 plus direct publishers, 120 countries, 20 plus verticals we help brands with. Reach, awareness, engagement, traffic, affinity, and recall. We work across sectors including FMCG, auto, consumer durables, BFSI, retail, travel, fashion, fintech, and e-commerce. Our diverse inventory includes display, video, native ads, connected TVS, and more, strategically placed for targeted campaigns. With AI-driven algorithms, we ensure ads reach the right users at the right time, maximizing ROI and engagement for advertisers. After carving a niche in the ad tech industry, Global Media is rising among the top ad tech companies in Middle East, Southeast, and Russia. Our presence in Singapore, Jakarta, Ho Chi Minh, Dubai, Moscow provides us with excellent opportunity to work closely with our MENA, Russia, and LATAM. Global Media has earned significant recognition at prestigious platforms such as the Great Indian Marketing Awards, Agile, and others, with multiple media outlets listing us among the top 10 ad tech startups. Founded by industry veteran and technophile Bhavesh Talreja, Global Media is driven by a team of visionaries, including Raj Swaminathan, Senior Director of Revenues and New Initiatives, Kritika Arora, Director of Performance and Acquisitions, Heya Mansoor, Head of Technology, and Priyank Shah, Chief Financial Officer, among others. So, come and elevate your brand with us because success is synonymous with Global Media.
Sub-network broadcasting bouquet boasts of the undisputed, unchallenged Masti, India's #1 music and youth channel.
हाय मैं हूँ अक्षय कुमार हाय मैं हूँ सलमान खान
और आप देख रहे हैं
देश का #1 म्यूजिक और यूथ चैनल
मस्ती
मस्ती मस्ती मस्ती
Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, the land that offers peace of mind. Sub-network explored and offered Dabang, Bhojpuri Entertainment Channel, My Boli, Marathi Entertainment Channel.
मायला सगळंच लय भारी नमस्कार मी सुबोध भावे
नमस्कार मी अमृता खानविलकर
नमस्कार मी उपेंद्र लिमया आणि तुम्ही पाहताय
महाराष्ट्राचं #1
चॅनल माय बोली माय बोली माय बोली
In 2008, we began as pioneers, leading the way in transit advertising. We stitched our vision into every campaign. From in-house creation to making advertising accessible for all, we grew by thinking big and acting bold. We evolved, embracing sustainability, introducing EV buses that double as moving billboards, and creating charge cars, where charging convenience meets green advertising. Today, we stand at the intersection of environment, sustainability, and growth. Our mission to elevate your brand while lowering our carbon footprint.
Keeping up the integrity of journalism with its strong conviction, Bharat Express continues to elevate your news sense. We define the aspiration of New Bharat, perfectly in line with its motto, Satya, Sahas and Samarpan. Bharat Express News is a fast-paced news delivery platform that has been dedicatedly delivering excellence for the new age Hindi news viewers under the able leadership of Mr. Upendra Rai, CMD and Editor-in-Chief of Bharat Express News Network. Mr. Upendra Rai is a seasoned media personality who has many path-breaking stories related to politics, business and more to his credit during his 25-year-long career. Under his dignified leadership, Bharat Express has made a significant impact in just 1 year of its operations. With exceptional infrastructure spread over 45,000 square feet, comprising of highly equipped PCR, MCR, new age studios and newsroom, and an impeccable team of reporters, producers, and anchors. The channel has recorded an impressive line of coverage in the past 1 year. Right from taking up causes of the common man, our anchors do not form opinions and judgment, but deliver facts. First age media startup, Bharat Express is undoubtedly a name synonymous with delivering quality news, where every member of the group puts in great effort, contributing to our mission of informing, educating, and empowering our audience. We are a new age media startup that is spreading its wings every second, making every step count. Leading advertisers trust us with their brand image because we showcase conviction and truth. It's an expansive reach and presence via its YouTube channels. The network's website is accessible to its reader base in Hindi, English, and leads to success.
Well, that were our partners. A big thank you to them as well. And before we begin, please, you're going to be needing a lot of claps when the winners walk up. But before that, may I please request Ina Khurana, Chief People Officer at Chi-Square Analytics, to please join me on the stage. She has a small announcement to make. Ma'am, please. Everybody.
Thank you, Aditya.
and good evening, everybody. On behalf of Chi-Square Analytics and Dr. Kamaljeet Anand, he could not join us, unfortunately, right now, and it is his pet project that I'm talking about. So across a decade and a half of creating data-backed solutions for our clients, and immense research has gone into it, we have created a product suite which takes care of brand intelligence, market intelligence, and spend intelligence all under one universe. You just saw the video playing. And for that, a lot of inputs and contributions have gone in from a lot of our clients. So I would like to thank the CMOs, the CEOs, and all the market leaders, the marketeers whose inputs and contributions have gone into it. This is like a CMO or a CEO cockpit for market intelligence decisions. And I would also like to thank my team who's actually put in their sweat and toil and all their heart into creating this product suite, which takes care of market intelligence, and it's completely data backed and insight backed. So I would like to invite you all to try the same. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations, ma'am, to you and to the entire team. I'm sure they all will try the product. Okay, now back to the awards. The awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including the social media channels and also on the websites at www.bwmarketingworld.com. Also, www.bweverythingexperiential.com and also on bwgamingworld.com. You get your awards. I'm sure you'll share them online. When you do so, please use the hashtag BWTop100 marketers. And a humble request to all the winners. Once you've received your award, we'd request you to please step down and move to stage left to get your individual pictures, and also stay back till the very end before dinner for a group picture, because we needed to feature it in the magazines and also on the online platforms as well. And with that, it's time to now begin with the awards ceremony. To do the honors, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder of the Exchange Media Group. Joining sir is Rakesh Gopal, Chief Revenue Officer of Bharat Express. There he is. And joining them is Raghu Verma, the CEO of Cash Your Drive. Khanna ji. Raghu sir, is sir? I see him there. Sorry, he also had a session in the afternoon. Unless after the afternoon you plan to change it. But let's please welcome them, everybody. Gentlemen on stage. Just for the record, this is a power listing, just a power list that we'll announce of the BW top 100 marketers. This is no rank. And we'll be seeing the winner tonight by industry sectors. Yes. With that, it's time to present the award to the first member who's joined this list. Please. Is Nimish Agrawal, Executive Vice President and CMO of Niva Bupa. Let's please give Nimish a big round of applause. Nimish, quick 30 seconds of what does this mean? I'll help you.
Niva Bupa is erstwhile Max Bupa Health Insurance. As long as you know that, I'm very happy because that's what we're trying to build here. Thank you so much.
Okay, and the next member to join this power list, please. It's Gunjit Jain, Executive Vice President, Marketing, Colgate Palmolive, India. Gunjit, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thanks a ton for having all of us here. Uh, I think for a company where our mission is to create healthy and beautiful smiles, there's nothing more that can get you more excited. So thanks to the company, thanks to my team, they make all of this happen. Thanks to our agency partners, Ogilvy, Wavemaker, VML, they are fantastic. And thanks to you, Anurag, and the entire team. This celebration is making this craft more aspirational. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, the next marketer, please. Alex is the man who did his first moderation today. Rajiv Dubey, Head Media, Dabur, India. So outside. We go to the next one. We get 10 seconds. No, we should go to the next one. Yes, he's there. With the speed that Chetan ran to call him, I believe so was outside. Okay, I think we'll move ahead and then we can always come back. Chaliye, the next marketer, please. Sakshi Verma Menon, Senior Marketing Director, Africa, Middle East, and South Asia, PepsiCo. Sakshi, everybody.
Thanks, Anurag, Noor, and the Business World team for getting all of us together. It's always a joy to meet old and new friends, and yeah, I see some of them here. So thank you so much for doing this, and like Gunjit said, for making marketing more aspirational and giving all of us the excitement to continue doing what we love. And this one, thank you to my team, to my amazing team at PepsiCo, who continues to make marketing joy, fun, and lots of challenges. Thank you.
Congratulations. Moving ahead to our next marketer, please. Zohair Kabuswala, lead marketing, Borado India brands, Borado Russia, Anybody give Zohair a huge round of applause.
Thank you, BW team. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Rima. Thank you, Noor, for making this a pure editorial award. And I was just speaking to Anurag that it becomes a reunion for all of us. We meet. We normally promise to keep connected, but this event becomes a reunion meet for all of us. So we meet and engage with the entire team. And this is for my team, I think. So they contribute and I'm representing their work out here. So thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next marketer, please. As I mentioned, the man who did his first moderation today, Rajiv Dubey, head of media, Dhaba, India. Everybody, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noor. Just when you were calling me, I just got news from my office that I got a promotion just now. So I think few things happen at the time. I think सिर्फ सितारे की बात होती है, ऐसे दो सितारे यहाँ पे हैं, आप और मैं, चमकने वाले वैसे ही हैं. And thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noor. God bless you all. Thank you.
You know, our editor of exchangeformedia.com, Ms. Tasmai Roy, is also here. I don't know where Tasmai Roy, her full name is. So she has the breaking news for tomorrow. But Rajiv, did you get the promotion before the award or after the award? Did the news come in before the award or after the award? No, okay, thank you. Let's give Rajiv a big round of applause and God bless you.
Also, I don't know, Rajiv ji, अगर आज रात को डिनर के साथ बार था, नहीं है तो it's on Rajiv today. We'll celebrate. Congratulations to you, sir. Double one. With that, the next marketer, please. Sriram Padmanabhan, Marketing Director. Then on India.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks to Anurag and the BW team to put this show wonderfully well. I think it's been a pleasure to share the perspectives and to look at, a lot of times our head are in the sand, and it's good to see perspectives across different industries. Of course, I'm standing here without my team and my agency partners, both creative and the media team. So this is for them. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. With that, the next marketer, please. Vineet Viswambaran, Vice President and Business Head, Food and FMCG. Arani Wilma. Congratulations. And thank you. This is what he said. Winners, don't forget your pictures, please, individual and then also a group in the end. Moving ahead with our next winner, please. Ankit Kapoor, CMO and business leader. Ankit, everybody once for him, please. There are many more. You need to go louder.
So thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you for the announcement also. But yeah, thank you for bringing us together as friends. And one little demand, next time in Bombay, he's just told me, right? He whispered in my ear, next time it's happening in Bombay.
It's okay. If you're missing the traffic jams in Bombay or the flooding in Bombay, is that we brought that to Delhi today morning. But yes, on a serious note, some friends of mine said we should do it in Gurgaon because a lot of you have come from Gurgaon. So we should do it at one of the hotels in Gurgaon. But I think these are early days of the initiative, the second year. I think we will refresh it in more ways than one, both on scale and on content. And maybe we'll do it in Bombay and Gurgaon both.
अब जस्ट टू आस्क, क्योंकि दुखती रग पे हाथ रखा, कितने लोग गुड़गांव से आए हैं आज सुबह 7 से 10 के बीच में और अपनी गाड़ी से आए हैं? नहीं? प्लीज कम बैक विद मी. We should all have the fun together, no? But okay, we hope next time in Bombay and Gurgaon and Delhi and wherever we can. There's so much celebrations to make sure you do all of them. With that, the next winner, please. Shivranshu Singh, Chief Marketing Officer, CV Business Unit, Tata Motors. Shivranshu, everybody.
Thank you. I have to catch a flight to Gurgaon, as a matter of fact. You know, Anurag and the business world team are friends to many. People of strong opinions, but one thing I've noticed across the years that there is an essential objectivity that they never lose. And they're honest and in their assessments as well as in the quality of the product that they put out. So many congratulations to you for this and thank you.
Congratulations. Quickly moving ahead, the next marketer, please. Rahul Talwar, Chief Marketing Officer, Max Life Insurance. Rahul Talwar, everybody.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noor. I think
while we are marketeers, I think they are the brand ambassadors for this editorial award. And like we heard, maintaining the purity of it. So thanks a lot. And again, always nice to be amongst marketeers. At least we all know what mountain we climb every day. I borrowed a word from my last year when I was here with Dr. Batra, and I said that only we understand how we have to manage the heart and the mind together. And I think the spirit, a big cheers to that. And congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Quickly moving ahead, the next marketer, please. Kavitha Ganesan, General Manager Marketing, TVS Eurogrid.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noor. Thank you, the entire Business World team. Like everyone already mentioned, very few awards today still maintain the sanctity of, having a pure editorial-based selection. So really honored to be here. A big thanks to my entire team. I'm sad they're not here with me, but I have one of my colleagues here. Thanks, Geeta, for coming along. Thanks a lot to my agency partners, Havas Media, Manish is here, and Tilt Brand Solutions. Thanks, everyone. Happy to network here.
Congratulations, ma'am, the trophy. Quickly moving ahead, the next marketer, please. Rohit Talwar, Vice President, Marketing, Castrol, India. Rohit Talwar. What happened to all your claps, right? Right, energy. अभी रास्ता काफी लंबा है अभी हमारा.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'm honored to be here amongst this incredible group of achievers. Thank you very much for the recognition. Coming back to India after a few years, it's amazing to see the incredible things happening across categories. Great event hosted by Business World here. Thank you very much. And I'd just like to say that it's the team that really does the work, and the team at Castrol is trying new things, and this is fantastic recognition of their work. And we can't do all this without a great partner. We work with WPP. Mindshare and Ogilvy always help us take bold new steps. So thank you for everything that you do, and thank you for this recognition of the work that they do. Thank you.
And as Rohit said, the Talwars are doing well today. I'm sure they'll continue to do well.
Congratulations. Winners, don't forget your individual photographs. Moving ahead with the next marketer, please. Siddharth Budalia, Chief Marketing Officer, and Express. Siddharth, can you get a flight till Gurgaon, please, at 10 o'clock today?
If not Gurgaon, Ghaziabad at least. There's an Air Force airport over there which we're trying to make operational. So yeah. No, but thank you honestly to my team, to the agency partners, to Business World for organizing this event, getting us all of us together, and thanks to all of you for continuing to fly. So keep flying as you are, and keep the spirits up. There's a few more to go. So looking forward to catching up with all of you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Quickly, the next marketer, please. Apurva Sarkar, Head Marketing, Bandhan Bank. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Apurva, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noor. Thank you, Business World, for this opportunity and this recognition. Unfortunately, not every bald awardee today gets promoted. It would have been great if that would have happened. I take this on behalf of the 77,000 employees of Bandhan Bank, because no matter what we do, in whatever manner we do, unless they perform on ground and convert these things, nothing makes sense, nothing has results. So this is on behalf of the entire force at Bandhan Bank. There are 90 plus recipients, so thank you, and we should move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations to everybody back home. Moving ahead, the next winner, please. Darshana Shah, Head Marketing, and CX Aditya Birla Capital. Let's congratulate everybody.
So I was just telling Dr. Batra that I promise I've come from Bombay, but I didn't bring the reins. But I know some of you guys, I'm told I've come faster from Bombay than some of you could come from Gurgaon. But thank you very much. Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Business World, Noor, Chetan, all of you all. And thanks to my team. But it feels great to be here again with the fraternity, all the flag bearers of, India's great minds, the marketeers here. So congratulations to each one of you here. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. With that, thank you so much, gentlemen, for helping us with the awards. Thank you. Dr. Batra, you have a long way to with us, sir. Thank you. Once for them, please. I please request Dr. Kamaljeet Anand, PhD, Chief Data Scientist and Managing Director, Chi-Square, to join us on the stage. And along with Sir, also Rajesh Dhiman, Area VP, Enterprise Business, India and South Asia, HCL Software, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards. Let's welcome the gentlemen, everybody, on the stage. With that, the next marketer. Jaswinder Sodi, Head Customers, Digital and Marketing, HSBC, India. Let's give Jaswinder a huge round of applause, everybody.
Thank you all for inviting us here and Dr. Batra today to be part of the evening. I think it's a great feeling. Coming from Bombay, where there was FinTech Festival, it does look like a marketing festival here. So it's great to be here. HSBC is on the path of becoming the most preferred international financial services player in the country. We are doing our bit of it. I think this recognition will go a long way in motivating us better. So thank you so much. We'll be back.
Congratulations and all the very best for the journey ahead. With that, our next marketer, please. Anirudh Haldar, Senior Vice President Marketing, TVS Motor Company. Everybody?
So, first of all, thank you, Noor. Thank you, Dr. Bhatta. Thank you, all the team that's organized this. There's a lovely young lady sitting right there. And just before they called me on, she called me to ensure that I was in the room. The phone rang. I was supposed to be called on. I thought it was that promotion call, but thank you for the call. It's great to be back anywhere where you see so many friendly faces, where you know that the battle scars are shared. But I think one more thing that all the brands that we are building are on the basis of all the people that have gone through before us. So in that way, at TVS Motors, I'm definitely standing on the shoulders of giants with the partnership of some great friends across all our agencies. Thank you, everyone. You know who you are. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. With that, the next marketer, please. Anil Gurnani, Chief Sales and Marketing Officer, TTK Prestige. Everybody, let's give Anilja a huge round of applause.
Thanks, as everybody talked about, thanks Anurag, thanks Noor, and thanks BW team for creating such a platform, at least, where we marketeers actually get recognized. And also it's an opportunity for all of us, to interact with each other, know each other, and understand what all challenges they are getting into. This award definitely I dedicate to my team because who work relentlessly to innovate our products and communication to make the cooking experience enjoyable and fun for all the consumers in India. Thank you.
Congratulations. Winners, don't forget your individual photographs and then also a group picture in the end, followed by dinner. With that, the next marketer, please. Deva Ghoshal, Vice President and Head Marketing, Voltas. Let's give Deva a round of applause, everybody.
We'll have this chat. Hello, and thank you for trusting us. I think it's an honor to cool you whenever it's very hot. And I think keep trusting us and keep getting cooled by us. I think it's an incredible country, and we're honored to provide comfort to you guys always. This one goes to the entire organization. It's not my award. Without performance of the organization, this award is meaningless. And I think it's across functions. The performance matters beyond marketing, sales, everything, service, supply chain. As we're discussing, no supplies, no growth. So I think this is all about the organization and the business, which makes us come here and share experiences with you guys. Thank you, and happy to make more friends tonight.
Congratulations. With that, the next marketer. Yuri Shingarani, Vice President of Marketing and Corporate Communications, Blue Star.
So one more cooling company. I'm proud about the fact that we both, Voltas and Blue Star, have been homegrown brands, and we've kind of, been leaders for such a long, period of time. Blue Star is an 80-year-old brand. I've been in the company for 25 years. So it's been like 1/3 of Blue Star that I've seen the brand growing. It's a matter of pride, exhilaration, and emotional, for the brand to be recognized. So thank you very much, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Business World, for this recognition. And clearly, this is not mine. It's for my team. It's for my agencies over the years. This is all your guys. Thank you.
Girish, you must have received multiple long service awards by now, no? But just to ask anybody who's been a part of their current organization for around 25 years or more than that? Anybody in the hall? 20, 20 plus? There's Noor. 20? बस for Noor we'll do in the ending. बहुत सारे नूर के मेहनत के बचे थे. 20, 15 years? नहीं ma'am. Okay, anyone who's just joined? 1-2 साल? ऐसा कोई नहीं है. But okay, there's one there. The 2. Okay, with that, the next marketer, please. Sunil Narula, Senior Vice President, Sales and Marketing, Panasonic Life Solutions, India. Let's give Sunil a huge round of applause.
Yep. Thank you so much. I think the two brands were in the cooling space, while we as a brand are also in the cooling space, one of the competitors for Voltas and Blue Star. But I don't represent that category. I am from the electrical space. So we are Anchor Panasonic. Panasonic acquired Anchor way back in 2007. So that was a slight background about the company. So thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noor, and the entire team of Business World. I think I would really thank the entire team of Business World. They have been so engaging, and they made sure that the people like us do not miss you. You get the right calls. They ensure that we are there. I think a big round of applause for the entire Business World team. While it's easy for us to be here to collect the award, but I think the kind of effort which goes behind in arranging this kind of a program is tremendous. And thank you, Dr. Batra. I know you have been tirelessly standing, and you'll probably spend some more time on the stage giving awards. So thank you once again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Congratulations. With that, the next marketer, please. Rashni Batra, Chief Marketing Officer. HP, India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh.
It's absolutely an honor and privilege to be here. I just want to tell everyone, even though Dr. Batra is the one who decides who wins, I'm not related to him, but he's always been my mentor and guide. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, I think everyone said some nice stuff. So I think great community. Like Zohair said, I meet most people here once a year, which I think we should change, and probably Noor, you can change that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Congratulations. And with that, the next marketer, please. Mayuri Saikia, Director, Marketing, Consumer and Small Business, Dell Technologies, India.
First of all, thank you, Anurag, Noor, Soumya, and the entire business team. I think amazing follow-ups and connects. I must say that it's very, very, it was very smooth. This award goes to my entire team at Dell, across functions, across globe. I would say it's a lot of work we do along with the global team. Thank you to the entire agency partners, and a big shout out to WPP Group. That's our global partner. We at Dell, we continue to innovate on technology for human progress. That's what we believe in, the team believes in, and we'll keep doing the great work. This is to them. Thank you.
Congratulations. Down to our last few. With that, the next marketer, please. Ganpati Subramaniam, VP and Head of Marketing, LT Foods. Let's please give Ganpati a round of applause, everybody.
Thanks a ton, Dr. Batra, Noor, and the BW team. Fantastic event today. Had a good time through the day. And it's a great honor to be receiving this award on behalf of the team and the agency partners. Thanks a ton. May God not hold you back.
You know, the only favor I have asked any marketer, I travel a lot by Indigo and they have these LT Foods rice crackers, which are just lovely. And you can't get them off the shelf. So I've just requested he can send some packets to all of us.
Brand for dinner today.
Yes, next time. But God bless you. Please give him a bigger round of applause. And you know, honestly, I was telling him that his founder's cousin gave me the money to start Exchange for Media. And CMO community is a community that I think I know a little bit about. I have lots of friends there. Some even share their birthday with my wife. So I have to be nice to them. But the reason I have no role in this event is because Noor runs it, while Noor now runs the editorial ad business world across communities, across the main brand. But Noor is so meticulous and she is so high integrity that the number of requests that come for this IP, at least there must be 30 requests that came to me and I forward it to her and she engages with them. I don't know the list. There were 1 or 2 requests where I knew the people, they reached out to me. I asked Noor and said, they can't be in the list. And that's it. There's no more, because I worked 22 years with Noor. So I know the level of knowledge, integrity, and the thinking that goes in. So really, this is a list which is done very honestly. No nominations, no jury, because Noor knows this domain really well. Having built Exchange for Media with me for the first 14 years of working and first 12 years of working and now almost 10 years at business world. She understands marketing because when she joined Exchange for Media, we just started. And then from being a trainee, she became the group editorial director of Exchange for Media. And I must tell you that Noor is the only journalist in the world, the only journalist in marketing, advertising, media, who does a workshop for journalists in Cannes for at least last 10 years. She's going to Cannes for 20. And I can tell you, you're talking of your agency partners. I don't drop names, but almost all the holding company owners or CEOs call her on India hires. And, she calls me occasionally to check on some. And Subhranshu is gone, but I have a strong viewpoint on people. I may not say it. It can be positive. It can be neutral, but whatever it is, a nuanced and strong. So the reason this list is pegged so high is because of Noor's understanding of this domain and who should be in the list, who shouldn't be. And she has a matrix for it, which she uses to do it. So it's not just, it's a lot of work that goes in. And I was just thinking, why do it in Delhi or Bombay or Gurgaon? Let's do this in Goa next year and get them all for 1 day or 2 days. And it would be a better interaction with each of you, because beyond the dinner and beyond the lunches, getting to know each other. So maybe we'll do it in Goa and not do it in Delhi, Bombay. It may be easier flying to Goa than going from Delhi to Gurgaon. So just wanted to say.
I second it.
How many of you will show up in Goa if you have a 6 months notice? 6 months notice?
Yeah.
Then I think Ravi, just for you, we're doing this in Goa. Just for you.
And Ravi, you know whom to call as a host, huh? Don't forget. Chalo, the next marketeer, please. So Noor, may I please request you to join us on the stage to present our next set of awards. Everybody, let's welcome Noor, please. She's promised us a workshop in Goa next year. Now that we're adding everything on our own, why not also do this? Chaliye AC ke saath, the next one. Tushar Malhotra, Marketing Head, Bisleri. Let's give Tushar, everybody, a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Business World. Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noor, for recognizing the work that we're doing at Bisleri. We are trying to make hydration and water, which is the OG drink, cool. And deeply honored and humbled. This is a second year for me, and it's a bit of a deja vu. And congratulations to everyone in the community as well. Thank you very much.
Mr. Dhiman from HCL, who runs a large business for HCL in India, asked me this question. One of you were here, and he was asking people who were when Mr. Narula was here, and he asked if you are both head of sales and marketing, how much time do you spend on sales and how much on marketing? I said, I don't know the answer, but in our annual CMO survey, we'll ask that. So can you give us an insight? How much time on sales? How much on marketing?
I think the days are spent on sales and the evenings and the nights on marketing, I must say.
You sleep?
Hardly.
Hardly. That's not a good thing. 8 hours of sleep or 9 hours of sleep. Your health is very important. Mindfulness comes from good quality sleep. So do sleep 8 hours, 9 hours.
I'm going to try that.
Yes. God bless you. Please give Tushar a big round of applause.
Winners, don't forget your individual picture, then a group picture in the end, followed by dinner. But before that, the next marketer, please. Ashwata Swaminathan, Chief Growth and Marketing Officer, Swiggy. Please let's give Ashwata a huge round of applause.
Okay, the company I work for is all about quick delivery. Also, I'll keep this short and quick. A big thank you to Dr. Batra, Noor, and the entire Business World team, and congratulations to all the winners. And happy that I'm getting this recognition, and it's on behalf of the teams and the leaders I've worked with. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next marketer, please. Sachin Chabra, Chief Marketing Officer, Relaxo Footwears. Sachin, please.
After hearing Dr. Batra, so thank you, Noor. Thank you, Noor. Thank you, Noor. Thank you, Noor. No, but on a serious note, thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you, Noor. Thank you, BW team. Like one of our friends said, it's such an honor to get this award. It really means to all of us. So when we really look forward to it, and we are into footwear. We've all grown up with the brand Relaxo. I'm sure everybody knows it. And not taking anything away from Johnny Walker, let me just say, keep walking. Thank you.
Congratulations. With that, the next marketer. Shamik Banerjee, Chief Marketing Officer and Customer Acquisition, Apollo 24/7. Let's give Shamik a huge round of applause, everybody.
Thank you, Business World. Thank you, everyone. I'm sure everyone at Apollo would be very, very happy. We are proud. And I promise you, we all of us will work even harder to keep every one of us healthier, stronger for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
He and Shamik were talking. He shared one thing which gladdened my heart. He said, we've looked at the data in the last 6 months, you said, that the respiratory cases have come down substantially, thanks to better quality of air across the country. So, he was happy the fact that there were less respiratory cases, and healthcare is anyway becoming preventive, personal and predictive. It's not so much curative. So thank you. With the joy that he said the cases have come down, I felt good that, a healthcare professional was happy that the cases were less. So thank you, Shamik.
We don't have enough beds in this country. We have to keep ourselves fit. We have to keep ourselves stronger. And all we do is, as I was telling in my session, this year we have cut down our marketing budget by 80% and put them back to technology to make sure all of us stay fit, because that's our most important marketing.
Congratulations and all the very best. With that, thank you so much, Noor. Anybody wants for her, please? Sorry. Now, please request Hoshi Gaswala, the CEO of PW Engage, to please turn us on the stage and help us present awards for next set of winners. Let's welcome him. चलिए AC के साथ next marketer. Dipali Nair, Group Chief Marketing Officer, CK Birla Group. Let's give Dipali ji a round of applause, everybody.
Thank you, Aditya. I must say thanks to Anurag and his full team, Noor, Hoshi, Chetan. You guys always ensure that lots of us friends meet. And I want to repeat what Anirudh said. I think some of us have thanked our agencies. I echo that. Some of you have thanked your teams. I echo that too. But I also want to say, especially after coming onto this group CMO role, there is a lot that goes inside an organization which the brand and the marketing puts out. So, the factories who produce quality product, the people in the service industry who represent, people who represent your brand, and the sales teams. So you asked that question saying how much time is spent, sales versus marketing. I think lots more time needs to be spent on sales by the marketers, because that's where the magic is happening. And that's where I think these days the KPIs on the marketing side are, including sales. It's a great opportunity for marketers, to be responsible, especially for digital sales. So I think the sales flag needs to fly. And thank you very much once again.
Congratulations. Winners, don't forget a group picture in the end, followed by a dinner. With that, the next marketer, please. Amit Tiwari, Global Head, Marketing Demand Center, DCS. Amit here, huge round of applause. I meant huge, or huger, or huge yes, if. Thank you.
Make an acceptance speech. His book called MarkTech, Marriage Made on Earth, which is about marketing and technology, just became a bestseller. So you can congratulate Amit. And Dipali, you still not written a book, huh? क्या से चलेगा? But you know, in business world, we run IBLF, which is the India Business Lit Fest, which is the largest business lit fest. And my objective is not just to bring authors who happen to be CEOs, founders, but the habit of reading amongst middle managers, CEOs, or top leadership coming down because of various reasons, but mostly pressures of job. But I also know people like, I'll take a name, and I know many like that. Mr. Puneet Chandiok, who's the MD and CEO of Microsoft, he reads one book a week. One book a week. And no wonder he's on the board of Penguin. He qualifies, but the fact is the habit of, so really, we will all invite you to the IBLF. We've done 2 seasons. Our 3rd season will be on. It will be content that will be worth your time. I'll not go into details on the content. It will be world-class content. Your time is more important than anything else. So congratulations. I hope more marketers write book, whether on consumer insights or business or their own personal journey. So congratulations, Amit.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. You've always been kind. And thanks, Noor. Thanks, Chetan, for reminding me that this is the event, the time to reach on, which is I always miss it. I always believe, and that's what as a fraternity of marketers, that we marketers are creating memories. We are in the business of creating memories. And I think with me and my team across all the 55 countries, thank you so much for believing in me, believing my crazy ideas and implementing them. As a community, I think let's keep on creating unforgettable memories and unforgettable experiences in whatever the industries that will make us differentiated across whichever the functions that we are. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, the next marketer, please. Anuradha Sehgal, Chief Marketing Officer, Coforge. Anuradha ji, everybody.
Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, Noor. Thanks, Chetan. Thanks, Hoshi. Thank you for celebrating this this wonderful thing called marketing, the art and science of marketing. Congratulations to my tribe around this room. I always think of marketeers, and over the years, I'm firmly convinced that I think with the touchy-feely ones, we end up being conscience keepers for the company. With the ones with more heart. And there's just the storytellers. someone said memory makers, but I think we're the storytellers. I just like to, it's a wonderful job and a wonderful function. Very happy to be here. Thank you for bringing us all together. Very happy to make new friends and connect and trade stories tonight. Very excited to know about your business literature festival. In a past avatar, I have served as a consultant to the Jaipur Literature Festival. So I'm very excited to connect and see. Also, I think very interested to have more conversations and share trade secrets and learn things from everyone. So thank you for bringing us all together. And thank you, Coforge, for entrusting me with building a narrative. We're a 40-year-old company, but a 5-year-old brand, and trying very hard to distinguish ourselves and differentiate ourselves from the sea of sameness, which is, I think, what every marketer wants to do. So thank you for entrusting me with that. And thank you once again, Business World.
Congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, the next marketer, please. Rahul Singh, Vice President and Head of Marketing, SAP. Let's give Rahul, everybody, a huge round of applause. I think the ones. Nepali ji.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Dr. Batra, Noor, and the entire BW team for recognizing the work that we do. And I received this very humbly on behalf of my team who do all the work. I sit back, relax, and collect the accolades. So thank you so much.
Congratulations. Quickly moving ahead. The next one, please. Sumit Singh, Group Chief Marketing Officer, Info Edge, India.
Thanks to the Business World team, Noor, Chetan, who was following up, and of course you, Anurag, and to the fraternity. And as everybody said, I don't think we could have been here if it was not for our teams, our agencies, and other partners. And of course, I think Dipali touched it. a lot of the internal teams, because I think a lot of what we do in collaboration today with product, with BI, with data science, so to external and internal partners to the team. Thank you so much. And I was very excited, Anurag, to hear about the Business Lit Fest, because unlike Archana, I don't think I've ever consulted one, but I've always attended the Kasoli Lit Fest and the Jaipur Lit Fest. So I'm looking forward to attending this one. So thank you so much once again, and all the best to the team.
Congratulations. With that, the next marketeer, please. Utsav Malhotra. He's the Chief Operating Officer at Noise. Please give Utsav a huge round of applause, everybody. Let's create some noise and make some noise.
Thank you. Great evening, great event. Thank you, Dr. Batra, Noor, the entire team at BW. I think enough has been said, but it'll never be enough. The fact that you've created a platform like this where we are celebrating marketing, otherwise it's usually us patting our own backs. So to get this validation, but more importantly, I kept sitting there and thinking that for a brand like Noise to get counted in the same breath as everybody else is no mean feat. For a brand today that's less than 10 years old and today counted amongst the top 3 smartwatch companies in the world, I think speaks of the journey that we've taken. So thank you. I receive this humbly on behalf of the entire team that sits back home. Also the agency partners that make us look good. But there's also one more person who makes me look good. That's my better half, who's patiently stood by me whilst we were building this. So I'd like to thank her too. And thank you, Aditya, pat your back. Despite the wet coat, you continue doing a great job.
Yeah.
You must know that we named this event after him. Marketing Utsav, the festival of marketing. This is the guy. And I must tell you something graceful. We today is our 30 under Impact 30 under 30 jury in Bombay. Prasoon Joshi chairing it, and a lot of your friends. And I didn't go, of course, because Nawal's there, so I don't need to go. But I remember 3 or 4 years, 3 years back, right? One of the competitors in the same business as them, very among the top 3, called me, the founder, and said, I've entered I'm marketing head, but there is somebody from Noise, so I don't know whether he will win or not. And I must tell you, the first person to endorse that person from the other, he said, he's so outstanding. So he championed the whole jury to select that person. And I had not said anything to him. And after the jury meet, I called the founder of that business. He's a famous guy. He's on TV a lot. Similar business as them. And I said, this is what happened. And that's the kind of graciousness and objectivity Utsav brought to the process. And since then, Utsav became a friend of mine. And, I really always look forward to meeting him. Thank you, Utsav.
Congratulations, Utsav. Winners, don't forget your individual pictures, a group picture, and then, of course, a dinner awaits us. You're on to our last few. And the next marketer, please. Sujata V. Kumar, Head of Marketing, India and South Asia, Visa.
Thank you, Anurag, Noor, and the business work team, especially Chetan and Saloni. You have a fantastic team. Amazing. So I'm one of those who flew down from Bombay going back to Gurgaon. So I think I'm going to face both the traffic living in two cities. It's so good to see so many familiar faces, and thank you for doing this. You bring us together. It's so wonderful to see everybody and looking forward to catching up. As always, this award goes to my team because I'm nothing without them, and they do all the hard work and make me look good. Thank you.
Congratulations, ma'am. Now we have a few more awards where the winners couldn't be here with us, but they've sent the representatives to receive the award on their behalf. We shall do them and then, of course, do the group picture. Our next marketer, please. Vishal Sabrawal, Chief Marketing Officer and Group Head Strategy, HTFC Life. We have with us Ankit Rawar to receive the award. Congratulations. With that, thank you so much, Dr. Anand and Rajesh Ji. Everybody once for them, please. They've been instrumental in helping us with the awards. Thank you. Hoshi, so you'll have to wait. Thank you. Thank you so much. Please request Aparna Sen Gupta, Group Director Revenue, BW Business World, to please join us on the stage and help us present awards. Okay, next, marketer, please. Akshali Shah, Executive Director, Parag Milk Foods. We have with us Vipul Agrawal to receive the award. Congratulations, Vipul, and also to Akshali. Moving ahead, our next marketer, please. Anuj Sharma, Chief Marketing Officer, Xiaomi India. We have with us Arushi Khanna to receive the award. Congratulations, Arushin, also to Anuj as well. Moving ahead, the next marketer, please. Ashish Mishra, Chief Marketing Officer, ACU. We have with us Priyank Saxena to receive the award. Congratulations. With that, the next marketer, please. Mukta Maheshwari, Chief Marketing Officer, PNG India. We have with us Ryan Marshall to receive the award on behalf of Mukta. Congratulations. And the next marketer, please. Piyush Dubey, Chief Marketing Officer, Tech Mahindra. We have with us Ashwini Gupta to receive the award on behalf of Piyush. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next marketer, please. Rajat Abhi, VP Global Marketing and CMO, Schneider Electric Greater India. We have with us Nidhi Gill to receive the award. Congratulations. And with that, the next marketer, please. Sahib Jeet Singh, Marketing Head, Zomato. And we have with us Aditya Nair to receive the award. Congratulations. And with that, the next marketer, please. S. Prasanna Rai, Chief Marketing Officer and Head, E-Commerce Business, Wipro Consumer Care. We have with us Harsh Mohan to receive the award. Congratulations. Moving ahead, the next marketer, please. Ragini Hariharan, Marketing Director, Beauty and Personal Care. Himalaya Wellness, we have with us Ryan again to receive the award. Congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, we come to an end of the award ceremony. Thank you so much, gentlemen, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. A round of applause for them as well, please. They've been consistent. But before we call you on the stage for a group picture, I'm also humbled because I've had the opportunity of working with a couple of you on your events. For the ones we haven't, I'm sure we'll work from now. But before that, for the winners who couldn't make it here, we have a combined video from them. Can we please play that? After that, I know we have to mention the dinner as well. Dinner's downstairs. And we'll also do a group picture before the dinner. But first, the video, please.
Thank you, Business World, for recognizing my efforts as a marketer. It truly feels special because it's testimony to the fact that the work that we are doing at Avion is making a difference in the marketplace.
I'm absolutely privileged and honored to be recognized among the top 100 marketers in the country under the aegis of Business World. The recognition actually belongs to many people who came before me on the brand, to all the brand custodians who have been a part of Mahindra. And I'm really lucky to stand on the shoulders of those people who have actually built the brand for decades. I'm also thankful to my wonderful team who actually help me every single day to support the brand, without whom this recognition would not have been possible. And my heartiest compliments to all my fellow marketers who've also been recognized as a part of Business World. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
I would like to start by thanking BW Business World for this honor and this recognition. We included in the BW Top Marketers 2024 awards organized by BW Business World and BW Marketing World is genuinely an honor, especially because it recognizes the achievements and contributions of marketers in shaping their brands and categories that they operate. Over the last 25 years, I've had the privilege of bringing to life some of the most iconic brands that we have, be it Johnson's Baby, Stay Free, or Listerine and Neutrogena, and has given me a chance to actually deliver on the purpose of Kenvue, which is to realize the extraordinary power of everyday care. We have been able to do this in today's world where consumers are more discerning by creating campaigns which are more impactful and they connect with the consumers at heart and head goal, and also building more purposeful campaigns. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Hello, everyone. My sincere apologies. I could not be there with all of you today due to some work commitment. I had to travel to Mumbai. It feels good to be recognized for your effort. Thank you for having me in this list. BW Top Marketers 2024. Thanks to the organizer, BW Business World, BW Marketing World. Congratulations to all the winners, and you guys have a great night ahead.
Hi, this is Puneet Lekal. I'm so excited to get this honor. Thank you, Business World. I would also like to thank all my team members who have worked with previously and I'm working now. It's because of their efforts I'm there today, and the competition who pushes you hard to be your best. I'm experiencing actually a big FOMO of not being there tonight amongst the top marketeers in India. I wish I could hang out with all of you guys for a gala night tonight. But anyways, congratulations to all the award winners and have a great night. Cheers. Thanks, everyone. See you.
Hi, thank you so much for the recognition of BW's Top Marketers 2024 Awards. It's a great time to be a marketer. We're dealing with new markets, new challenges, new technologies. Our audiences are no longer just customers, but co-creators and collaborators. As marketing, our work is cut out. Thank you again, Noor, Dr. Anurag. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. On behalf of Intel, my team, and myself, I accept this recognition. Again, a huge thank you to BW Business World and BW Marketing World for bringing this community together. See you.
Thank you, everyone. I like literally took the mic over from Aditya right now because now is a picture time. And I think that's the one job my team entrusted with me today, that I get the picture of all my winners on stage looking at one camera. So can I please request all the winners to join us on stage? Now is the time. मेरी नजर भी पहले आकाश पे गई थी, सबसे ज्यादा बात वही कर रहे हैं. And I want to thank Aditya very much. Aditya, I learned very recently, he also writes scripts. Many marketers here, he's relevant to you. No, you can come. Please get the trophies. Do please bring your trophies on the stage. All the winners, please do come on the stage. Please do bring your trophies on the stage. Thank you so much. Ashwath and Apurva can come up on stage. I love doing this. I feel like a school principal. It's amazing. I love the way Girish and Deva are speaking with each other. Please join. Sunil नहीं है आप लोगों के साथ complete हो जाता. Next is all the Tushar and I don't know what Tushar and Vishwajit. Please. All the winners on stage. I did say all the winners. अभी भी confused हैं. Yeah. आप explain कीजिए. Please do listen to our lovely photographer over here on the arrangements. I have a feeling I should give the mic back to you. क्योंकि मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आया.
Okay. Any more winners that are left to join us on the stage with your trophies only, please? Are we ready? We're clicking in one. We're clicking in 1, 2, and आओ दोस्त. Please, he'll help you set the frame. And after this, please join us for dinner downstairs, winners only. Noor, there's legit space for you. Surely everybody, please. Chetan. And please wait, one without Noor and Dr. Batra. Thank you so much. Someone can come, just this is an empty gap. Anybody wants to sit here? Anybody? Amit sir, aa jao. Surely, please. Before Hoshi comes back again, winners, please join us for dinner downstairs. Noor, what time do you start tomorrow? Noor? Nan, thank you so much. Congratulations to all of you. Dinner time.